a soup and sandwich from Sweet Pepper's Deli, appetizers and cocktails from the grill, or even a wood-fired steak from Harvey's. Choice is the perfect gift. An all-in-one gift card from Eat With Us.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 5.
Welcome into Mississippi Live Weather at 5. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We are expecting to have some active and severe weather potentially today. It will not be everybody. This is not widespread tornadoes. Let's be clear, because we do recognize that today is the 15th anniversary of one of those kind of outbreaks, April 27th, 2011. And our prayers are with those that lost their lives that day and those that have survived with the awful memories that have come from that. But I want to be crystal clear. This is, even in our worst case scenario, not that. This is maybe some isolated storms producing tornadoes. And it's not impossible, though, if they can really ratchet up, that we could have a strong tornado. We do have team coverage this evening. Myself here in our studios in Tupelo, as well as our Gabe Maynor. Our Caleb Edelblut is going to be out storm chasing this evening with North Mississippi Storm Chasers. And our Maggie McCauley has been watching things all day back in Northwest Mississippi. And combined, we'll make sure that we are tracking these storms all the way through the night on, unfortunately, what's going to be a multi-day event. Storms that develop in the next few hours, continue through the overnight hours, and then 1 to maybe 2 rounds of additional severe thunderstorms tomorrow. So you'll be seeing each of us quite a bit, unfortunately, over the course of the next day or so. But as we begin this evening, the overall severe weather risk is still questionable for some of us. Here's what I mean by that. We find ourselves in somewhat of a Hail Mary situation, the bad kind. You know, you're the defense, you have the lead, you hope something doesn't go wrong. Well, there's a potential that if we can get strong storms to develop, especially in this window of the next 3 to 4 hours, that those storms could produce tornadoes and perhaps even a strong tornado. But that's not a high confidence scenario. Some of our projections do that, others do not. And when they happen, they're on a very isolated nature. We'll look at that in more detail here in a minute. Damaging wind gusts are going to be possible out of thunderstorms when they move in on multiple occasions. Tonight, and once again for tomorrow, spotty large hail, and then multiple rounds of heavy rainfall adding up to inches. In some cases over the next few days, maybe 6 or 7 inches of rainfall, not out of the realm of possibility. So we are at the beginning of that threat. We've had a few thunderstorms pop up this afternoon. They've been starved for moisture. It's a good thing. Hopefully something we could see continue. We're 86 at 6, 75 by 9, 72 by midnight, and 68 degrees by 3 o'clock in the morning. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, is there in Northwest Mississippi, and Maggie has been watching things all day long. Maggie, you know, you're kind of more in the target zone for the next 5 or 6 hours. What are you seeing as of 5:03?
Yeah, hey, Matt, we're live here in Senatobia in the northwest corner of the state that is under that risk area and leveled up just like everybody else, still in multiple impacts, multiple hours that we're watching that could become strong to severe. One of those, again, like you're talking about, sorry, let me put myself back in the shot. I was thinking here that you're talking about tonight. Yes, we're in that zone. And if you step outside, I've had people text me that are in Senatobia in Mississippi. I actually had a neighbor just come up to me because if you step outside here in Senatobia, I'm sure it feels like that in Tupelo too. It feels like one of those days, right? It's sticky out here. It's warm. The sun's kind of shining on and off. It feels like one of those days, if there is severe weather in the forecast, that you need to be concerned. And I will say, you do need to be at least weather aware, right, going over the next few hours, especially if you're in the northwest corner of the state. But all of us need to be aware as we head into the overnight hours. So I would speak into that. It feels like one of those days out here. It's sticky outside. Atmosphere is kind of getting primed up for things that could be going on in the next few hours. So it's something we're going to be watching. But another thing is the overnight, right? So I just encourage you, we're going to be covering it again, hour to hour overnight. So make sure to have your alerts on. Just really want to say that going into the overnight period. But we're live here in Senatobia, Matt. It's warm, it's humid, it's sticky out here.
Absolutely, and we're still, unfortunately, gearing up for what will be a busy evening. Appreciate it, Maggie. Y'all stay safe up there. Maggie mentioned something important. Make sure that you have multiple ways to find out if you're in danger. We need to layer those alerts on a night like this where storms could be strong to severe. One of the main ones that we recommend is Weather Call. It'll let you know if tornado warnings are issued for your area, if they've been confirmed to be a tornado on the ground, if there's dangerous hail or strong winds. When the National Weather Service puts out a severe thunderstorm warning or a flash flood emergency, it calls you for that as well. You can find out more information on that QR code below me that you see there on our website. It is a phone alert. And again, as we talk a lot about, phones are disruptive. Maggie mentioned the measure of moisture there. She is in this zone where we have just that extra bit of moisture. The dew point's higher, lowered in some cases, middle 70s back for locations in northwest Mississippi versus upper 60s for locations such as Tupelo. So what we are thinking is it will take storms developing in Arkansas that move in. And one of the questions is, how long can they move in and have enough fuel for tornadoes? Because I think that we'll still have severe weather after that tornado threat reaches its peak, but we are hopeful that maybe they are just moisture starved enough. And we are not that far removed from places where that is not the case. Our severe weather risk, as I clear off all those places I was querying that a second ago, certainly is focused to the north. This is the direction where our meteorologist Caleb Edelblue is going to be heading up there into West Tennessee to get in position for these thunderstorms as we go through the evening. The tornado threat, though, is most certainly focused up to the north once you get up there north and east of Jackson, Tennessee. And when we look at the potential for strong or significant tornadoes, as you can see, we're not that far removed. That's why we talked to Maggie right off the top of the broadcast there, where we could potentially see not just, tornadoes, but a stronger tornado potential. So this is a low likelihood, potentially high impact severe weather event that we have underway. But I say underway, this is the latest look at radar. There's nothing out there. Tornado watches, significant ones, we call PDS tornado watch. That's a high-end tornado watch just north of the Tennessee state line. The reason we don't have one of those in place is clearly we don't have any storms that have popped up at this instant. The atmosphere is stabilized a little bit from some initial thunderstorms that we had around. Looking at that visible satellite perspective there, you can kind of see where those cloud tops are the highest. I'll change this to make it a little bit brighter there, so maybe that shows up slightly better. But if we put this into a 3-hour loop here, this is the zone where we're still waiting on those storms to really get going. They haven't, and luckily here across North Mississippi, they have been somewhat more moisture starved. So as we bring it back in here a little bit closer, let's start to walk through kind of what we expect from here going into the overnight time period. And the most important thing we need to know is that we are still at the very beginning of a more elevated threat. Our Mama Justice Doppler radar, again, not much out there at this time. Notice how on Futurecast, as I instantly put it on there, there's more storms on here than reality. So if there's one immediate takeaway, there is hope that perhaps models are going to outperform the atmosphere. So if you've got something you want to pray for that the moisture is maybe just limited enough and the initiation isn't strong enough. But whereas this already has a pretty significant cluster of storms up there in Tennessee, that is not reality. As we talked about during our live stream earlier, we just have not, thankfully, had these storms really living up to expectations to this point. We do anticipate, though, we will have storms growing in coverage back out here into Arkansas over the next 2 to 3 hours, but maybe overdoing this a little bit, the fact we don't have any of these at this point. The atmosphere is primed that if these storms can bust through, they will be explosive. But the fact we've made it to 5 p.m. is a good sign. I think overnight, more storms will strengthen. And again, we'll dig in real close on this here in a minute, but I want the kind of wide shot for a second to show you that storms kind of organized in more of a cluster. By 10 p.m. here, still in the fuel, still a tornado threat for you in Clarksdale, Cleveland, even Grenada moving toward you. But by the time we go, say, 11:30 to midnight, it's going to be difficult for these near the Tennessee state line, or if they're farther south, closer to Tupelo or Amory or Oxford, it's going to be difficult for those to still be producing tornadoes as of that time. I do think our peak strong tornado threat really is within the next 5 to 6 hours, and really from now to the next 3 hours. Meaning the longer we can keep it from these storms really getting to go, that's a good thing for us, hopefully. So as we head toward 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, storms are going to continue to regenerate out here toward Pine Bluff, Arkansas. And again, we will dig exactly hour by hour through this in a minute. But what I want to show is that some of these spots are going to pick up really heavy rainfall amounts. 4-5 inches of rainfall between now and the time these storms are largely out of here early Wednesday. Absolutely on the table as a possibility. Maybe 6 or 7 inches, as some of our projections have shown. But there will be some storms that our meteorologist Maggie McCauley is tracking tomorrow morning by the time you're heading out to school for the kids. Notice, though, we probably watch that coverage diminish as we go through the day tomorrow and then really ratchet back up in the afternoon and evening. Another severe weather threat. And once again, damaging winds, tornadoes, and large hail, a possibility with that threat as well, as our pattern remains very active for the next couple of days. Coming up here in 60 seconds, we are going to look at where Futurecast is placing the greatest of these risks. We're breaking down the timing and the impacts that you can see, and maybe a little bit of hope as to how things could, in the best case scenario, play out tonight, as well as obviously looking at the worst as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
Room to Room's birthday party is going on now. Come celebrate 23 years with us. Up to 70% off store-wide discounts. Free gifts for everyone. Plus, we pay your sales tax. It's a celebration you don't want to miss, only at Room to Room.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
We can see the lowering. We're going to have a good shot at that as it approaches the Ryanzi area. Tornado warning now issued. We'll do a push alert behind the scenes for folks here up here in Alcorn County. Rotation on this thunderstorm increasing to the point back into Tippah County as well, where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your locations.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live Weather at 5. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're looking live this afternoon in Houston. We have some showers that have kind of moved through, and this is kind of residual from some of the showers and thunderstorms that we had. I know tensions are always high on the anniversary of April 27th. These are not tornado-producing showers or storms, and most of us are not going to see that kind of weather today. It's going to be a very limited number of storms that could potentially reach that threshold. One of the things saving you in Houston is that measure of moisture there, that dew point in the mid-60s. If that were lower 70s, we'd have enough fuel. These are not dealing with enough fuel, and that might kick up the wind as it comes through. There's still a damaging wind, and yes, even a limited tornado threat for you, but it's going to take a lot more than this for that to happen. Our newest camera there just to the west of Houston in Pittsboro. Looks like I got the wrong one up there. I'll have to get that one up and ready for you a little later on this broadcast there. But in Pittsboro, we'll show you that camera coming up a little bit later on. Out in Oxford, that measure of moisture a little higher at 66 degrees, our Phoenix Building Solutions camera there. And then heading back into the Delta, that's where, of course, the fuel is greater with those dew points. I show upper 70s. I don't know if that's for sure that an accurate reporting station, but clearly the fuel is greater there. You're much more likely in Clarksdale to see not just a tornado, but a strong tornado as we head into and through this evening. And that is our concern, that strong tornadoes, unfortunately, are on the table as a possibility. At this instant here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, on kind of a wider shot here for a second, there's really not much. The nearest severe storms to us are all the way up, St. Louis, Missouri. We have what's called a capping inversion that is holding over top of us. It's kind of like a lid that you place on the pot of boiling water, and it keeps things from busting through, keeps the steam from rising. That cap has not broken, and God willing, it holds long enough that we supersede the time period where we're going to potentially produce tornadoes. But that remains still a bit of a question. As we talked about right at the beginning, fuel for these thunderstorms is important, and it is not everywhere. That lower level fuel that's feeding those severe storms up there in the Midwest, much more concentrated back out here into Louisiana, where you see all the purples. I'll go ahead and stop this from looping here for a second. But you can see these purples, much more substantial out here in Arkansas. We're largely going to take storms that may develop in Arkansas and move in. The one benefit that has for us is that allows us to get a look at it and be able to assess somewhat what it's capable of before it moves in. And for you, as far as preparation is concerned, that also buys us a little bit of time, because I think one of the things we just have to talk about is what should we be doing in advance here? You know, the severe weather and tornado threat is increasing this evening, so we don't want to, at this point here, be preparing for these things. And I'm not saying you need to leave mobile homes right now. I see that's the last thing on the list there. But we also need to have a heightened awareness of where we're at tonight, and the fact that while we're not going to see a lot of tornadoes, we might only see one, we might see zero if we're lucky. But it's still possible that one tornado could be a strong tornado tonight. So we need to be evaluating where we're at and looking and thinking about what we have down there on that as well. And so we need to be thinking about building our armor and having multiple ways to find out if we're in danger, and making sure that if you have friends and family, that they have the app for Android, for iOS devices, and that you want to keep your cell phone charged. That's one of the things I had on the last graphic there. Well, if you're watching me on the cell phone, how do you do that? Download our apps, Roku, Apple TV, Fire Stick, search for Mississippi Live, or you can watch us on YouTube on any smart TV. You can just search for Mississippi Live Weather, Matt Lawpon, assuming you can get my name spelled right, which sometimes even I struggle with from time to time, so I understand that. Let's look at our overall setup. And again, the severe weather threat, we talked about this a minute ago. There is a potential there for not just tornadoes, but perhaps strong tornadoes as we go into this evening. And the day planner shows us that we are, again, I'll pull this off the screen for a moment for you there. But that we are still expecting the peak overall coverage of storms by, say, 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. But I think things are just in a phase where, while we have a lesser coverage initially, any storms that develop the next 3 hours are going to have a greater potential to try to produce tornadoes than what we see later on during the overnight period, where I think it'll be more hail and wind and really, really heavy rainfall. So we still, unfortunately, have a number of hours we're going to be watching things here in the Room to Room Weather Center overnight. So here's our severe weather risk. Again, greatest back out here, South Haven, Tunica, locations there near Senatobia, where we checked in with Maggie at the beginning of this broadcast there, and where our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut is going up there into Tennessee. So the tornado risk, and this is an important distinction. Notice how we have maybe a lesser quantity of reports, but we also show almost the exact same spots. If I go back and forth between these a couple of times here, almost the exact same spots where even we have that lowest limited number of reports, we still have a potential that if something were to form, it could be a strong tornado, the strongest of the north and west, but we could still have a strong tornado here. So that's an example of a low confidence, that's what this is, number of reports, high impact event. So we are very hopeful that we get to the end of this and there are no issues, but we have to prepare as though it's possible we could have a strong tornado tonight. Damaging winds, most likely in the same zone where we're going to have those rotating storms that could try to produce tornadoes. Large hail risk, same locations, but we also have on the significant hail risk here, our True Shield Roofing significant hail risk. When we look at the potential intensity, could have some hailstones up in excess of 1.5 inches. That's assuming we get those rotating thunderstorms to run ahead and cause whatever issues that we end up seeing out of this here. So with that in mind, let's look forward. And as we do so, I'm going to take this and we're going to check out our next model here, our HRRR model going into this evening and into the night. And Gabe, you might have to give me a space bar. I'm going to actually bring it into the digital room-to-room weather center here because I'm betting that it's gone back past me a couple of graphics there. So hold it. We're going to take a long time on this if we can. So looking here, this is timing out there, as you can see, 5:30. And we show more storms on there than what we had on radar altogether. So really big hope here, and I'm not alone with you, I think we're both on the same page, that perhaps things are overdone on models. We should be seeing more than what we're seeing right now, and I'm very, very thankful that we are not. As we head toward the next hour or so, and Gabe, you are going to have to advance this, you can see how some of those storms up there near the Tennessee state line, still that one has probably some rotation with it there, but it doesn't exist now. So it will probably not be severe at 6:30. But we do expect as we go towards, say, around 7 o'clock, that's when storms get a little heavier. Now, Gabe, I can take over this as well. You'll see there's a lot more storms out there closer to Dumas and Pine Bluff. Yes, I see these storms out here towards Senatobia and Hernando. But again, with 0 storms right now, my confidence in them being in that spot at that time is more limited. And I will say one thing we have to check, and I, in prepping for the show, didn't put it in here. If you watched our noon live stream, you know that our strike model had very little out there. So I want to see how it's adjusted to this as well, see if it's jumped on board, if it's held true on that as well. So again, very spotty storms, a lot of us not seeing it, but once storms do develop, they get pretty strong. And this one there we show for Dumas at, say, around 9 p.m. That's Dumas, Arkansas. This is going to probably have 65, 70 mile per hour winds and 1.5 inch, 2 inch hail as it moves toward Cleveland and eventually Sunflower later in the evening. What about these over here? Again, the storms themselves don't exist at this moment, and we are hopeful that that's the way that this continues. But there's, I don't know that we get all the way through this without any storms developing up here. That would just be a little too ideal. As much as we need rain, we don't want these. By around 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, we're starting to pass out of that sweet spot for tornadoes, which would be a good thing. As we head toward around 11:30, notice how this one, that one we were showing you a minute ago, starts to show more of a bow echo. And the majority of North Mississippi does not, or the eastern part of Mississippi, north and eastern Mississippi, does not see storms that are severe between now and midnight. So that should be one big takeaway. Even in a more aggressive model, the majority of northeast Mississippi does not see severe storms prior to midnight. And after midnight, yes, there could be some hail, but this is less likely to be a batch that would produce tornadoes. I'm going to bring Gabe over to the monitor. I want to get a second thought on that. I just want to make sure we're on the same page here for just a moment on that, the way we're both kind of thinking about this here. Yeah, I think if we can get to midnight and we haven't had tornadoes, this is not when I feel like it's going to go 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. All of a sudden, we're going to have tornadoes popping out of it. Now, maybe brief spin-ups, but certainly the strong tornado threat is off of the table at that point. Agree?
I would agree, yes. I think that the wind support is still there, but you're taking away that daytime heating and therefore a large part of the unstable air. And so that'll kind of help diminish those strengthening chances, but the maintaining of maybe some storms producing a tornado, like you mentioned, a brief spin up, definitely still on the table. Strong tornadoes, I think, would be off. And that's the hope, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That is the hope that we get to that point, and they are. Appreciate that. It's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, there. As we continue on here looking at Futurecast, you'll note that storms, again, continue 2:33, 4 o'clock in the morning. Still a lot of heavy rainfall, still some gusty wind, still some hail potential out of it. But by that point, again, tornado threat done. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, we've talked about this behind the scenes here. We are going to have this staffed all the way through the overnight period. That includes myself and Gabe this evening. Overnight, whether we have storms or we don't have storms, we're going to have someone with eyeballs on this just in case something tries to get a little uppity, tries to strengthen. And so Maggie will be on at the latest starting 6:30 tomorrow morning. And she's on every morning at 6:37, 7:30 a.m. Another reason you want to check her out, she'll be the latest on what we're about to show you, which is yet another chance for severe weather and storms that will continue into tomorrow. Again, because unfortunately we're going to have more. So this is our live broadcast list as we go through this evening. As you can see here, we'll continue to have broadcast 9 and 10 p.m. as well as up at 6 p.m. as well. So coming back in here for a moment, looking at Futurecast, by tomorrow morning, the threat, obviously not really talking about a tornado threat. As we showed you a moment ago there, some of these storms that are showing up near the Tennessee state line look really, really rough. Like this would be one that I would expect would produce a strong tornado, right? That's the expectation. But if we go back to Mama Justice Doppler, and we're going to do this a couple times here just to do this, to make sure, I don't have anything out there. Let's go to Memphis radar for a moment. I mean, I have a few things, but these are far from strong at this point. So in the zone where we would expect to have that one thunderstorm form up here, it doesn't exist right now. And I would say that's something that works in our favor. As I change this over to Futurecast, again, it should show that in the next hour, that should not only exist, but have a rotating mesocyclone, enough to kick out one of these rotation tracks. That's not the case. So I would say the same thing with these. Now, maybe a slightly greater chance for these that we have up here nearing Sardis Lake or Senatobia, because there's actually a couple storms sort of popping up out west that could eventually become these. But this is probably a little aggressive on how quickly it has that strengthening. But notice when it does, I mean, it gets very high on our list here. I mean, I hate to say the word extreme out loud, but that's what it shows, right? Just like it shows some of those with the rotation tracks back out there moving out of Arkansas. So these rotation tracks are extremely significant if storms can form, and they connect hour to hour. So they check two of the biggest boxes that we look for when we're talking about strong tornadoes. The box that's not checking is that the storms actually exist. I'll take that, and hopefully that's the way this works. So I will say this about these Duma storms. This looks a lot more like straight line wind. Sometimes you can get the extreme shear rotation out of a straight line wind line. That's more what that looks like right there. Whereas this still has this one thunderstorm that started out west, hold together all the way from the Mississippi-Arkansas state line to practically Tupelo, rotating, strongly rotating the whole time. I mean, I'm really hopeful that's not the case and that's not how this works out. I do need to mute my alerts here for a second. I'm going to go back to, we need to look at radar again here for a second, and then we're going to go a little more quickly through this. I want to know more about this storm here. I'm just going to poke and prod it for a second, because I would say with that big storm, knowing what this is, and if this is going to be the one to break through, I think is important. Now, this one is, I would say, testing the cap. Okay, so you think that there's kind of a lid on the atmosphere and things have to bust through and get tall to produce tornadoes. A capping inversion is that lid, right? And so what I'm looking at here, if I go back, is this thunderstorm at the beginning of our broadcast wouldn't have registered as having any height at all. And yet now, 15 minutes in, well, I guess we're about 20 minutes in, because apparently I'm long-winded. Now we have that up to 35,000 feet. Said another way, the top of this is about 7 miles tall. So it's gone from not showing up to 7 miles tall during this broadcast. So this could be the storm that the models were picking out to say, hey, we're going to have one that really, really, really rotates. The thing about that is that is probably not going to be as far south as Sardis or any of the places we were talking about a minute ago, though we do have the beginnings of some storms developing there. That would be up here closer to Hernando, South Haven, up near the Tennessee state line, if that were to become the storm, if not go north up into Tennessee. Let's look at these two for a moment, how these are popping up. See if these are testing the cap as well. See, these are a different story, right? So these are popping up, and see how it shows some orange, and then it goes back to greens. What these are doing is these are bubbling up and then collapsing, bubbling up and then collapsing. They're testing the cap and losing. And there's less fuel for them to work off of, whereas there's plenty of fuel for this one to work off of. So that's the difference, and I think that's one of the things, an important distinction. So as we come back here and look at storm rotation, so this shows by 6 p.m. that those storms we're looking at back in Arkansas should be really kind of going. And it's possible within the next half hour they could, but this doesn't exist at all. So that batch there, the ones that does show get the strongest, also, I guess, are moving a little faster than the one I was looking at a moment ago there. So not impossible. I'm just going to say that. But we at least have some things working in our favor. And I don't think it takes this exact path unless something really, really blows up in the next 20, 30 minutes. And obviously, we'll have a very, very good handle on that if it does. Overnight, storm strongest with most rotation up into Tennessee. Rotation weakening on the storms as they move in. Still could have some damaging wind gusts overnight. But what you'll note is we do not have a lot of those rotation tracks over us overnight. So one of those signs that hopefully this isn't as bad. So looking at low temperatures tomorrow morning, mid 60s. Still plenty of fuel laying around. We're going to have showers and thunderstorms initially. And when we look at your IMPC school day forecast for tomorrow, we will have around in the morning, probably a little more limited amount by lunchtime, even in the early afternoon. One of the big questions people always ask is, should we go to school? Number one, I don't make that choice. That comes up to school administrators on how to do this kind of thing. But I will say that there are days where there are greater risks than what we have during the daytime period tomorrow. I think it's late tomorrow late afternoon and evening before our severe weather threat really ratchets up. So for planning purposes tomorrow, it gets worse into the evening in particular. We do have a severe weather risk on your Tuesday, and it is a more elevated, more significant severe weather risk than what we have today. And this is a change from our broadcast, our discussion earlier today, looking at the severe weather risk. As you can see, a level 3 out of 5, greater number of reports on the wind, hail, and yes, tornado threat. The tornado threat, as you can see, mainly for locations back to the west and northwest where it's the greatest, but we're still going to have rotating storms as they move into our area Tuesday. Damaging wind threat is the most likely impact. And again, this number at the top comes back to the number of reports. I think the greatest number of reports will be wind damage reports. We're going to have significant hail potential as well for your Tuesday. In some cases, could be larger than 1.5 inches. And I do think that hail threat will extend more deeply through the area as well. Our True Shield roofing, a significant hail threat remains pretty high the next couple of days. So here's Futurecast. With storms exiting from the morning, we've really worked over the atmosphere. It's like when you've done a workout, you need a break before you do another workout, right? So the atmosphere gets a break as we go through the day, saying it still does try to pop up some isolated showers and storms. You need a break if you're going to do something substantial. I mean, you can go on a walk after you've done a real hard run, but you're probably not going to be able to run as hard. You need time to recharge between. And so that's what most of tomorrow is. It's kind of that recharge period ahead of the next round of thunderstorms that get going and developing. You can see by 3 p.m., now we're starting to show up Memphis back toward Clarksdale and Cleveland. Slightly wider shot here shows that a greater number of those storms, and again, strong to severe thunderstorms, back out there into Arkansas. And these are just really big hail. But this is eventually going to become, we're going to see a major wind event run through that. Some possibility of tornadoes ahead of this, but I think that major wind event will probably have a big push of the tornado threat as well as it moves toward us. There it is, toward Camden and Hope, Arkansas, starting to form there on our projection by 4:30. These storms ahead of that out here in the Delta primarily are going to be somewhat multi-cluster and somewhat discrete. So the fact that we have little cells kind of merging in, sometimes that can work with the lower level wind and enhance the rotation on a more isolated scale. But this wind maker is going to be the real issue there. So we show it south of Pine Bluff at 5:30, 6 o'clock. The storms ahead, yes, are going to have some hail with them, but this is really, I'm going to move it to this direction so I can kind of point it. This is going to be a major wind maker there, and it's very well advertised on our projections. As we head into tomorrow evening by 6:30, we show it out here Clarksdale toward Cleveland. Maybe some rotation on some of these thunderstorms ahead. I would say more hail and very, very heavy rainfall out of those. But that is a just big push of wind, and we do not know for sure that this is the path that this is going to take. And let me emphasize that for a second here, because we've had very few thunderstorms pop up. The atmosphere has not had major issues with it. And so it is entirely possible that this takes a farther north angle than necessarily right here where we're showing it on the model. So I don't want to rule out that we could be talking about these 75-mile-per-hour winds as far north as maybe Tupelo or Boonville or Amory. It's entirely possible we could see those high-end wind gusts with this for some of those spots. But look how fast it moves. Hour to hour, I mean, it moved there from basically Winona to Columbus over the course of that hour. So you're moving well over 60 to nearly 70 miles per hour. There will be some rotation on the edges of that and a potential for a tornado as well, perhaps even farther north from where that specific band is. And then we'll continue to probably have rain showers and thunderstorms into tomorrow night. And this is, again, more rain, same spots. That's where your potential for flooding rainfall comes in. Now, I think this is primarily after midnight there tomorrow night, going to be more rain and hail and all that kind of stuff. I don't really think there's much of a tornado threat based on kind of the time of day, what we're looking at, and the overall setup. That is something that remains to be seen. We'll talk more about tomorrow because what happens today obviously has a huge impact on how this plays out beyond that. And then for Wednesday, some storm chances, believe it or not, even Thursday, even Friday. So low temperatures Wednesday morning, middle to upper 60s, a sign that we still have plenty of fuel out there for thunderstorms to work off of beyond that. And speaking to those rain chances on Wednesday, as this front kind of moves from west to east through the area, those rain chances again move eastward as well. Slightly drier air comes in, but this frontal boundary stays close, and so it will eventually come back up and be another point of focus for additional rain and thunderstorm chances as we go toward the latter part of this week. We've taken a lot of time here for a moment with you, so let's show you high temperatures for Wednesday. Again, mid-80s south, mid-70s north, and obviously that difference due to that front that we have. Here's a look at the 7-day forecast, and we're going to talk some questions here in a moment. So 70% coverage of those storms, again, pre-dawn, maybe a few during the day, a lot tomorrow night. First part of Wednesday in particular, and then maybe late Wednesday. That front largely south of us on Thursday. You look at the low temperatures there, see how they're mid-50s, low 50s versus mid-60s. That's drier air, but the humid air stays close enough that we'll have moisture start returning and rain and storm chances to a certain extent Friday as well. There are some questions revolving around how much of that fuel returns for Friday. Last week projections are like a lot. By Friday, they're like, we're not real sure. And now this week, they're still not real sure. So knock on wood that's kind of how this holds. And then mid-60s by Saturday, low 70s by Sunday, mid-70s look toward Monday of next week. Let's pull up that chat here for folks there. A lot of folks, talking about different things. What about the rotation track that went north of Holly Springs toward the Tennessee state line? Looks like the same track last year's Sladen tornado. Listen, and I get where the concern for something like that comes. So let's talk about that again for a second. I do think that's an important note. Going back to Mama Justice Doppler radar, and we're looking for where those storms are trying to develop. Let's see how tall that tallest part is there in the Arkansas. We're at 40,000 feet on that, so that'd be about 8 miles tall. It briefly was a little bit, a little larger on where the height on that was, so maybe this has not fully busted through. Certainly does not look like it on radar. Yeah, that's a good sign. So I'm going to say that we have missed that one. And so at this point, we have no storms. In fact, if I look at this, you see the lightning strikes. The lightning strikes that's depicted there are well to the north. But if I were to bring this in nice and tight here, and just kind of look around, I don't have any lightning strikes out there at this point. So that's a good sign. And hopefully a trend that continues. So let's give an overview for some folks out there, because we do have some folks I know that maybe joined late. And of course, we'll have another live broadcast at 6 p.m. We'll have better information then. The severe risk for today certainly is the most focused up to the north. That's where hail, tornadoes, severe weather, you can see where the greatest number of reports are in place up here to the north, right? So I'll pull those reports off for a second, just to say we have what's called a capping inversion, something that is limiting development. Sometimes, I'm trying to think of an example that's a good example of, when you relieve the pressure. But anyway, in this case, the lid is holding. But if something can break through, it will break through with such force, it'll quickly have a lot of fuel to work off of and produce significant severe weather. Does not happen. We don't typically break through this late in the afternoon if we haven't already. So that's something working in our favor. The tornado risk is the greatest up to the north, and alongside of that, the strong tornado risk does extend through a large chunk of the area. The northwestern, really half of the area. Damaging winds, probably the most likely impact. Large hail as well. One of those significant impacts where in some cases hailstones could potentially exceed 1.5 inches in size. So to answer the other question that someone asked just a moment ago, which was, well, what time are we expecting it this evening? There is more than a decent chance that this Hail Mary pass does not get completed. So for the storm that we had up near the Tennessee state line that was depicted there, that storm doesn't exist. That's not going to happen north of Holly Springs at the time I was showing you, because the storms don't exist. The cap is holding, and caps, a capping inversion, and the way the atmosphere looks are typically very poorly forecasted on models. Models a lot of times will break that free and storms will develop all over the place, especially here in the southeast. To this point, that has held. At some point, we do expect that some storms are going to be able to mix through and develop, but that then completely skews the time frame because of that. So I would say the best answer to your question, if we're talking timing here, sorry, let's bring it back into the southeast. On our severe weather threat, and I'll bring Gabe in here because Gabe's got the monitor there and he can illustrate for me a little better than I can here. So I'm gonna bring you up as the large one of the two of us for a second. Okay, so let's go about where the Natchez Trace Parkway is on there.
Like zoom into it or draw it?
Let's draw it.
Okay.
So we can talk timing here. Honestly, here's the question. Do we need to talk timing, or is it more safe to say if we don't get one of these to produce, a storm to form in the next hour to 2 hours, we're probably not going to get a strong tornado out of this? Is that an overly optimistic way to look at it?
I mean, the dew points are there. Like, we have enough moisture and enough of that unstable air out west to kind of initialize some of these cells, and enough of that sustaining moisture in the central, the even kind of central eastern part of our viewing area. So
do we? I don't think we do in the central and eastern. I think mid 60s. I think it falls right off a cliff, and by that I mean I think it looks bad and it just.
Some of them are reading 68. So they're
okay. At actual reporting stations?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it on the graphic a moment ago, and what I've been looking at behind the scenes whenever we're talking about.
Here, let's look at Tupelo for a second here, because I think Tupelo is a good example. I called out Natchez Trace. Let's look at this. That's 64 is the dew point in Tupelo. There's a big difference between 64 and 67 in this case. 64, that air is fairly dry.
Yeah.
You know? Like 64 Tupelo. Let's go Oxford at...
Oxford, I have 66.
Yeah, I show 66. Let's go Winona.
I know Greenwood is at 71.
I show 72 Winona, but that I think that might come from the Greenwood station, if I'm honest there. It looks like Greenwood's blurry at the moment.
The reporting station is still accurate, though.
There. Yeah, the reporting station is. So
that's my thing, is that there's enough right there to where if you get these to initiate, that they could still strengthen. And models, while they haven't done the best in regards to putting out these storms, they have been pretty good on the dew points. And so they're still having 70s linger around into 7, 8 o'clock this evening. So what I want to see here in the next 15 minutes, but really into the 6 o'clock broadcast, is do we get any of those cells to initialize? Because if we don't initiate them, then they're not going to strengthen in the environment towards the central and eastern parts of our area.
And that's the thing, like, they are not initiating, and we don't get sunlight back, right?
No. Yeah.
To break the cap, you're going to have, because everything we look at on models here is predicated on breaking the cap, right? Come back over here. Let's find back to the present model here. So this is all initiated on, all predicated on breaking the cap, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you're going to have storms. It's hot in here. I don't know if it's hot back there. I'm losing the jacket. I apologize, folks. It hasn't gotten more serious. I've just gotten old and hot.
Oh.
So this doesn't exist, right?
Mm-mm.
That's not actually happening. We mentioned strike. I want to look at strike because we mentioned strike. And one of the things, our meteorologist Maggie McCauley and I were talking about this morning is that strike didn't have anything, right? Like, it was, let me see if it can go backward. It might not let me go back. Hold on. Let's go back 5 or 6 hours. Like, the strike, one of the things we talked about is like, well, strike doesn't have anything. I didn't show it because strike didn't have anything. Well, notice how strike is a lot later on developing those storms. It still said 3 to 4 o'clock. We should have had something, right? And that something, where those storms happen. And look, listen, I recognize that is the exact same path on that storm near Oxford that we had on the other model. And typically, I would say when multiple models like that, depict the same thing, we get really concerned in a hurry. In saying that, one thing that strike does do, I think accurately, is it weakens those as they move farther east because they hit that dry air. I think it might have a better handle on the lack of moisture, and I think that could limit the tornado potential farther east. And I think strike's closer to right.
Yeah.
Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, and I honestly think that it could be overdoing it a little bit too in regards to some of the coverage.
It's definitely overdoing it for now.
And
But
so
if we go ahead.
I was just going to say, so even with, a lesser concerning model output, it's still even overdoing it for what we have right now, comparatively speaking. That's a very welcome sight here in North Mississippi at, 5:45, now heading into the 6 o'clock hour. So, definitely incomparable looking at current radar, our Mama Justice Doppler radar.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to shut down this live stream here. Actually, we can keep it going. I don't know. What do you want to do, Gabe? You want to keep it going through the 6? You want to shut it down?
It's only 15 minutes. So at that rate, we can just send a new push at 6 and have folks join us. But
okay, then let's bring questions in. What I'm going to do, and we're going to get ready, so that we can show folks at 6. I'm going to kind of work through putting together my show that I would have had, and we'll talk and kind of narrate through that portion of what we're doing here. So we'll kind of do that. I'll have you re-rack stuff behind the scenes so that we can run 6 when the time comes. And so we'll kind of get rolling on that. That sound good, Gabe?
It sounds good. Just making sure if I click the button for the 6 o'clock, it won't turn you off, right?
It will not turn me off.
Okay.
Yeah, it does not automatically put it in play. So yeah, go for it.
All right.
Okay, let's bring in our chat here where folks are, talking about that. Yes, the suspenders have arrived. It's just because it's really hot in this room. Got a lot of computers, makes it warm. And I try to be somewhat quiet for the rest of the family. That's a lie. They all know it. Everyone hears me. I'm checking with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. I don't show any of them as online and streaming at this moment here as they're still getting into position. So as I'm looking with that, please stay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and stay here. I would say now let's talk. I can broad brush. So the funny thing is that I have a really hard time tonight telling you timing because there's nothing that is formed, and you got to have something formed, right? Like you can be ready to swing for a pitch. We've been doing a lot of baseball this year, right? But like you're not going to swing until the pitch comes out of the pitcher's hand, right? And so the pitch hasn't come out of the pitcher's hand. It's just still there fiddling with the ball back behind him. So that's what makes timing tricky is we got to have one to know that we're going to have some. And at this point, thank God, we have not had initiation of any thunderstorms. So with that said, if you're down here in, say, the Golden Triangle, I think the odds of you seeing a tornado are pretty low, all things considered. Not impossible, weird stuff happens, but I would say pretty low. And I think that's pretty well summed up looking at the tornado threat here. I just don't think you're going to see it. So if you're on here worried about tornado threat tonight, Golden Triangle, I'm not concerned. Tomorrow night, it's a different story. Up here in Northwest Mississippi, again, the odds are nowhere near as great as they are farther north. But this is a high impact, low confidence situation. So again, a strong tornado is still possible if that storm can get going. There's just not a lot that are getting going at this time. So y'all can stick with me. I'm going to start setting up my 6 o'clock show here. I'm going to leave the comments up. We'll kind of talk through it. I'll somewhat narrate as we go through this. But basically, you're going to see me putting together the 6 o'clock show in the 9 minutes we have between then and now. I'm not going to necessarily go through all the graphics as we do it, but I am going to get some things in here and ready to go correctly. So it's going to be a bunch of stuff just kind of moving around on me as I go through and do this. So I apologize for that there. Here's what, and Gabe, I don't know if you want to try to answer some questions back there. We can toss to you to answer some questions for a moment. If that would be okay, that might buy folks a minute so it's not just absolute whiplash behind me while we're doing that. So Gabe, I'm going to toss over to you for a minute here for that. and then we'll come back to me.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Which if we want to go to the chroma, we can do that, or we can, let me see. Okay, perfect. We'll just stay at the BAM. And I'll pull up some stuff there behind the scenes, but I'll go ahead and answer your questions as well. You know, a lot of you asking, what about specifically my location? And that's something that that we're trying to answer as we go through the broadcast. And one of the big things that we've been talking about over and over and over again is the initialization. And it's really hard to track these out when models have not done well with the initialization. And so one of the things that we're working to do is use what models have, but also use current radar and use a term that we call nowcast, which is a forecast for what we have currently. And currently there is not a lot, and that's one of the things that's limiting our severe weather potential, thankfully. But you know, one of the things that I'm looking at here behind the scenes, and I will work to drag this over, is some of our surface observations. So as we talked about a moment ago, we have more of a primed atmosphere. So if these are to initialize, some of the dew points there are reading in the low 70s towards Greenwood, over there towards Cleveland, up there towards Memphis, closer to around 68, 66 Memphis, and 67 towards the Golden Triangle. Now, upper 60s is enough to keep these storms going, but the storms haven't initialized yet. They haven't broken the cap. There is some more initialization happening out there closer to Grenada. That is one cell that I was looking at behind the scenes that's picking up steam. I don't even want to use that term because it's still got a ways of way to go, but it is at least trying to build in strength as we head further into the 6 o'clock hour. So we still have a lot of time before that becomes anything too interesting. And that's one of the things we'll look at coming up at 6, but that's kind of where we expect those cells to form, is out towards the west where the atmosphere is a bit more primed. Even out towards Arkansas, we do have current radar overlaid right there. So if I zoom things in right here, let me see if I can manually do that here behind the scenes. So right there, and this is a different form of radar. This is something that I'm using through the Storm Prediction Center's website. You can see how it does have some showers, but we're not talking about storms. If the moment we put these a little bit more towards the north, you can see that we are getting more of that thunderstorm development. That's where we have a little bit better conditions, a little bit better of that initializing point, and that's why we're getting some more of that activity compared to what we have down here, where we're really pulling teeth to try and get a shower or storm down here towards eastern Arkansas or western Mississippi. But right now, that's a good thing, and hopefully as we head into sunset, that'll continue to be the case, because as Matt mentioned, we can't add sunlight. Once that sun does set, that kind of takes away a lot of the initialization that we were talking about just a moment ago. So that's one of the things we're looking at, but of course we are using all of our tools here at Mississippi Live Weather to make sure that is a bit better. We're also looking at some of that energy, some of that fuel that we were talking about, and there is still a good bit focused there towards, this always just gets, there we go, gets in a different spot. We are still looking at a pretty high energy atmosphere out there in the Delta, and that's another reason why we're paying attention specifically to that area as those showers begin to initiate and move east. So looking behind the scenes, Matt, if you are able to pull up the chat on this, I do not know how to do that on this specific shot right here. So if you want to do that behind the scenes, I would be happy to answer some questions that you guys have and keep you guys updated. So they made the comment earlier that the cap is holding on. That is in our favor, so I think holding is good break. Yeah, so the cap is doing us a huge favor. The cap is limiting that potential, and that, of course, keeps our severe weather potential lower and lower as each minute passes. So that's a very good sign so far, because a lot of our models this afternoon, I remember looking at it and I was telling my wife, it's like, yeah, go to your mom's because there's a storm shelter, and if a tornado were to form, then I don't want her in a place where she doesn't have a safe place to go. So now looking at it, I'm almost tempted to say, let's rearrange those plans. Haven't fully gotten to that point yet, but as each minute passes, my confidence is increasing that hopefully she won't have to go. But we'll see how that goes through the rest of the evening, but we are looking good so far, and that is a really big part of it. We appreciate all of you guys for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather and tuning in. One of the things behind the scenes right now, for those that are just joining us, we are working to prepare the show for 6 o'clock. Figured might as well keep it going for any questions that you may have. So if you do have any questions, put those in the chat. We'll be happy to go over that, whether it's myself here in the next 5 minutes or our chief meteorologist, Matt Laupon, coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. But we just appreciate your support. How is Boonville looking for tonight? The further east you go, and I'll bring it back to surface observations, the further east you go, the less unstable air there is. We're looking at mid-60s there towards Tishomingo County, right there towards the Red Bay area. That's not nearly as primed as what we have out there towards Cleveland or Greenwood. There in the low 70s. So the further east you go, the more stable that air is in the grand scheme of things. And as we look at the area out there towards Boonville, not far away from Tishomingo County, so that's why we need these storms to initialize in the delta before they can carry over east at any form or fashion. Can you explain CAP, please? So Matt did a great analogy earlier on at 5 o'clock with putting a lid on the pot. Eventually that steam will work its way up once you get that boiling water, but if you put a lid on it, the steam doesn't rise. It works to kind of prevent it from rising too much more, so we have to break that cap. The lid has to come off the pot before we can get some of that heat to rise, those storm tops to rise, and those storms to mature as a result. So that's the best way that was a great way to put it, and I'm gonna honestly use that in the future when explaining CAP, because that definitely explains it in a clear-cut way. So asking about, again, specific areas, we'll go through that on our future cast coming up at 6 o'clock here in the next couple of minutes. So you'll want to stay tuned for that as we track this county by county with current radar. And like I said, use nowcasting to address it here behind the scenes. Yeah, so there's an explanation of CAP right there. How is Winston County looking for tonight? Again, it's in an area where we need those storms to form before our concern starts to climb for any severe weather. So how is Corinth looking for the tornado risk? Well, right now, let me see if I can work behind the scenes to get up the severe weather outlook up, because we are getting those shows together. So I can show you that real quick. So as we look right here, and I'll work to make sure that's a good view for you guys, and we scroll down, this is a look at the overall severe weather outlook. I know it's more of on a broad scale, but this is directly from the website. That level 3 risk is in parts from northwest Mississippi, and that slight risk extending right along the trace, if not a little bit east of the trace as well, and a level 1 risk for the rest of us here in North Mississippi. What stands out is going to be those areas where the tornado is possible. While the confidence isn't nearly as high as what they have up there towards the Boot Heel of Missouri and southwest Illinois, there is still that potential of not only getting a tornado, but getting a strong tornado at that. That's what these hatched areas are, is to indicate a possible EF2 tornado, or maybe even an EF3 tornado just going a little bit north there of the Tennessee state line. So that's our concern. If these storms were to form, and so far we've been lucky, but if they were to form and move into this unstable air mass, then they have the potential to increase in strength by a good margin. So we're not talking about, weak tornadoes, all things considered, but hopefully we don't get any tornadoes at all, right? So as we look at the wind potential, that's where we're getting that level 3 risk to move into northwest Mississippi, because it does have an area where if these storms are to form, we are going to get those strong winds. Whether they're tornadic or straight line, they're still going to be impactful, and that could result in some sporadic outages, some of the damage to homes, even some damage to trees falling on vehicles. And, we've seen it all here in North Mississippi, unfortunately, so all too familiar with that. Praying it skips over Clarksdale. So far, the prayers have been working, so keep them coming, because that is definitely working to limit our potential here in North Mississippi, and we would like that to carry over into the evening hours as well. Of course, one thing behind the scenes that we're going to be doing is having team efforts around the clock here on Mississippi Live Weather, starting this evening at 5, 6, 9, and 10 with our regularly broadcast shows. If we need to cut in early, we will cut in early. And overnight as well, we are going to be keeping eyes on this. So don't worry. If you need to go to sleep, you can go to sleep. As long as you have those layers of protection to keep you updated, we're going to have eyes on this directly all night long to make sure that we're keeping you guys safe. So keep it here for the latest. We are a weather-centric channel, and especially here for North Mississippi, and we want to keep you guys safe and informed. So that's always the goal. That's what we expect to do even tonight, Matt. I mean, the suspenders are already out, right?
It's hot in here. We're hoping maybe we'll scare it away with suspenders.
There you go.
That's a possibility as well. Okay. Mississippi Live Weather here at 6 o'clock starts right now.
How do you know if your roofer is actually telling you the truth or just trying to sell you something you don't need? I'm Chris with Absolute Restoration. When we come out, we don't tell you what's wrong. We show you with photos, videos, and documentation. You'll see exactly what we see so you can make your own decision. And we back our work with a 50-year warranty and a 25-year algae warranty. Plus, no cost upgrades with 0% financing and no payment for 6 months.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
Well, thanks for sticking with us now. We are at Mississippi Live Weather at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpon, along with our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, who you heard from a moment ago, our Maggie McCauley and Kayla Bettleblue in the field preparing for the potential and hopefully the unrealized potential for severe weather as we go through tonight. Our severe weather risk, level 3 out of 5 for locations such as Tunica and South Haven. The greatest chance is going to be to the north and west, the most limited chance toward the south and east. Now, many of us will see thunderstorms at some point tonight. The hope, the goal, the prayer is that most of those thunderstorms remain below severe limits. Looking at the tornado risk, it is not high. Period. The tornado risk is not high, but if one forms, it could be strong. And as Gabe mentioned a moment ago, the strongest just to our north and west. Anytime we're starting to talk about EF2 and greater tornadoes, that's when we're starting to cause damage to well-built structures. That's why it's so important to pay close attention. Damaging winds, also a possibility. And one of the things that could get enhanced by this is as storms eventually do develop, and we will have some storms develop, the spots where we have lesser moisture to the east is where, as that rain hits that somewhat drier air, it evaporates more effectively and you kick out some stronger wind gusts. Thus, that wind gust threat does continue later in this evening, but less likely to see destructive wind gusts, in my mind, than what we're looking at for tomorrow. Because yes, unfortunately, we have a severe weather threat tomorrow. Our large hail potential, everybody's included. Most likely spot to see significant hail up there in excess of 1.5 inches on our True Shield hail threat. Hail risk here is going to be for locations in the northern and western portion of the area. That's where these isolated supercell rotating thunderstorms are most likely. So looking at the first 12 here, we're going to have more thunderstorms as we go into the evening. But Gabe, we are already off on percentages here because storms have not initialized. One of the things Gabe mentioned a moment ago is we have a cap. We have this inversion on the atmosphere. Basically, if you go up, there's a place where the temperature does not allow storms to try to bust through. See, you've heard warm air rises, right? Well, warm air rises until the air around it is warmer than it, at which point it doesn't rise anymore. It rises because the air around it's generally cooler. So in an unstable atmosphere, that's the way things work. Well, what we have out there now is we have a layer where it's a little bit warmer, and that warmer layer is preventing storms from forming. The thing is it's really bubbling up below that. And if something can bust through, everything else is in place for tornadoes. That's why it is a low confidence, high impact event. Very low confidence that we're developing tornadoes at this point. But if one can form, okay, well, there you go. We could have some real issues related to that. Mama Justice, Doppler radar. We're going to look kind of on the wider shot because look at this. We have just a few of these itty bitty little showers out there. That's it. That's the reason why we don't have a tornado watch presently in place here for North Mississippi. Storm Prediction Center, the folks that put out the watches, they put one out to the north of us, but you'll notice there's not a single warning. If you look toward use the Tennessee state line as your threshold there, within 220 miles of the Tennessee state line, you can see where that cap is holding, and we are all involved. Thank the Lord to this point. Now, no guarantees it will continue to hold, but at least we have that working in our advantage at this point and time. And here's the reason why. As we go back and check out a couple of locations, mentioned this a minute ago, and I think I'm going to actually have to go to a different version here of Mama Justice Doppler. So give me a moment to kind of pull that off. So this is that strong tornado risk that Gabe was mentioning a little bit ago that I was talking about as well. But we do have a couple little showers out there that have popped up, and I think some comparisons are important. It is a hazy, not particularly super humid look out of our Tupelo camera. It looks like that reporting station has taken this hour off with everything except for the dew point, which is the number I actually cared about there. And that dew point coming in 64, south winds, fairly breezy at this point in time. That's looking toward a shower that's just south of Tupelo. Back on Mama Justice Doppler show that one there. Again, this is, believe it or not, probably, I would bet money, probably rotating. And you might say, wait, what? How is that even possible? Let's make it a 1 hour loop here. Let's see if that kind of pops up out of nowhere. But you see how limited it is? It's not tall enough. It can't break through. Now, it's absolutely trying. Put it to now. Let's go 3D. Do a 3D look at this. And we're not going to do this for all of these, but I want to show you how this one, so I kind of cut on and put on all the returns with it for a second. And I might have to get rid of the grays. There we are. See how the top of this storm is just not particularly high. We're also fairly close to the radar site there as well. But there's just not a lot going on up there very high. And yet if I check a little bit of the rotation on it, maybe, I don't know, not even hardly showing it on the lowest scan there. Let's go up a scan or two. See, it's barely even showing up on there. So again, a sign that these are just underwhelming to this point, and hopefully a trend that continues. But compare that for a second, though, to if we go out to Pittsburgh, where our camera there is just a little bit more humidity. It looks like that one is not showing up. But there's a shower we're looking at back toward Greenville, and you can see it's fairly flat. Just not a lot of updraft potential really forcing that up. That's a good sign on there. Let's go out to Greenville, because you go all the way out to Greenville and you are more in the zone for everything there because of this. That measure of moisture coming in 73. That's pretty high. And so that's one of the things that will help. It's hazier, as you can see. It's warmer. And so that combination will probably produce more in the way of tornadoes for locations that direction, or more likely to. The large hail, the damaging wind, the whole lot. More likely for spots that direction. So here's a kind of quick, wide look at Futurecast, and we're going to look a lot more at this here in a couple of minutes. But Futurecast, the first thing that you'll see on this is that it is immediately overdoing everything, right? You're telling me that between now and 7 o'clock, we're going to go from nothing to this? Absolutely wrong. That's good for us, because this particular projection, and there's a few others, are what everybody's forecasting this off of. This is where we break that cap. The reality has not happened, and that is working in our favor. Now, at some point, we probably do break out some thunderstorms, but that's the reason why I'm not zooming in super duper close at that one that I guarantee you when we look at rotation in a minute is going to be showing a big old rotation track there, is because the storm now doesn't exist. Now, we will have some that do develop at some point, and it's very reasonable we get some large hail, some damaging winds, and perhaps a tornado threat out of those. But for 6:07 on this Monday, this is the best case scenario, what we're looking at right now that we could possibly ask for. At some point, storms will start forming. They will train where they follow the same line from time to time, and that's going to dump 4 more inches of rainfall for some spots in the next 24 to 36 hours. Because as you can see, even into tomorrow morning, some of those exact spots like Greenville I was showing you a second ago, it's just more storms and more storms and more storms for some of those exact locations there, unfortunately, before we get a little bit of a break, and more storms for more of us as we head into the afternoon. So as we look at the next 24 hours, probably have some to start tomorrow, a bit of a break as the atmosphere is potentially worked over. But one of the biggest issues forecast-wise for the meteorologist, maybe not for you at home, but for the meteorologist, is the fuel is still there. If we're not activating it today, all our models are thinking, oh, we're going to gobble up all this fuel, right? And so looking at what we have out there for tomorrow, if we don't gobble up the fuel today, there's more fuel available tomorrow, and that could enhance the risk for tomorrow. So again, one of the things that, again, 6 of one, half dozen another, we are unfortunately shifting some of that threat then toward tomorrow. Now, coming up here in 60 seconds, we will look at the threats for tomorrow. Use our triple threat, a Mississippi Live exclusive, to look at the instantaneous rotation, hail, and damaging wind potential out of these storms and assess all 3 of those threats at the same time. And before we go to break, I do want to take a moment of silence here for all those that lost their lives 15 years ago today. I'll tell you right now, I don't remember the 6 o'clock news. I've seen video of the 6 o'clock news that day, but I can tell you as soon as it was over, I went home and bawled my eyes out. And I'm a man, I'm not afraid to say that. It was an awful day. I know that anytime there's a severe weather risk on this day, that could be triggering for some. Things have gone our direction today. But this will not, on any, even in the worst case scenario from here on out, be as traumatic and terrible as that day was. So our thoughts, our prayers are with those that lost their lives 15 years ago today. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a moment of silence in black before we move on with this Mississippi Live at 6. But let's all take a moment of silence for those folks that lost their lives 15 years ago.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
For the first time anywhere, a digital-only weather source has been nominated for not one, but 2 Emmy Awards. This is the 25th nomination I've been humbled to receive over the years, and while accolades are great, we're just proud to deliver the weather coverage that you deserve. Thank you, North Mississippi, for supporting us here at Mississippi Live. This portion of Mississippi Live Weather is presented by Little's Jewelers.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovhawn.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live at 6. We're looking from Ackerman at kind of the only storm that is somewhat heavier out there. In the commercial break, I was checking Mama Justice Doppler. We got a couple that are showing a little more red, getting a little more intense. Hopefully don't get too much. But looking from Ackerman back toward the north and west, it's really hazy, and that's the moisture we have out there in the atmosphere. It's kind of messing up our visibility at this time. But 68 there in Ackerman. We're hoping that this is going to be somewhat moisture starved. I'm looking at what we call echo tops on Mama Justice Doppler, where we see some of those oranges. That shows that the tops of this thunderstorm extending up, somewhere in the neighborhood of around 40,000 feet. Let's go back a couple scans here. We're trying to see it was about 40,000 feet a few minutes ago as well. So that has been kind of the point at which storms have not been able to bust through, and they've kind of gone through and collapsed. So our hope is that this will collapse like the rest of those storms. In the break, it looked about like that. Still has some red on it. We'll get you a storm track, just like the one up here south of Shannon for just a moment. Let's get kind of a loop on this. Let's make it a 30-minute loop because the storms haven't really been around much longer than 30 minutes at this point. So that's where we're at now. So I show about 30 miles per hour, maybe 35 miles per hour, how fast that storm is going. And again, I don't know that it holds on a whole lot longer, but we'll track that. Again, 35 out here, generally toward Calhoun City and Pittsboro. Calhoun City, we show 644 for you. Durham at 646. Pittsboro, we're looking about 653. Vardaman, 656. And the Houston, 712. Of course, that's moving right toward our newest camera in our North Mississippi Storm Chaser Network, and that is in the Pittsboro area. Looking back toward this storm, and I'm going to have to actually probably change the angle just a little bit on this if I can. IJKLMNOP. All my cameras in alphabetical order, and we are blessed that we have more than a few to work off of there. I think this particular one this particular thing has to be bringing up the wrong camera. Let me do it a backward way here for a second. Let's take that out. Let's bring in Pittsboro this way, because that's the second time I've tried that, and I double-checked it, PITTS, Pittsboro map. We're going to play along. Nope, looks like that one's just not going to play with us today, so I'll worry about fixing that after the broadcast, unless this one's going to work. There we are. There's Pittsboro. Apologize for that. trying to get that right. Okay, so now we're looking from Pittsburgh kind of back into it, and you can see it just looks kind of hazy and gray. I can sort of make out some vertical development right there. I'm going to see if I can tilt the camera up a little higher to try to catch something higher up on the storm. Be a moment to do that. We'll tilt up. Yeah, I don't think it goes any higher than that there. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it's going to take it a second. This particular link I use here runs a little bit slower. So give me just a moment here while that tilts up. Well, okay, it's taking its time on that. Don't want to hold everyone on it while this is just misbehaving. But I was able to see behind the scenes. I guess I'll show you my behind the scenes version of this since it's at least working. I was looking at the edge there on the tops of this, and so how crisp that was. It still looks like we might have had some vertical development going on that storm. So that one getting a little bit heavier and a little bit stronger potentially. So we're not to the end of that one because I can see right there that top kind of protruding out. Okay, so let's come back over here on Mama Justice Doppler. Apologize for that very, very slow and long-winded sidebar there. Same thing, I mean, basically showing up with this storm that's kind of popped up here near Okolona and Amory. This is, again, not strong by any stretch of the imagination. Just a shower. Let's get you a track, though. Nonetheless, we're going to assume it's moving about the same, 30 to 35. And so you can see there, Hatley about 621 for you, Smithville 632, Detroit 649, and Hamilton, Alabama 713. No severe weather potential out of this one. And I think that's thankfully the headline on the wider shot as well. I have more storms that are starting to go up. These are going to start testing the cap a little bit more. There's almost no way we're going to see zero storms for tonight, but every minute we buy later into the evening is one that helps us out. Now, one concern I do have looking at this is the positioning on where these are going up. They're going up right along the Arkansas state line. And so that is farther east than projections had that happening. I'm going to think about that in a minute as we're looking through some of these models and how that's going to kind of play into this. But that's an interesting development, so to speak, I guess, and in real life, it's an interesting development. So coverage of storms increasing. Gabe in the commercial break, taking our pops down there a little bit more for 8 p.m., up to 40% or so, we'll say by 11. So most of the storms arriving overnight. Most of the tornado threat should be prior to that. So next 5 or 6 hours, probably more likely time for us to see tornadoes if and or when we see it. A strong tornado remains possible, but confidence remains fairly low, all things considered. Damaging wind gusts a possibility, large hail as well, and then multiple rounds of rainfall. High confidence in this. Somebody's going to have flooding over the next couple of days. So let's look at triple threat, Mississippi Live exclusive here. And I'm going to take this out of play so we can make this move really, really slow for you. So first thing that you will notice is that it already expects that we should have had storms forming, right? Out in the Arkansas and moving there toward Greenville. Those storms don't exist. So while this is more conservative than our other model, it also is still overdoing the current storms somewhat. It does say if and when they form, they'll probably be putting down a bit of hail, probably be kicking out a rotation track that I can also see below that storm there on that projection, and moving more directly east. Now, there's kind of two bogeys here, and this is the point. This is why I talk about unlimited potential. Clearly, our eyes are drawn to these two for a reason, because these are some of the stronger, right? And we anticipate that we're not going to have just a wall of tornado-producing thunderstorms. It might be 1 or 2 storms, and if they can get going and tall enough and rotate, they'll produce a tornado. And luckily, there were a lot of ands I put in that sentence. Notice how one thing that this definitely does is there's almost a magic line that runs right here, east of Chula, Grenada, Bruce, Boonville, eastward. Everything east of this that I'm standing over top of, everybody I'm standing over top of right now, it's like there's a magic line there. There's not a magic line. There's more fuel out there. There's less fuel over here. And as storms move over here, they're going to have less of an ability to be able to rotate, produce wind damage, and hail. So some benefits, some positives there, kind of looking at this, that are being realized on this. Now, I'm going to check specifically for a moment. Hold on. Give me just a second here for a second. I apologize for that. It's the second time today I've put my finger on the power button on my laptop, trying to reach over and delete something. So luckily we didn't do that. Okay, so let's get rid of the hail, which, as we've shown you a moment ago, is a possibility. And now we'll concentrate just on the rotation. What we do not have on here are a lot of super bright bands outside of storms that should already exist. Brightest band you see here is from a storm that does not exist yet. So then the idea is what's the atmosphere capable of if it's developing at an hour later? And looking at this, the answer is it's not capable of as strong as tornadoes. So every minute we go forward without tornadoes is a minute that works to our benefit to limit our severe weather potential, in my opinion. Going overnight, you don't see a whole lot of rotation tracks out of any of that. Even into tomorrow, though this does have kind of a complex of storms moving in from the north in the morning, and that's interesting and vastly different than what we were looking at 5 o'clock on some of our other projections. It has additional storms developing in the afternoon, and yes, those do have stronger rotation tracks, a lot more rotation tracks. But I think this is more a big wall of wind than it's going to be the rotation. So spin up tornado is a possibility, but I would say that is more wind than tornado rotation. And in some cases on this shows that some of those storms could be kicking out 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So it has the strongest of those down here closer to Cleveland and Greenwood. I'm going to back it up to tonight for a moment and check the wind potential on that, just to double check that. Again, from storms that don't exist now, I don't see much damaging wind potential there. So things are definitely looking our direction on this in a positive way. This is Triple Threat again, an exclusive here to Mississippi Live. Before we leave this, I'm going to look on a broader sense here for just a moment, and we're going to look beyond the next day or so, because there are additional rain and storm chances later this week. As you can see, Wednesday's threats are primarily south, but we're not that far removed from, again, some rotation, some damaging wind threat, some tornado threat. Thursday, back again onto the plains. As we go toward Friday, early morning, another big complex of wind with some rotation and tornado threat to closer to the Jackson area. And then additional thunderstorms possible, maybe even Friday afternoon. We will see on our strike model. This is still well to the west of us, but by Friday night, severe weather potential could exist into early Saturday once again as well. So pattern remains very active going forward over the remainder of this week. Hopefully we can dodge as many bullets as possible. We'll see whether or not we're that fortunate. So again, Futurecast overdoing storm coverage right now. Period. End of story. Now, this is a different version of Futurecast than what we showed you at the beginning. Our HR model comes out once an hour. What I'm looking for is the trend in this. So give me a moment to go back a graphic. It's going to go back to this, and then I'm going to force it back onto the graphic that we were just on, because I want to see how it begins. See, it still begins with too many storms. Good. So this is overdone once again. Even with this overdone, let's watch here in North Mississippi. I'm going to step to the other side here, and I'm not probably going to zoom around as much as I usually do. I'm going to try to see if I can wedge myself over here. See if we can even develop. See, this is going to take some of those into Tennessee if they can get going. Right, turn them down here into Tippah, maybe Prentiss County. This would have some rotation on it. And again, that's where that tornado threat comes in potentially. We've just got to break the cap, and we haven't done it to this point. And hopefully we don't. Again, those storms, again, moving in from Arkansas. How many of these have you seen that developed over North Mississippi that got this strong? The answer is none. So they're going to have to develop someplace else, or maybe right at the Mississippi-Arkansas state line, if they're going to maintain themselves, because the fuel is greater to the west. Even into early tomorrow, Again, widespread showers and storms, still a very real possibility overnight with flooding rainfall, potentially out of the strongest of those 5, 6, 7 a.m. Still some storms out there. So looking at Futurecast going, again, this is our strike model. And to show that there, again, some of those that have some rotation with them in similar spots, but notice how they all die out as they move eastward. I think this is probably closer to reality. That's why our triple threat is based on the strike model there. And I think it's done a good job on that. That's why it has lesser rotation potential farther east. As we go toward tomorrow morning, though, and this is how this is all linked, right? This is all linked because if we don't have overnight storms or storms the next few hours, we don't turn over the atmosphere, there's more fuel as a wave comes in early tomorrow. And see, this still has more thunderstorms that continue into the day. So rotation tracks, overdone. Absolutely, 100% overdone here. And even then, if you're down here in Houston, Eupora, Amory, Columbus, Macon, Louisville, Kosciuszko, Winona watching us, you'll notice even in the overdone scenario, the threat just isn't there for tornadoes tonight. Now, there'll be rumbles, there'll be some hail, a little bit of that rotation. And see, this is waiting all the way to early tomorrow morning before it gets to there. That was a pretty good line of wind there with that batch that moved from Greenville to Kosciuszko in that 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. time period there. That's why you want to check out our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, who will be updating things. She'll be on live with you 6:30, 7:30 tomorrow morning for Mississippi Live this morning. She'll have updates if there are any issues there. Myself or Gabe Maynor will be watching things here in the studio between now and then as necessary, obviously, as well. Appreciate Maggie. Appreciate all of you for your support of her and what we do here on Mississippi Live Weather, okay? So now let's look at tomorrow. Obviously, mid-60s out there at the beginning of the day, above normal temperature-wise for the first part of your Tuesday morning. School bus forecast. We're going to probably have some thunderstorms around early. We'll have a few in the afternoon. Most of our projections, that I've just spent the last 15 minutes completely throwing under the bus. So do we trust them? Most of our projections wait until late tomorrow in the afternoon and evening to start producing our severe weather potential. Let's take a look at that. I'm hoping that means we miss a large chunk of the day. Here's our severe weather risk, level 3 out of 5. Greatest number of reports in this orange area. We have more locations in the orange area for tomorrow than we've had for today. We look at the tornado risk. Everybody has at least a limited tornado risk, and that is a difference from today, whereas today it's primarily north and west, and it's a greater high-end potential because when we look at the potential for maybe a strong tornado, that's primarily west of us. Now, this is also assuming we get the storms tonight that haven't happened. With more fuel, this might have to be pulled farther east. Damaging wind, that's the greatest risk, the main likelihood we will see. And as I've said over and over again, trees are weaker because of the ice storm. So it's easier for them to knock down strong wind gusts. Now, the folks at the Storm Prediction Center have not put on one of these yet, one of those potential intensities on destructive wind risk. I might disagree with that a little bit looking at projections, but more on that here in a minute. Large hail potential, all locations, level 2 out of 5. And then the most significant hail, largest hail, back to the north and west. So here is Futurecast for tomorrow. Again, looking at the same model that I've spent the last 20 minutes trashing, which assumes we've had storms today. And based on that assumption, it assumes that the atmosphere is worked over and tired through today, tomorrow. So when we look at this, say 9, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and it shows a couple storms pop up and die, that's assuming, again, the atmosphere has been worked over. If it's not worked over, there's more fuel and more possibility that some of those get stronger. But even tomorrow, we expect the fuel for thunderstorms is going to be greatest to the west, and that will then make it to where storms will probably form west and move into North Mississippi once again. So we show 2, 3, 4 o'clock, those thunderstorms near the Mississippi-Arkansas state line. More fuel to work off of if they don't really get worked over tonight as well. Some rotation out of those storms, and that's where at least some of the tornado threat will come for tomorrow and extend 4, 5 o'clock. Obviously, Arkansas getting hit much worse than we are here in North Mississippi, but a few of these still with rotation, still with hail, still with wind potential through that time period there. But it's when we start looking at this big thing, this strong line of wind that's going to try to move from west to east through the area. This is the one that's going to move, in some cases, 60, 65 miles per hour. And that's the one that's going to produce the potential for tornadoes, even despite the fact strong winds, maybe 60 to 70 miles per hour, are going to be its headline. It's most likely probably to produce that. But on the edges of that, a potential that it could try to produce a tornado. And when we're looking down here toward Yazoo City, any storms that are south and east of this, and we're talking about you for Philadelphia, for Yazoo City, down here closer to central Mississippi, if storms are south of that, they could potentially have more fuel to work off of. And that could then enhance, if they can get by themselves, a little bit of rotation on those. This is mainly heavy rainfall by 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow evening. Now, we need to go back and we need to check out the latest on that strike model for this time period, because I have straight trashed the HRRR all day. Here we are. Just give me a moment. I'm going to force this to do the right amount of time. There we go. Okay. So again, this shows that tomorrow morning, this has some more isolated storms around through the morning. And the reason for that is because we don't see as many storms this evening. And so there's a little more fuel around. So it expects, one thing that I notice here is that you would have some kind of a boundary here that should initiate some storms. And if a storm can attach to that, that would enhance maybe a little bit of rotation. I think 1 to 2 o'clock, that's still a bit of a tall task to ask. But this storm it has up here toward Ripley, the angle on it's interesting. But again, some rotation with that could potentially be one that tries to produce tornadoes tomorrow afternoon. So notice how these storms in Mississippi at, say, even 3, 4, 5 o'clock are stronger on the strike model than they are on the HRRR. It's catching the trend, less storms tonight, stronger storms tomorrow. So that's what shows, again, slow rotating. I mean, that's probably big hail out of that too. 1.5 inch size hail, reasonable based on that perspective there. And then probably a pretty good strong line of storms with one of these with some strong wind that does not have as well advertised big burst of wind as the last one I showed you a moment ago. So takeaway on this here, in my opinion, is that I think strike's doing better. And I'm going to bring Gabe in here for a second. I want his opinion on something here as I'm thinking through this. You know, Gabe, last week we would show strike, and it didn't have hardly anything out here for Monday, right?
Yeah.
Like, you remember that? I remember like Friday, it had virtually nothing. And we're like, well, there's going to be something. Well, here's Monday. And the virtually nothing strike had is to this point correct. Now, there's some isolated storms there. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's nothing. And these easily, if they can break through, I mean, they have, you know, what I call LP supercell look, low precipitation supercell sort of look to them. So weird stuff can happen. Like that one there, I mean, that looks like a storm that on the plains starts rotating that, you know, by the time it gets out here to Como and Senatobia is producing a tornado. There's a lot of moisture out there. I don't know that that's going to bust through the cap. So we're far from over. But the hand so far we've been dealt is not the worst.
Oh, definitely not. No, it's definitely a favorable environment so far, favorable event. Let's just hope that maintains because, as you know, we probably still have, an hour until sunset, hour and a half until sunset. So that's what I'm curious about is here in the next hour, how things go with those cells and if anything else were to advance. I think one of the biggest things that you pointed out, though, was the fact that these have formed east of the Mississippi River. And as those were advancing on models, as those were advancing through eastern Arkansas across the river into North Mississippi, they had a very favorable environment. Now that they're
and we're going to talk a lot more about that favorable environment coming up after the break.
Okay.
But I'm going to show 7-day forecast. That's one of the things I want you to hold that thought for a moment. Right after the break, we're going to come right back to that there and see if you can pull up some stuff to show that kind of contrast between those two environments. Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay. Right after the break, we're going to get that from our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. I do want to show 7-day forecast real quick here for just a moment, just to make sure that we have given that out there to folks. But again, tomorrow, thunderstorm chances, quite a few. Strike is not quite as aggressive as our HRRR model is. for tomorrow, and strike is a lot closer today. Wednesday, some thunderstorms, southern portion of the area, limited storm chances Thursday and Friday, and we'll look more at this with the crossover toward the latter part of this week, and some of those chances might even break out storm finder with that coming up here in a minute as well. By the weekend, things are drier and cooler, and yeah, that's right, mid-40s out there by Sunday morning. Gabe should be prepared to discuss whether or not FROST is a possibility with that. I think that would really be pushing it. That's some of the things we'll talk about here coming up in 60 seconds. And Mississippi Live Weather continues. We'll also answer your questions, and we're going to dig more into the current environment and storm potential this evening right after this.
People tell me how lucky my daughter is to have been adopted. But really, we're the lucky ones. Learn more at adoptuskids.org.
What I thought was a complete life was nowhere near complete. But it is now.
Learn about adopting a teen at adoptuskids.org.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
Okay, watching Mississippi Live Weather here at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpine. We have some cameras out here back looking into some of these storms. Out in Crenshaw is an example of one of these. Again, just these don't look particularly impressive. Pretty hazy out there, kind of a little bit difficult to kind of get a real shot of that there. But yeah, that's, again, looking at one of those storms. There's a lot of fuel, a lot more fuel out there at 70-degree dew point. That's high enough to still produce tornadoes. So still, this isn't a zone. We still need to be thinking and preparing for the potential that things could eventually develop our direction. I do want to, Gabe, if you'll pull up that MCD that just came out a second ago there, we'll talk to you about that here in a moment. Back on Mama Justice Doppler radar, I'm going to look at the measures of moisture out there, that dew point. We talked about this a lot more at 5 o'clock. See how this has evolved between the 5 o'clock and the 6 o'clock broadcast. Still showing some spots where that's a lot of fuel out there near Clarksdale. We show the dew point up maybe mid-70s. That's a ton of fuel. That's the reason why those storms are developing right there. That's kind of the peak of fuel, right? Because you go farther east, the values are more limited. A lot of spots. That shows that 71. I think that, I don't know that I believe that 71 it shows there on the Chickasaw-Monroe County line. I don't have any reporting stations that agree with that. I think there's got to be some interpolation going on there. But mid-70s is enough. And so that's perfectly the reason why these storms are going up right there on the state line. I'm going to bring Gabe in here for a second. If he has that MCD ready, we can pop up something else while we're waiting for that to pop up as well. But Gabe, you're looking at those observations in more detail. And it does look like in some cases, I think farther east, I think they're overdone. Is that fair?
Farther east, like towards Alabama?
like the 60. Yeah. Because when I was looking at dew points here, I should have this little area between Tupelo and I see 67 Monroe County, mid 60s up there in Tishomingo County. I just don't see it. I don't see any reason why that would be the case.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you clearly have the two sections. You have a more favorable environment towards the river, and there is instability.
Less favorable, right?
Yeah, less favorable. In layman's terms, yes, exactly. And so one of the things that they're talking about with the recent mesoscale discussion is the fact that you don't have a ton of forcing. And one of the things that I was looking at were the difference in the winds. And if I'm able to scroll up here, and I'll actually have to go a little bit to the west as well. Look at the immediate wind shift. You have a southerly flow in some form or fashion, and then a northwesterly flow. That difference, that's the forcing that they're talking about that's helping these storms initiate in this this favorable environment. I meant to say unstable and favorable, and those came together. So favorable environment. Yeah. So whenever we're talking about down here in North Mississippi, let me drag it back, and you'll be able to see this a little bit better. I mean, there's nothing that's forcing these storms to happen. These are basically convection that's allowing these storms to take place out there in the Delta, allowing those to initiate. There's just not a forcing that's kind of driving that formation. It's more so just developing in an unstable area. They expect that to continue here in the next hour. They did say it is still favorable for hail as well as tornadoes. Watch issuance, they're saying about 60% right now. So that has come down from the 80% we were talking about this afternoon. Still high enough to where it's not impossible to get that watch, but they're recognizing the dew points as we have been all afternoon and evening. And definitely the western sections though, as those storms begin to initiate more and more, I think that we're starting to get not necessarily what models were saying, but at least closer to it with some of those cells actually popping up.
Absolutely. And this is an example of one of those cells. When we look out in, this would be Calhoun County. I still have this developing. So that part up there is, where things are, charging up on that storm there. That's in Pittsburgh, looking back toward one of those storms to the west. So it has not become what we call glaciated fully, where it just looks like it's fuzzy and kind of falling apart. That one still is building, at least based on the angle that we have, the look that we have on that storm there at this time. Let's check a different camera location. Let's go and go back to radar as well while we're at it here. So that's the storm right there that's southwest of the Pittsburgh area that we were looking at. So this one here then does have a little more lightning on it near Sledge. Our camera, let's actually look from Batesville on this. We might have to pan this up a little bit. Something occurs to me looking back on the last shot. We'll look Batesville, and then we're going to look at it, go back to Pittsburgh for a moment. And let's go to where we were looking west. See, I'm not going to, I think, get high enough to be able to get a good look toward the top of it there. Whoop! Spun around too much. A little overzealous with trying to look up on top of this. But yeah, unfortunately, it's a little too high up there to be able to see with some of the clouds that are right there in between, unfortunately. So we're going to have to try a different shot. I want to bring that Pittsburgh camera back up, though, because one of the things I noticed on this is, Gabe, you can even kind of see a little base. It's a reminder that these storms, the storms are fairly impressive. Now, if you look down at the very bottom of it there, you can see a little bit of a base on that, Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would make an argument that, listen, it's weak, but that's got LP tendencies.
And let's also look at, other storms. You said this is Calhoun County storm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So northwest Mississippi, not anywhere close to producing, a tornado, not even a strong thunderstorm, but that's where we're also getting some more of those, some broad rotation showing up. So it shows some of those rotation tracks, at least giving a little bit of a hint at it. Like I said, a ways away from producing anything, but it at least shows that these are trying to intensify as we move into that now 7 o'clock hour. But I mean, you're getting
I wonder if we're looking at classic and LP structures, which would make sense based on the moisture, which would make sense based upon we have to break a cap. Mm-hmm. Classic and LP structures as opposed to HP, which makes sense. We're just so used to these like massive rain producers where it's rain all over the place. These could be like storm chaser kind of stuff, kind of storms.
Which, that being said, I think I did see that Caleb and Adrian and them are headed to Byhalia. So they're going to be up in that northwest Mississippi area. I'm going to work to get his shot up behind the scenes once they get in a stable point, because I know, some connection issues are possible up there. So we're relying on Wi-Fi, but we'll see how that goes. But
well, thankfully not Wi-Fi, but internet. But I know what you mean.
Yeah, yes. But definitely paying attention to them. Those are starting to get a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, they are. I'm gonna bring up the chat so folks at home can ask questions. By the way, suspenders, because it is really warm in my home studio right now. I think it's probably pretty warm downtown. Let's look at this. So what are chances for weather to get severe in Macon tonight? You're not going to see tornadoes in Macon. It would take something rather dramatic for that to be what happens for you. I'm actually going to let Gabe answer some questions here for a moment. I'm going to try to get a different storm chaser up if I can, Gabe. So that's why I was going to have you talk, so I can get another storm chaser up here in a second. So give me just a moment to toss on over to you for a moment. Let's look at a couple other cameras.
Yeah, sorry about that, Matt. One of the things that I was doing here behind the scenes was talking to Caleb. They are headed up there towards Byhalia to hopefully get a view on some of these storms. But we have views right here at Mississippi Live Weather. Big thank you to the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for giving us those views. And as you can see, the northwest part of our viewing area is the area that we are paying attention to because it just has a more primed opportunity. It's allowing that convective initiation, basically meaning there's enough instability to allow these storms to form. The seeds are now getting there. They just need to be watered with that unstable environment. So we're hoping that's not the case, but that's what we're watching up there because they definitely have the water, the fuel, the resources in order for those to intensify. So getting a look at a Clarksdale dew point might be a bit higher than what it actually is, but I don't expect it to be anything below low to mid 70s. So showing up with 77 there, that is definitely a favorable environment for these storms to form. That's why we're getting a view at some of those showers and storms out there towards Clarksdale. And as we look out there closer to the Mississippi River, one of the things that I was looking to do is see if we have a view on some of those bases. But as of right now, I'm not seeing anything overly concerning. You can see that we do still have that southerly wind out there. Let's go out of Batesville, and I believe we had a view up there towards the north and west as well. It doesn't look like it's directly on some of those cells. Looks to be more on the left side of your screen, which would be us looking towards the north-northwest, probably those cells on the west, if I were to guess based off of orientation. 70-degree dew points, though, in Panola County. And one of the interesting things that we have, which, I have the BAM monitor, so I can modify this. Well, let me, there we go. Okay, so one of the things that I wanted to talk about was the fact of where we have these storms initiating. So right here is where we have those initiation points, and I'm sorry it's about to be small. I can't get the map larger. I'll get it larger here in a second. But these are all initiating right out here, and they're continuing in this northeast track. What that means is towards Batesville. That's an area where it's going to go through, and we see 70-degree dew points. We don't necessarily want to see that because that's going to help intensify these storms. So that's why we're looking at parts of potentially Panola County, even up there towards Marshall and Benton County, seeing a more favorable environment for perhaps a tornado to form because it does have that direction of those storms to go. So why are they headed to Byhalia? So well, that's what we'll hear from meteorologist Caleb Edelblut here in a second, hopefully getting that up behind the scenes. So that's what we were looking to get in touch with him. That's what I was doing here behind the scenes. A storm near Sledge looks healthy. Yeah, these are looking, I'm going to say better, but not better in regards to no severe weather. It's looking more mature, more developed, I should say. So right along Highway 315 and Highway 61, that intersection right there, moving northeast now through Sledge. That was what we were trying to get a view on there towards Clarksdale. We'll be looking a little bit there towards the west in Batesville. I can actually modify that camera. Let me do that here behind the scenes, and I'm going to swap Batesville more towards a western view so we get a better look at that that cell, because that's looking...
I'm rebooting the cam server.
Oh, you are? Even right here?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, if you pull it up there, you can get it.
Okay, I'm going to orient this more towards the... Let's see, this would be to the west. I think we have a preset for it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm getting that moved. Oh, we're going to be touchy, aren't we? There we go. So this would be off there in the distance. Let's pull it back up, and we're going to go out of Batesville. And as you can see, it's directly west of Batesville is where we're looking, and it would be a bit of a ways away. Oh, it is rebooting. I should have put two and two together, Matt. We'll get a look at that here in a moment, but you can see the heavy precipitation that's out there, and we are getting a bit more of those higher DBZs showing that this is intensifying.
You can pull it up using the OBS on that computer there.
True. Okay, let me go ahead and adjust this, and I'll have to tweak the view.
While you're doing that, I'll pull up radar, and when you're ready with that, you give me a thumbs up. Sound good?
Sounds good. Okay.
So this looks like an LP supercell. Is I think one of the things I want to be clear about. I think this one has started. This one very well might have broken through. Going back to the echo tops on this, yes. I think we have our first storm that's probably broken the cap. 50,000 feet, yeah. So we're through. Okay, so here's the concern on this. Let's get the angle. Okay, so what this is going to do is this is going to go something like this. If you believe the million projections that have that happen, right? They all come up somewhere like this. So hopefully Caleb and all of them are able to kind of get back in front of this as it moves eastward. But I'm looking at basically how tall is the storm. We've been waiting to see one of these that broke through. This one has. And so that then means that we could potentially be on our way to having some issues there. Boy, there we are. Give me just a moment. Get everything up and going on one of my behind the scenes things here. Gabe, are you ready? Looks like Gabe is ready with his camera there. So I'm going to bring Gabe in here for a moment because I think we need to get a visual on this storm, right?
Yeah, and what we're getting a look at right here, you can see it's oriented just a little bit north of west, and that's where we're getting a view from Panola County towards that storm there, moving closer just north there of Clarksdale. And as you can see, at the base of this storm, we're getting some of that heavy rainfall, but overall not a ton of precipitation out of this. And as Matt was mentioning, not necessarily getting a ton of rainfall that's going to wrap around this. So we do get a good visual at the very least, and you do get a pretty organized base there as well. One of the things that I wish we could see is some of those storm tops, but unfortunately with a good bit of that cloud cover there in Batesville, not getting the best view, but you are getting a good look out there as it's moving through northwest Mississippi. And that path, if I went back to radar here real quick, which I think we will still have that visual, I mean, we're going to be moving closer to that Byhalia area, so that's where Caleb will be getting closer to the next few moments. He is live right now. Matt, I don't know if you want to go ahead and take it to him to see where he's at, but he is up and ready to go. I saw behind the scenes, so hopefully he'll be able to get us a visual, at least an update, as well as that storm begins to move, again, that northeast direction, closer to I-55 and eventually I-20.
Yeah, and so we're going to bring it over here to Caleb. Our Caleb Bettelblut, where are you at as of now the 6:50 time period?
Well, when I booted up my live shot, we were just north of Holly Springs, still traveling on Highway 72 west. So we are traveling west towards kind of those storms starting to break through the cap and try to get a visual on them. So still got a little bit to go to catch up to those storms, but we are positioning ourselves to be in front of them. That way we can give you guys the best look at them as they continue to kind of propagate and move that direction.
So you were north of Holly Springs on 72?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're still kind of hugging.
Are you going 269 and then south? 269 then south?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Adrian. Yes.
Okay. This is so.
Yep.
So if Adrian, and again, our meteorologist Caleb Bettelblut is with Adrian with North Mississippi Storm Chasers. I mean, this one is the well-advertised right turning straight across the state storm down here. It's LP. So get ready.
We're ready, Matt.
Okay, and I think the thing is that I would be cautious that you're going to have to get south before you go to. I mean, maybe you can get all the way to 55. Yeesh, that might be asking. Let me see. Let me double check how fast. It's moving more east. I'm concerned you might end up having to backtrack back toward Holly Springs to get in front of it. I mean, I know there's going to probably be some other stuff, but this one's the well-advertised storm. So y'all be safe, all right?
Yes, sir, we will, and we'll make sure to keep you updated and try to get the best visual.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Caleb Bettelblut, and Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm. Who else is with you? It's you two?
We're also Timothy Kern and Taylor Hunt.
Say one more time.
Also with Timothy Kern and Taylor Hunt.
Okay, I'll be on the lookout for y'all's stream. We'll see if we can get that up, the front stream here in a little bit. Y'all be safe. We'll talk in a little bit, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's our meteorologist, Caleb Bettelblut there up near the Tennessee state line. He is right there in that yellow circle. But what I was talking about, getting down and getting in front, this one here is moving almost a little more directly east. Gabe has it behind him, I believe, on the camera there back at the studio. I'll bring Gabe's shot up here for a moment. That storm?
This is the storm, and this is looking directly into the heart of it. I went a little bit more northwest, and that's a visual.
Is that Batesville?
That is out of Batesville, yes.
You know, that almost looks like a beaver tail or one of those, like an inflow, a real inflow feature on that.
Yes, yeah. You're getting a little bit, look at that tail. There's see, I love having the band monitor map because I can actually draw and edit exactly what I want to show. So right here is where you're looking at for some of that tail that's jutting off. So that's what we're paying attention to, because that could be the base of a potential wall cloud if this is continuing to intensify.
I mean, that's not impossible. The thing that I'm seeing is, I wonder if I can't tell straight on it, so I'm going to put it behind you there. I'm going to make it a little bigger. The part that is, can you see my mouse back there? You can. Yeah, you can. Look at the monitor. It's this part right there. How you can almost see some kind of inflow in from the east on that.
Yeah. Let me see if I can move that.
I'm gonna check Crenshaw. Well, I'm gonna check Crenshaw, which is just northwest, which is pretty close to right where this is. And see that storm is basically over top of Crenshaw right now. Let's get a storm track on it. We've done a lot of things. We have not put a storm track on this. Give me a moment. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll come back to Gabe here in just a second. Current time is 6:56 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. We cover the northern part of the state of Mississippi on YouTube, on Facebook. We have a mobile app. And this is one of those times right now where I'm going to tell you about building your armor and remind you that we need to make sure here in the Room to Room Weather Center or at your house that we have multiple ways to find out if we're in the danger zone for severe weather. This is, we've said some jargon on this, is what looks to be what we call a LP supercell, or low precipitation supercell thunderstorm, rotating storm up here. It's not going to look like the typical hook echo you're used to seeing. And perhaps it will weaken before it's able to do anything. But it definitely looks more organized than most. Typically, we're not going to see a ton of rotation on radar on one of these until right before it produces something, if it produces something. So this storm getting more organized here, moving a little slower than most. In fact, if I make this, again, a 30-minute loop here, you'll notice how there's some parts of this storm like splitting off and ahead, right? That's a sign that this is starting to modify the atmosphere, and it's going to go at its own speed the way it's rooted there. It's going to head more in the direction of Como, Blackwater here. North side there, Senatobia might get clipped on the north side of it. But I would say north part there of Sardis Lake, where this is kind of going. And I'm going to put the speed of this at, let's say, I need to fan it out. Give me a moment here. Let's clear that off. Double check me behind the scenes, Gabe, if you can, but I'm going to put the speed on this at about 35 miles per hour. Oops, so 35, about there. We'll go 40, okay, and we're going to expand this out quite a bit more. You know, this might seem excessive to track it this far east for just something like this. The reason, though, I'm doing that is because models have been very clear that somewhere in this exact zone, there eventually is a storm that produces a tornado. And so with that, taking them seriously at their word, that means this environment is primed and potential for that to happen. So I would still say we're probably over here closer to Como, south of Senatobia before that happens, maybe closer to Sardis, depending on how far east it goes. Because notice, I have this going somewhere fairly east, even though it's still kind of lifting a little bit more northeast. So this is kind of the worst case scenario. If this were to do that, this is the zone where that'd be most likely to happen. I'm going to double check our chat with the NWS behind the scenes here. Some reports of hail from near the Sledge area with this. Let me, again, pop up this video. This from our partners at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Give me a moment to pop that up here. So make sure to build those layers of protection, sure. But this is in the Sledge area, some of the heavy rainfall and some hail there coming in a few minutes ago. Appreciate James Bishop, the hardest working man in Mississippi weather. He is sent to pass this along from the North Mississippi storm chasers there. So some hail out of that storm. And again, as you saw a moment ago, it just doesn't look particularly impressive like this. It does more so when we check out our cameras, like the one there in Batesville that Gabe has been watching very closely. And then going back to that camera, and we're probably going to have to pan that a little bit. So give me just a moment to pull that back up. I'm going to pan that to the east. There we go. So we have a better perspective. So then that is, man, I'd like it to move a little slower. I'm not being very gentle with this. But that is kind of the area that if this were to produce something, we'd be watching. No issues with it at this point. So we can clearly say no tornadoes on this at this point, no funnel clouds. And we're far enough away that that is, we're looking through some rain to try to get to the part that we'd like to see there. Let's go ahead and bring down those tornado safety rules here for a moment. Not tornado safety rules, but that how to stay connected information. Let's bring Gabe back up here in a double box here for a second. And Gabe, what are you seeing behind the scenes?
Well, yeah, as of right now, just the hail reports was what I was going to mention, but within that storm, it's just been an impressive base. I'm actually pulling up Cleveland because that's one of the cells that are to the southernmost point in this cluster right now, and not impossible to see that begin to strengthen as well. So trying to get that here behind the scenes to pull up, and I'm going to turn that to the north to give you a visual. But I would say out of all the storms, that's still the one to be paying attention to, as it has a decent base, some confirmed hail coming out of it, as well as some heavy rainfall, albeit it's not a large coverage area, but still some heavy rainfall nonetheless.
Okay, I appreciate that. Is Caleb still up behind the scenes there?
He is not, but I can get him up in about 2 shakes if you give me a second.
Well, I need to check some other storm chaser stuff. So I'm going to hand. The problem is I need links to do that. So if you can go over that mesoscale discussion, the most recent update there with the BAM monitor behind you, I can check and see if we've got that chaser stuff up.
Yes. So let me actually get that discussion back up, because that is going to be important with watching what happens here over the next few hours. And some of the key points that it includes is going to be that. Boy, this is going to be for. That looks to be a little bit later. This might not be the latest one. No, it is. Okay, so this is not the summarized version that I just had a moment ago. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so one of the areas to pay attention to is the probability of watch issuance is about 60%. Earlier this afternoon, it was at 80%. So that's one of the key notes to take from this. But what we're also looking at is that convective initiation. I'm about to make my English teacher happy and edit the paper. So 60%, that's what to know. 60% when we're talking about those watches. And what we're also looking at is convective initiation. That is beginning to take place right now, but the key part to our forecast is the fact that we have weak forcing. That weak forcing has limited our potential compared to what folks are getting up north. So that's why there's a heightened tornado threat. That's why there's a heightened wind threat compared to what we have here in North Mississippi. But once that initiation takes place, it will not take long to get those up and going. And that's one of the things that they talked about, that earlier on there was a little bit of initiation that was struggling with it. But once these do get mature enough, once these break the cap, using terminology that we used earlier on this evening, it has an area of 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE. What that means, it has a lot of fuel. But it also has enough shear in about 40 knots. It's not, breaking the bank in regards to the shear, but that is still enough to get these tornadoes up and going if they were to break that cap like we've talked about a moment ago. And that's where, if we look right here, large hail, I can't move this. That's something new I just learned. Large hail and tornadoes are still possible within this setup, even though sunset's happening here in the next hour or so. It is still a potential to see some tornadoes and large hail. So that's what I want you to take from this. We've broken the cap on a few of these storms. That convective initiation has already taken place. But as we look in that environment, we're 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, we're 40 knots of shear, I know it's a lot of terminology that makes no sense, but basically meaning a lot of fuel and enough of the turning of the winds to allow these storms to start to rotate that could produce large hail and tornadoes. Already getting some reports of that hail. Look to me about pea-sized to dime-sized in diameter, so not necessarily up to severe standards, but hail falling shows definitely some maturity within these setups. And that's one of the things that talked about earlier on as well, that whenever we were getting that initiation before, they just got up to the cap and then fizzled out. So it wasn't exactly producing much in regards to our weather here in North Mississippi. But what we're watching for next is potentially that watch to happen, but we're also watching for any of those potential rotating storms to start to look a little bit more interesting, Matt. And I know that's what you're watching there behind the scenes on one of the Storm Chaser streams. And of course, all eyes on Northwest Mississippi.
Absolutely. That's where we find Sam with Tennessee Valley Weather, one of our partners here on Mississippi Live. Sam is north of Holly Springs. As you know, going down any kind of back road here in North Mississippi, that video is going to come in and out and in and out a little bit, depending on a Wi-Fi service. He's trying to get, I think, in position and try to get in place for the same storms that we have Caleb on. We expect the northwest part of Mississippi is where we're most likely to probably have some issues with the potential for severe weather and tornadoes tonight. And that's if we're going to see strong tornadoes location, it's most likely. Our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there. Looks like his feed is also in and out as we're both in Marshall County area, generally speaking. I hear some audio there. Caleb, where are you at?
There we go. We're now tracking south, heading to my speed will start through Highway Springs and Senatobia.
So I'm not getting a whole lot. Okay, so if you can, give me the Reader's Digest version of that, because that just, most of that cut out.
Okay, well, if I'm back, we're traveling south towards Byhalia, still riding that highway between Holly Springs and Senatobia, so kind of going that more southern direction to try to intercept that cell.
Okay, so are you on 269 or are you on a back road? Or not a back road, but
yes,
like
we're on
a
269.
state highway? 269.
We're on 269.
Okay, perfect. So we'll have you both coming at it from either side. Visually speaking, do you have too much cloud debris between you and it to have a good shot at the actual storm itself, or you got a good look at it?
Well, we got a good look on it right before we turned on it. We could kind of see that low precip and starting to see some of the cloud base off in the distance. Only issue is now we're starting to deal with the trees, but definitely got a quick glimpse of it before we turned on. So hoping we can get another opening to give you that visual coming up soon.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there on his way southbound there on 269. Kind of have both Sam and Caleb converging toward that one section of I-22 and eventually, generally speaking, heading back toward that severe storm. Not severe storm, but storm that is the strongest thunderstorm there that we've been tracking. Okay, appreciate that, Caleb. We'll talk to you again here in a minute. Back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. This is the storm we're watching, a supercell rotating storm that's getting a little stronger. If Maggie is watching, I wouldn't mind hearing from her perspective there. She's going to have a good visual. I say that she's going to have this storm that's right there over top of her. She might not have a good visual yet back to this storm back there, but it's hard to say. And I'd like to talk to Maggie here in a minute. Gabe, you might mention that to her. You also might, Gabe, do one of those snap and push things for the Facebook and all those, if you would. I just said the Facebook, and in that case, I accidentally didn't say it, ironically. Let's go ahead and reset things here. So for the overview for everybody watching here for a moment, you're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. It is 7:09 p.m. and we are tracking some storms that are strengthening, have some rotation. Como, Glenville there, McGee, we think all potentially in the path of this storm. There's only really one at this point here, which is both a blessing for most of us. The curse part of that though, is that this has been one that was well advertised by many of our projections to be bad if it can hold together and get stronger. To check that out, we do again have team coverage. You saw our meteorologist Caleb Bettelblut a moment ago, Sam with the Tennessee Valley weather, both converging toward a spot that we already have somebody at this point, and that's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. She is there in the Senatobia area, getting kind of a shot of the storm there as we look south, generally south from her location. Now that's storm number 1, isn't it, right, Maggie?
Hey, yeah, Matt, this is storm number 1. So this is the one that's ahead of the one that SPS was kind of issued for bringing that hail potential. So can you hear that? It's now on my doorstep. Let me step back into the tree a little bit. So you might be able to hear that heavy rainfall. That number 1 storm just hit us here in Senatobia. I am on the more northern half of Senatobia near Coldwater than the Como side. So that's kind of where I'm positioned, where we live in this neighborhood. So again, on the more northern side of Senatobia near Coldwater, now seeing storm number 1. And then that secondary storm is the one we're watching for that's supposed to be bringing more of that hail threat. This one just looking like some heavy rain out here that just hit our doorstep. So we're watching it. Some dark clouds in the distance. Don't have a lot of clear shot for you, a lot like Caleb where he was. A lot of trees here in North Mississippi, right? Not making for a clear shot off in the distance, but we're definitely keeping our eye on it. Right now, just heavy rainfall. Here's some lightning off in the distance, but really just now hitting Senatobia, like within kind of city limits area of Senatobia. Again, that's storm number 1. Keeping our eye out for storm number 2. But this is a live shot at it. A lot of rain off in the distance, some heavy rain and some thunder. That's all we got for now. But again, we're waiting in that coming next few minutes for that storm that could be producing some hail. So that's what it looks like right now over here in Tate County, Matt.
Okay, go ahead and head inside for a minute, and then I'll use your eyes as soon as this one passes, because I mean, again, on radar, it doesn't look ridiculous, but it does look like an LP, and those almost always require a spotter to have some kind of good viewpoint on it. And I appreciate you for being willing to do that. So head inside for a few minutes. We'll talk to you. Okay, I'm meteorologist Maggie McCauley up there in the Senatobia area. As we bring it back in here, we're looking, she's on this storm. She's kind of on the north side there, Senatobia. That's the heavy rainfall in the initial storm. That storm's rotating as well. This is the one we're a little more concerned with. And I'm going to clear off our track because it has not made a full right turn yet. And you might say, what is this? Aren't we supposed to be seeing the big hook on the backside? That is what we call either a classic or an HP, high precipitation supercell. This is what we call a low precipitation supercell, has less rainfall, and thus typically the only time you start to really see the hook echo is when it's about to produce a tornado. And so that is kind of the setup that we're at here, is we're going to have to monitor that with cameras, with people in the field. That's why, of course, we're talking back and forth when we get to talk to Caleb. That's why we're checking out these cameras, and that's why we're talking to the storm chasers as well. I'm going to see if Sam has his shot back up here as well. Let me bring this back up for a moment. So this is Sam with Tennessee Valley Weather. As he is kind of heading down toward this, he is in the Holly Springs area, heading down southward into this. You can see lightning on that storm as he's generally heading that way and passing the Holly Market in downtown Holly Springs. So he will be in position within the next few minutes. Appreciate our good partners up there at Tennessee Valley Weather, part of the digital weather network here of independent meteorologists around the country. Certainly it is an evening where we're all kind of working together trying to share resources on that. So as you can see, he's turning right toward Highway 7 there toward the Oxford area as he's snaking his way down toward that. What you see on the horizon, that is that thunderstorm there that has the rotation that's over top of Maggie, and that is continuing to go through a strengthening phase still at this point here. Back on Mama Justice Doppler radar, I'm going to double check the wind mode on this. There's not going to be a ton of rotation showing up from this perspective here. And Gabe, I'm just curious to see if we've had any pictures come in at this point or anything like that. I'm going to let you take a look at that here for a moment as you're kind of assessing what you've been seeing for power outages and other things across North Mississippi as well.
I did it again. Sorry, I had the stream up in the background.
And I promise you, there's only one room you have to visit. You have to turn off the microphone. The rest of the time, you're going to be okay.
Well, I was worried that whenever it was a 2-box that my mic was on in the background, so my apologies there. But yes, basically what I'm doing is working to confirm any form or fashion of a severe storm over there in northwest Mississippi. And as of right now, power outages, the only outages that we're seeing, is up there towards Benton County, as they are going to be dealing with, actually it might have already been cleared, so look at that, crews already out and about, but that was a planned outage, so not one that we need to worry about storm-wise here in North Mississippi. So as we look at the overall coverage, not seeing anything stand out. It again is Benton County, but that will soon be adjusted, and from there not seeing a ton of outages. Now, one thing that we have not seen so far are pictures, and I want to say pictures don't always have to be severe weather reports. They can be pictures of the storm itself, they can be pictures of the clouds, pictures of the rainfall, whatever you have a visual on over there, especially in northwest Mississippi. But at any point during the night where those storms move through North Mississippi, send those pictures in right to us here at Mississippi Live Weather, and we will work to forward that to the National Weather Service. In fact, we have a partnership with National Weather Service in Memphis where they are able to see your pictures directly as they're submitted to us here at Mississippi Live Weather. So cool partnership that you get to be a part of, and your reports could be the reason a warning gets issued, could be the reason that someone's life potentially gets saved. So that's why they matter so much in this circumstance. And so far, being that we don't have pictures, that's a welcome sight, because that does mean that there's nothing to confirm damage there at the surface, any hail falling right now. We have gotten that one video that Matt showed a moment ago from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers of some hail falling there in the northwest Mississippi area. But that's really it so far right now, and even that hail looked to be about a pea to dime size in diameter. So it's not anything overly concerning right now, but this storm continues to intensify, and as it moves into, again, a favorable environment, that's where we're keeping eyes on that. So as we look right here at the surface observation, actually, I forgot that was on the screen behind me right here. Surface observations there where these storms are working their way through are in the mid to upper 60s, and that's why those are still able to be maintained. I mean, you can see the radar imagery right there. We're between 66 and 69 degrees for those dew points, and that's enough fuel. It's not the 70s that it had earlier on, but enough to continue to strengthen that as it moves through Tate, Panola, eventually DeSoto and Marshall County. So keeping eyes on that with team efforts there in the Holly Springs area, as well as keeping eyes on it through the North Mississippi Storm Chaser cameras and here on our radar analysis. So as we get more of those showers and storms to develop, it will continue to enter that favorable environment through the next hour or so. So that's what they were talking about with the mesoscale discussion, is that convective initiation. The more we have of that, the more opportunity that these storms have to take advantage of a very unstable environment to potentially produce a strong storm later on. So is the storm going more east or more northeast? Based off of the latest tracks, it does look to be moving northeast over the last few radar scans. That doesn't mean it's impossible to make a turn towards the east, but overall we should continue to see that towards the northeast as well. Seeing some roads up there, yeah, just up there towards northwest Mississippi. Sometimes it can be a struggle bus to find some data, find some service to get those shots out. So that's why they could be a bit spotty, but once they get situated where they need to be, we'll be able to get a consistent live shot out here in a moment. But touching base with Caleb and the crew as they continue to navigate northwest Mississippi. In Ripley right now, nothing here, but we'll be keeping eyes open. I appreciate that. That is Justin sending us that report there out of the Tippah County area. Right along Highway 4, right along actually Highway 72 is where I would expect that area to be for these storms to move on through. Again, they are initiating northwest Mississippi and extending up there towards the state line. So that's why Highway 72 from Corinth all the way towards the northern part of Marshall County is where we expect those storms to really be firing up and really maintain that intensity. So the latest scans right over Senatobia as we speak, more of those cells initiating right along the Mississippi River. This is the area where we'd expect that convective initiation to occur and getting more of those to form. This one right here towards Cleveland, one that I was trying to get a visual on just a moment ago, maybe getting a better look out of Clarksdale as that's continuing to move on through. Let me actually go to the latest scan on that one, and I want to zoom in a little bit closer and see those trends, because this one might be one that's starting to intensify as well. So putting it on that 30-minute loop, you can see how it went from yellows to the oranges to the reds, and it seems like it is recycling and now getting some of those brighter DBZs indicating what may be the start of a hail core. Let's go ahead and we'll go out of Memphis And let's go ahead and get that hail track brought to you there by True Shield Roofing. Not getting that just yet, but it would not be impossible. And we see that with our peak threats starting to show what is at least a hint at some of that large hail forming aloft. As of right now, not reaching the surface just yet, but this is the latest scan towards Minot, Tutwiler, Balzer community. Let's zoom it out. Matt, if you want to put your mic on there in the background, what speed did you have these at? Was it, I believe, 35 miles an hour, and it seemed to be continuing with that. If you have any objections, then feel free to jump in. But as we track out that core, and we're going to go 35 miles an hour.
I think 35 is good.
Perfect. So we'll keep that northeast track. Tutwiler there by 729, and moving right there towards Highway 3, right along Highway 3, I should say, there through Tutwiler and eventually through the rest of Tallahatchie County up there towards Panola County here in a moment. So paying attention there, that's one of the storms, but let's go ahead and jump back up to the one towards the north that has been catching our attention for the last few moments. Still getting a decent amount of lightning out of it, about 43 strikes in total with this cluster. And as that continues to move up there towards Como, Senatobia, right along Highway 4 to Holly Springs, Matt, keeping eyes on that as it does still have a decent echo top and a decent output of lightning as well.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm going to switch over to the wall. I'm working on chaser stuff behind the scenes.
Okay.
So yeah.
Perfect.
So we're going to save over to the weather wall over there. And he'll continue on.
So continuing to look at those echo tops like we talked about just a moment ago, you're looking at the color should correspond to our scale there at the top to give you a generalized idea of what is taking place. And you can see those darker browns that are showing up. That's going to be the northwest area of Panola County, and then now moving into Tate County as well. Those dark browns actually indicate about 45,000 feet on that latest scan. And I'm going to try to get this up here behind the scenes. So bear with me for one moment, but that's where we were looking at for those storm tops to break the cap. And luckily, actually not luckily, but the storms were able to do so. And as they're doing that, they're able to now take advantage of that unstable air and hopefully not produce a tornado, but has a little bit of a higher likelihood now that it has broken that cap that was preventing it from that initiation just a moment ago. So now have access to that here behind the scenes. Let's go ahead and look down south as well, because I'm curious if these storms have broken the cap too. And I mean, we're getting some of those darker browns for a brief moment there as that's continuing to move towards the northeast. Those oranges showing up, and those oranges indicating at about 40,000 feet. Let's go ahead and look at the shear on these. I wanted to pay attention to the shear because we were getting a few of those markers right there as it moved through the Sledge area. That is where we actually did get those rotating storms that ended up producing some of that small hail closer to Sledge. And as that's continued to move northeast, not showing those same returns, not saying it's impossible to see that cycle on through, but overall the shear markers were a bit more impressive out there towards Sledge. And that's where they were talking about a potential severe thunderstorm warning, but as of right now has not been issued and does not look nearly as impressive as of that latest scan. One of the best ways to tell that is with the lightning output, but it's also with those DBZ returns. And as you get a look, the purples out there towards Crenshaw and Sledge, now as it's moved towards the northeast, we're not getting those purples showing up as more. Again, not impossible to see that re-intensify as the environment is still very capable, but a fortunate sight to see that that has come down in intensity. So Kelsey asking, where can we send the pictures in? Mississippi Live weather app. So my phone is over on the other side, but basically you open the app, you make sure to download the app, and you're able to go on the homepage, scroll down probably 2 swipes, and you're able to see submit pictures. You're able to submit any of those pictures that you get, and you can put the location, you can put your name, just basically any details that you have on it, and we'd be more than happy to show that here on Mississippi Live Weather. Helps us get some eyes there on the ground because we're looking high aloft into the atmosphere, and that's where we're getting our data from, but able to see what's happening at the surface definitely is a big help with this setup. So as we get a look at the overall setup, we're starting to see those initiate more and more out there towards the western portions of our viewing area. A few of those showers that were moving through earlier on, and folks were talking about the heavy rainfall, those have since come down out there towards Monroe County and Clay County, and not expecting that to be the focal point with this setup. Our focal point continues to be, honestly, Senatobia right now, but everywhere west and along I-55 as that moves through western Mississippi. Let's zoom it back on this one, and I want to do a storm track on this main cell right here. I know there's that leading edge, but that doesn't have, does it have any lightning? No, the latest scan not showing any lightning strikes, so this continues to be the energy producer. And so we're going to drag this out, do a storm track moving at about 35 miles an hour. So let me draw that out for you guys to give a heads up as this moves towards the northeast direction. And folks in the chat were asking, is this moving more north or east? And it's definitely moving towards that northeast side. So Senatobia, we have 726, Newtown 725 or 729, Luxahoma 732, Senatobia Lake 732, Coldwater 734, Antioch 741, Aiken 742, Independence 745, the Lurline community 747, and Wakefield closer to about 753. So as we look at that cell, that's one that we pay attention to as it's moved across the area. I believe it did have a hail swath as well earlier on. Yes, it did. So right over there would have been north of Sledge, but whenever you say you're from Sledge, I say I'm from Birmingham. I'm technically not from Birmingham. So that report might have just been generalized, potentially a little bit more towards the north, but that's where we were getting about pea-sized hail. So as we look up there, or should I say down the Mississippi River, that one there towards Tutwiler, it only has about 5 strikes, so this isn't an impressive return, and I need to make sure I'm using the right radar site on this. So that would be out of Memphis right there. So yeah, that's definitely come down over the last few scans. Let's put that 30-minute loop on real quick. And you can see where we caught it towards Minot. Looked a little bit more impressive, but now even seeing a collapsing phase since then. As these do collapse, it's not impossible to get some of those strong winds out of this. No, I'm not saying strong as in severe, but 10, 20, 30 miles an hour as that does move on through. So not impossible to get that towards Tutwiler. And as we look at that latest scan and, just interpolate a few of those, yeah, it's 30 to 40 miles an hour. So not impossible to get some of those stronger gusts. Even these up here that we were paying attention to just a moment ago. Let's go ahead and highlight some of those winds. This is a loft, but some of these actually reaching the surface and could knock down a few of those branches, a few of those weak branches left over from the ice storm that we talk about all the time and going to continue to talk about because it's very applicable to our severe weather season. And I know the whole time we've been broadcasting, you've been looking up at this blue box. And that is a PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation, meaning strong tornadoes are possible within that watch area. Here in North Mississippi, we are not under that watch. It's not impossible, but our chances are dwindling as we head into the evening and eventually overnight hours that we get included in that watch. But with what we're seeing right now, I don't think that we get put in that watch, Matt. Not saying it's impossible to get one.
Well, not in that watch. Okay, so notice how there are giant holes in this, right? Mm-hmm. Like there's an obvious hole where they've left the outline of something could happen there, right? Where there's no watch, and it comes down to the fact that the cap has largely held, and even with these storms that we have in Northwest Mississippi, they might have briefly broken it, and this one could still be really interesting. I think we need to try to get Maggie back on if we can at some point, though. I mean, obviously, maybe we need to wait for it to actually pass by. Remind me, set a timer on your watch. In about 10 minutes from now, let's come back to that. Let's do that. And Gabe, go ahead and check in with Caleb again and see where he's at. I'm going to. I say that was. But okay, yeah, Maggie sent in a picture here. So double check to see if you can pull that up here in a minute. But she sent in a picture of, I think they're in Maya's hand, but still some hailstones, probably dime size hail at least, I would say, looking at it. So go ahead and look that up real quick, and I'll talk to you in a minute. Oops, hold on. Let me bring him back up. Nope, wrong one.
Well, just thinking for logistics purposes, would that be from the first cell as been through Senatobia? Huh.
Yes. Yeah. So go ahead and check that real quick if you could. Okay. Thanks. It's a church member. Okay. So, we'll check in with Maggie in a second. We'll let her clarify everything about that. Let's kind of give some folks overview of where things stand as of coming up on 7:30. For those of you watching, you're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based here in North Mississippi. On Mama Justice Doppler radar, we've had very few storms, much less very few strong to severe thunderstorms. The good news is that we have what's called a capping inversion that has largely held to this point and kept storms from becoming strong to severe. We have a few storms that have strengthened, and from time to time, they have produced stuff like this. This is the picture from our meteorologist Maggie McCauley sent in a minute ago there from the Senatobia area of what is maybe dime-sized hail. It's hard to figure out when you don't have a coin right next to it there, but I appreciate Jamie for sharing that picture with Maggie as the storm, I believe that's probably storm number 1 that moved through there just a little bit ago. So this is about as big as things have gotten, but that's not why you're watching. You're probably watching, and I'm not wanting to make assumptions here, but you're probably watching because of the tornado threat. As we've talked about a number of times today, that the tornado threat, there is one, but it is a low confidence, potentially high impact threat, right? Low confidence in that when we look at the likelihood of it occurring, certainly much more likely in the northwest portion of the state, and it'd be very, very difficult to get tornadoes down here in Amory or back closer to Grenada. But when we look at the potential, there's still a potential you could have a strong tornado if we can get one of these storms to get going. And to this point, that has been a struggle, thankfully, because of the overall structure of the atmosphere related to these. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again, back there in the studio, he's been tracking these storms there over on the wall. You know, one of the things that he has been doing while he's been tracking these, again, trying to break down what the storms are capable of. And thankfully, Gabe, to this point here, there's a lot of ifs and maybes and not a lot of actual production.
Big time. And reports have been there, but they've not been exceptional. And that's a good thing with this setup. So getting the dime-sized hail a moment ago, again, some give and take on that report, but that's the highest it's been so far. And that's just because the cap has been our friend in the grand scheme of things, and that has limited that potential throughout the afternoon of what this could be. I mean, we saw models even this afternoon, and fortunate that the cap did hold and didn't break, because this could have been a much worse situation. But as we continue into the afternoon, one of the big things that I've been looking at behind the scenes have been those dew points. And where these storms have initiated is right along this purple, and the purple is represented by those 70-degree dew points, and that is more than enough to get these up and going. I mean, look there towards Senatobia, 72, we're 71 in Grenada, 75 in Cleveland. Same thing there towards Clarksdale, Greenwood coming in about 73 as well. Now, as these continue to move up there towards the north and east, I mean, we're moving through Tate County, and there's still a good bit of unstable air right there. But as it gets closer to Marshall County, those numbers start coming down towards Benton and Tippah County, right around that same margin, even there towards Corinth. So overall, there's enough to keep these going. But as night does set in, these numbers will start to drop a bit more, and that lowers that potential, fortunately, because we definitely don't want to have severe weather if there was a choice, right? So as it moves through Senatobia right now, I'm curious to see what other reports we do get out of this setup, because some of that hail potential does still lie within that storm. So as we look at the hail swath, that was where we got some of those reports from earlier on as that storm did move on through. But fortunate that those reports have been pretty minimal so far, which we actually do need to get that report sent over to the National Weather Service to let them know that of what it did produce a moment ago towards Tate County. But now as it crosses into Highway 4, it doesn't show as impressive of a return. Let's do it on that 30-minute loop. And earlier on looked way more impressive, starting to get some of that shear to take over as well, allowing some of that turning to take place. But, you know, that did come down as well. So as we look at those echo tops, continue to be impressive. Yeah, they're still there. They're still enough. It's maintained itself. Earlier on, let me actually go to that one scan that we just saw a moment ago. Right there. Right there. And I know I'm blocking it. Right there where those reds show up. That's 50,000 feet, and that's where the storm really intensified, and that's where it started to develop some of that smaller hail aloft. And as I was telling kids on school visits, you know, it has to take the journey up through the cloud tops before it's able to be spit out by the storm here on the surface. So that's where it was starting its journey, and eventually did fall out closer to Tate County. But that was where we did have that begin to happen. That was earlier on at the 6 o'clock hour. Now as we move into the 7:30 hour, we still have about 45,000 feet, but that's the difference that 50,000 and 45,000 feet can make. The difference between 10 miles and 9 miles. So that's what we're looking at as it continues to trend that way up there towards the north and east. As we just saw with dew points, this is still a favorable environment. So once it gets closer to Highway 4 east of Senatobia is where we expect the bulk of that, the heaviest portions of that storm to be. That's going to be moving through eastern parts of Tate County. And let's just go ahead and actually do a storm track to encompass that as well. So I'm going to go on the overall cover we have there. And we're going to do this entire band as it moves up there towards the north and east. And this is an updated look, and I'm going to go in the heaviest portions on this. So you might get some of those sprinkles out ahead of this, but this is where we'd expect, if we're getting any impacts, for it to be within this part right here. So 35 miles an hour. We're seeing Coldwater there at 736, Glenville 737, Bar about 738, Aiken 741, the Polkville 741, Bowman 744, Independence 746, Lurline 748, to the Chulahoma area 752, and 757 Cockram. Now I know what you're saying. What are we tracking with this? Well, we're tracking a thunderstorm that has enough potential to become strong, to potentially severe, but a ways away from becoming tornadic as of right now, but still not impossible as it moves up towards the north and east. And that's what I wanted to give a heads up for as this does approach Holly Springs. In fact, I don't believe I included Holly Springs in that track. I actually want to draw another one because I want to make sure that we at least include folks in there that may see that. So as I adjust things behind the scenes and make sure that we can kind of limit that. There we go. Holly Springs about 816. So that's here in the next 40 minutes or so. And even towards Holly Springs, we were tracking 68, 69 degree dew points. And again, that is enough as it crosses I-22 here in the next half hour to 45 minutes or so. So looking at the overall setup, what do we have? Well, we have enough of those storms. I want to keep an eye on this Tutwiler one just in case, but we have these storms that already have initiated, and as these move through northwest Mississippi, they're in a favorable environment. Matt, as we talked about, 2,000 joules per kilogram of energy. That's enough energy to get these up and going. The cap, that's been the story tonight.
It has been, trying to, which is what we want to see, because that's one of the things that has limited it, and hopefully a limit that will continue. Appreciate that, Gabe. We'll try to see if we can get Caleb up here in a minute. We do have Sam with the Tennessee Valley Weather, the team up there. He has been out on these and chasing these as well this evening and encroaching on that storm in Senatobia. Again, some of the rainfall leading into that as he is has left Holly Springs and is on his way towards Senatobia. At this point, again, heavy rainfall, some hail, as you saw a little bit ago. Those have been the main impacts. I'm also watching our feeds from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers as they're out and about as well. For the most part, not seeing a whole lot of major significance at this point here. Every minute we cross into this evening is a minute where things are getting a little bit better for us. I see that Gabe has a picture there behind the scenes. I'm going to go ahead and send it over to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. Gabe?
Yeah, so James there in Senatobia submitting this picture. And one of the things that we look for right here is more of that rigid outline on these storms rather than a fuzzy outline. Fuzzy basically means the storm's starting to collapse in on itself, but when it's rigid, that means there's still enough of those updrafts to keep a pretty decent structure on those storms. And this is the one moving through Senatobia. This would have been about, what is it going on? Oh, the timer's done. So we need to check with Maggie, Matt. But one of the things that I was looking at with this is if it has that rigid structure, and it looks like it does, so it does look like this is still a maturing storm. Doesn't look like it's collapsing in on itself just yet. So as that moves through Tate County, this helps give us a visual, and that was James out there in Senatobia. So one of the things that I told you guys, your pictures help us tell the story, and even a picture of a few clouds up there in the sky can at least give us a visual of what these storms are capable of and how they have gone through their life cycle over the last few moments. So we're getting a good look at that right now as it moves through the Senatobia area. But as we work to get a visual on that, or at least a report from our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, that's where we'll get even more confirmation on what this storm is capable of moving through the area. Now, I am in touch with Caleb behind the scenes as well. And it does look like we'll be able to get his shot up here in just a moment. So two of our meteorologists here at Mississippi Live Weather out in the field tonight, helping us get an understanding of what's going on in the environment. I do think that Caleb's trying to look behind the scenes. Caleb might not be up yet, but I am awaiting his shot here in just a moment to at least get a visual on that. But yeah, appreciate James for submitting that weather report. As we look out there, we should have enough time that has passed to where we may get a visual, not a visual, but at least an understanding of any power outages. And those do look to be minimal. So that's, again, a very good thing with this setup. And as we look at the surface analysis or surface observations, I want to look at those dew points again, because that is going to be a key to understanding the environment. We have those southerly winds that's building in that moisture here to the North Mississippi area. And we are currently at around that 69-degree range there towards Memphis, 66 Oxford, and we're right in between those two. So it's shown us that 66, 67 degrees haven't really been enough to get these up and going, but where it's 70 degrees, not only is it initiating those, but it's also allowing a strengthening process to take place, hence what we saw earlier towards the Clarksdale area. And now as we make our way to, oh, there's a visual right there. I see some blue skies, some break.
Hey, Caleb.
There we go. I'm sorry. There was music playing really loud here, so I was trying to get my shot ready behind the scenes. But we're in Byhalia right now, looking south. That way you can kind of start to see some of the clouds breaking just a little bit with some of those higher tops, but still nothing too impressive right now. But that's looking south towards some of those storms kind of making their way closer.
Okay, so you're looking directly south out of Byhalia?
Yes.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'm going to keep your shot up here for a second.
Okay.
And let's see here.
I can bring Adrian in as well.
Yeah, we might do that here in a moment. I'm looking at some pictures here behind the scenes, so trying to kind of track a bunch of different things all at once with the storm chasers and everything. I want to pull up the radar. I want to look at this. You're in Byhalia looking. So are you seeing through to that to the southern storm, or is that this little top in between? Because if you're in Byhalia, can you see like are you seeing all the way to that one? Are you looking directly south?
We're looking directly south. That's exactly what we're looking at, directly south. I can kind of get the full visual for you so you can try to see kind of what I'm looking at. And I mean, you can definitely tell the base is a lot more apparent the further we go. I don't think that top is the one furthest. I think that's kind of just that little blip we have coming up here. So it looks like we're just kind of seeing through that first storm right now.
Okay. That makes sense. So what are y'all's plans? Where you go from where you're at now?
What are you thinking, Adrian?
Well, we're sitting here right now just kind of seeing how these cells evolve. They seem to be struggling to at least extend to the low levels as of right now. We're questioning long-term if they're going to be able to sustain themselves, at least in the low levels. I do think, at minimum, we have a significant hail risk here with these elevated storms as they continue to go east. But for now, the tornado risk seems to be in question. We're just kind of hanging out, see how they evolve by our quicker road options. So if we need to go east and go back south, we certainly can. And if we decide that these storms are not going to end up going, if we're fairly confident in that, we might blast a little further west to get in front of the later storms tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I have asserted to this point, it feels a lot like an LP or classic setup. From your perspective, would you agree?
I would absolutely agree. We don't have a view of the base per se from here, but just as far as the structure, you could tell there's a lot of dry air aloft and even at the surface. So certainly seems to be an LP boat on the tape, at least from what we're seeing.
Okay. Let me ask this question. I can think of, in my 15 years here, maybe twice that an LP ended up dropping a tornado. Like there was one in Columbus, south of Columbus, New Hope, and I don't remember the year. But it was a brief tornado. I want to say it had to be 2017, 2018, somewhere in that range. I can't think of another LP dropping a tornado in Mississippi since I've been here. It happens other places. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I'm just saying I can't really think of many times it's happened.
It seems we're having sort of an Oklahoma scenario right now where we have a cat bust ongoing and we're really dry. I mean, we're very ahead of the more favorable low-level moisture, and we're very dry near the surface. open warm sectors like this, in my opinion, usually don't end up being where you want to be.
Yeah, thankfully. It's one of those scenarios typically when, hold on a second here. SBC, what time is that? 42, 2 minutes ago. I'll read this along. SBC just spoke with them over watch over North Mississippi, even though the storms are not impressive by anybody, giving the wait and see mode regarding new watch at this time. Update when they get more information. So even SPC is like, I mean, it's possible. And listen, on radar here, I'm going to bring it back to the 2 box where you can see it on radar here for a moment. And I don't know if you can see, you should be able to see it on the screen. I mean, it has, and I don't know if we're going to try to develop an RFD back here like this, but it's not as narrow. Like, sometimes they have those pencil thin LPs. And it is moving. If you look at the centroid middle of this, it's moving a little more east now. So I think there's going to be an opportunity for you to kind of get a look behind it once this kind of lead cell that's closest to you is out of the way.
Right. It certainly needs to strengthen and gain some mass. I think, the one thing to look out for in the next hour or two is if it can start getting some inbounds on the velocity to show that we're at least pulling something lower in the scan from the surface. If we can start seeing that, then I think we can put tornadoes back on the table. But at least in the near term, at least, 15, 20 minutes, I don't see tornadoes being on the table at this moment in history.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think we're beyond probably 15, 20 minutes. We need to see some kind of RFD that you would also see out there as well, something trying to wrap around it. I mean, it's clearly, it's interesting. We're not going to stop watching it, but anytime we see a change in direction a little bit, always get interested. But I mean, it's just not a lot of moisture. You get east of this little tongue there. I can't imagine once you get past Hickory Flat that there's anywhere near enough moisture to pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely not. And the warm sector is very slow. This isn't really one of those setups that we usually have in the early season where you get those strong cold fronts that come in and translate that moisture east fast. The upper ingredients right now just kind of have it stationary a little bit. It tries to get a little east, but eventually the cold front's going to stall and set us up for tomorrow. So I'm not sure how much further east we're going to be able to get with this moisture.
Yeah, hopefully not. Well, now hold on a second here. Let me give you this shot. So this is what Sam with the Tennessee Valley weather. That's his viewpoint on this. Gabe, we need a camera. We need Batesville North, and we need Oxford West as well. That's a shot. Wouldn't you agree?
That is certainly a wall cloud trying to develop. You can see the sculpted mesocyclone above it. That's very low precipitation. You see the striations up there. That's usually very indicative of dry air. It's trying real hard to pull something down to the surface.
Man,
or at least surface
there you
based.
Go.
Yeah, that's very pretty. That's just to the south of the storm that we're on right now.
I think that's the storm you're on right now. He was coming through Holly Springs and then went west when he came around. So he came around the south and east side of it. So, and you can see how the wall cloud, you might have an RFD or something undercutting it because the wall cloud's starting to break up a little bit. Anyway, so that's what they have there. So that's what he mentioned with the striations. That's this part here. So, are y'all thinking of moving? What are you thinking of doing?
We're going to take a look. We've had some people coming up trying to make sure that everybody's staying safe and weather aware, stay in the van out there in the field. So, we're thinking about trying to go to the south. So we can get a shot at that. Yeah. We're going to work on that and see if we can get another shot.
We're going to drop south between Senatobia and Holly Springs on Highway 4.
Yeah, we're going to go down Highway 4, go between Senatobia and Holly Springs.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, and Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there. We'll talk to y'all here in a little bit. This is a live picture here from Sam with the Tennessee Valley weather of that storm there that's now east of Senatobia. Gabe, I see behind the scenes that you're kind of looking at some of the cameras there, seeing what kind of viewpoints we have. Can we touch base with Maggie? I'd like to talk with her if we could. She should be safe on the west side of this. Might have a visual on this as well. And pull that down because that's the thing. This storm. So I would say he's along Highway 4 there. Is where he is. So he's along Highway 4, kind of looking right. He's probably. It'd be interesting. I'm not sure if he's exactly where he's at in this area there. I'm gonna have to see if I can pull it up on Spotter Network. Gabe, I'm gonna bring you in here for a second to look at a couple of these cameras, if you would. You can either look them this way. You could take radar. Go ahead and take radar so you can pull them up that official way. Sound good?
Yeah. So I've actually been able to maneuver the cameras from Batesville and Oxford to get a visual on this storm. So we actually have two different angles that we can see, along with the storm chaser cameras as well. So full team effort to kind of surround this cell. We're looking, this would be towards the northeast slightly to get a visual. And unfortunately, it looks like there's just a lot of cloud cover that's blocking that view from getting a good view on this. But at least the storm should be right here, situated there towards the northeast on that setup. So let's go out of Oxford and see if we can get a visual on this. And there you're getting a better view of that moving on through. So this would be where the heavy precipitation is there to the, would be looking northwest. So that'd be more on the direct northwest side with that low base extending off of it there towards the directly west view as well. Dew points here in Oxford, 66 degrees. That's the environment that it's moving into, but you do see that break there in the cloud cover that can help warm up that environment and make it a little bit more conducive for some of those storms as well. Now, paying attention to that camera, I want to see if that can be maneuvered at all to anywhere closer. So behind the scenes, that's what I'll be working on. And looks like the live stream is up. This is still Sam's shot. Looks like they're maneuvering around, trying to get a better view on this. And he's along Highway 4, did you say?
Yes, he says he's just outside Senatobia.
Okay, so just outside of Senatobia, making his way, I would assume, back towards Highway 4.
Heading back toward Holly Springs, I'd imagine. Probably trying to he'll go back. Typically it's moving slow enough here that he'll go back, reorient, get a better picture, and then he'll hit it a few times like that. I'm imagining. Okay. And it does look like Josh Kern with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers has his camera's in vertical mode as opposed to it's got a rotation lock on it. But I got a similar shot from him, and then Timothy. His brother, I think, is with Caleb. We'll see if this is going to keep going here. So here's the shot from Caleb. I think I'll have to bring it back to me to show it up here. So this is Caleb and Timothy and Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there they're in Byhalia. Kind of working their way. They're just past I-22, heading toward that storm that is down in and near the Senatobia area that Maggie was watching. Speaking of Maggie, our meteorologist Maggie McCauley is there kind of with the opposite side of that storm. And Maggie, obviously, y'all were inside while this came over. Did you guys see any? Well, what have y'all seen? What are you seeing?
So we were inside. I moved Charlie and I was like, it's time to go inside, actually. So we moved inside, and strong wind. Didn't see any hair.
Okay, so I think you might still be on Wi-Fi. Hey, Maggie, I think you might still be on Wi-Fi, and so it's cutting in and out. So, yeah, we'll give it a second for it to reinitialize. So it's going to lock up for a second while it goes off for Wi-Fi. So I'm thinking she's probably just outside of the reach of that. And then it should pop back on here in just a second. So we'll give her just a moment to come back there. While we're waiting on Maggie, I'll pop up our camera with the... There we are. There's Maggie. Okay. So we're looking at backside. Were you able to see this wall cloud? I'm getting some great shots of the wall cloud that we had a minute ago on this.
Okay. No, it wasn't, but if I would have gotten my car and just a little while away where there's much of a tree line, like neighborhood's just full of trees, I would have gotten a lot of that. So no, I did. I was watching it as it came through, watching the cloud motion on it. No, it was, these storms have a little bit of rotation as they've been moving through Tate County. So we moved everybody inside when it came
Yeah, that's
through our
smart.
neck of the woods here closer to Coldwater.
Hey, yeah, no, I think that's a good choice as well. It's better to be safe as opposed to sorry in that case. So I completely get it.
That's right.
Okay, well, hey, let's go ahead and I know that you've got possibly an early morning tomorrow, so I promise I won't bug you anymore unless we've got something really extreme. Anything else you want to add real quick before we wrap it up?
No, you're good. No, just watching kind of on the back side of things. I'm glad things have remained relatively quiet so far. Still watching that morning round, and I'll be on if anything happens. If not, I'll see you guys at 6:30.
Okay, that's our meteorologist Maggie McCauley there in Senatobia. Appreciate that. And Maggie mentioned a moment ago, she is live every morning starting at 6:30 a.m. That's the regular expected update time. But the reality of the situation is if necessary, if earlier, she'll be on earlier and we'll stop later. But our regularly scheduled broadcast, which we are going to be talking, of course, about tomorrow's severe weather threat, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center. That's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, who we just heard from just a moment ago there. I'm going to bring in Gabe again here back in our downtown Tupelo studios. We've been watching some of these chaser feeds and it's getting darker. We're starting to lose the visibility. Have you been able to find anything on any of the cameras out there?
They did have a good look at the Oxford camera a moment ago, if you're able to pull that up. But we were getting a visual out there in Oxford a moment ago because you're able to get a visual up there towards the Blackwater community because we do have a directly north view. I saw they were controlling it behind the scenes, so I didn't want to interrupt that. But we're getting a good look at the wall cloud, a little bit of that tail cloud as well. So earlier we had a good shot of it. I don't believe we have that same shot. So yeah. It's definitely trying. So we still have a good look right there as that's moving towards the northeast. We have a directly north view, so that would be looking into that part that could have some of that broad rotation to it, but still looks a ways away from producing. But Matt, that definitely is a shot that stands out, and thankful for the camera network that we are able to get these visuals on the ground because, and lots of lightning too, because looking behind the scenes, it's tough to see that on radar at the moment as I've been assessing that here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Now, Batesville, you're going to have a few more of those showers. If I move out of the way, you can see right here with our radar imagery how you have more of those showers moving towards northern Panola County. That interferes with our view just a bit because that is going to be towards the northeast. So you're going to get a lot of that stratus cloud deck right there. That's going to limit just how much of a visual we do have. Trying to spin that around so that way we can see if we have anything. That's another interesting feature coming out of there. This is looking what direction, Matt? Or I assume that's you controlling it behind the scenes.
That is not, but give me a moment. The storm chasers, I think, are controlling that one. We'll have that shot here in just a second. Let's see here. Batesville, we've got that looking up. I think that's kind of that is looking northwest. So that's looking at that same feature that that you were looking at from Oxford. So there's your shot from Batesville. Then looking farther away from Oxford, we'll see the shape should match.
Wait, is that northwest or north? So this would be a whole different cell, right?
No, it isn't. These are both looking northwest, I think.
Well, Batesville, that would need to be northeast for that cell.
Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Let's go back. No, that's looking northwest from Batesville. That could be a different cell then. Yeah, you're right. Let me go back to Batesville again.
Be the one towards Sardis, right?
Yeah, possibly. I'll let you take over radar and look here for a moment.
Yeah, Batesville.
Batesville. Hold on. No, that'd be Sledge.
That's that one?
No, it's not. It's looking about 330 degrees, assuming that is correct. So it's looking northwest a little bit.
Okay, so that would be the visual on this next one. Again, these do have that broad rotating aspect to it to where you could get a wall cloud feature like what we have there towards Como, and as well as what we saw there a moment ago there towards eastern Tate County, just outside of Senatobia. So those two storms have an impressive structure, but radar not exactly showing that. Again, your reports do matter. Your pictures do matter. And that's why I've been looking here behind the scenes for any of those photos that you guys have submitted. Have gotten a lot of these just out of the North Mississippi area and areas that have not been affected just yet, including out there towards Pontotoc, towards Boonville. Just a lot of that stratus cloud layer that's remaining right over the top of North Mississippi. This was an impressive shot earlier. I believe that was towards southern Coahoma County, so that's why it does have a little bit more impressive structure out there. But like I mentioned, a large part of this is just going to be those cloudy skies that are showing that we are in a more stable part of the atmosphere here in North Mississippi. And as I look at where this was from, unfortunately, it does not have a location. I'll look here behind the scenes at where that photo was taken from. But let's get back on our visual and so look out of Crenshaw. This will be looking at, again, some of those storms that don't have as impressive of a return on radar. And this is looking 270, so 270 would be directly to the west. So we're looking at a storm. Let me get out of the way. I'm blocking it mostly. It's close to the camera. You can see on the radar return right up there next to it. So that would be where we're getting at some of that, another impressive base.
So it's looking 120. It's looking 120.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I saw 270 there on the bottom.
On mine, it says it. On mine, at the top, it says 120. I think the one on the bottom, I think, is incorrect.
Okay, sweet. So 120 would be southeast.
Yeah, 105. Yeah, so like kind of east, almost east. So that's probably the one that's south of Senatobia there. God, that's pretty good looking for that. What on
radar does not give that vibe.
LPs, I'm telling you, this is what LPs do. LPs, they just look like garbage on radar, and then you're like, oh wait, that thing's producing a wall cloud. Wait, what? That's the importance of these cameras. You know, if you're like, why do they always talk about the cameras? This is why we talk about the cameras, because you could see the part of that that's interesting, important, and tricky. So,
yeah,
anyway,
very grateful. Very grateful for the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and for their camera network, but also for their hard work there behind the scenes, giving us some of those live shots out in the field. And we'll try to touch base with Caleb here in the next few moments as they work their way back there towards Holly Springs. But that one up there, it looks like it's falling apart a good bit. Let me make sure that what radar site we're looking out of. I would assume Memphis, but let's just triple check that. It was out of Memphis. So let's get it back up there. And it doesn't look as impressive on those returns, but as we just mentioned a moment ago, the radar not going to tell the full story, and we are going to get some of these trying to rotate, potentially forming that wall cloud. And let me go back south for a moment. So this is that same one there towards Tutwiler that moved on through, now moving north and east towards Highway 35 and 322 there, and that's where we're getting a good bit of those lightning strikes as well. That shows... Let me go specifically on that cell so we can get that number on this setup. So 34 strikes, whereas about 30 minutes ago that was producing no strikes. So that's a bit of an intensification that has taken place. And as that continues to move up there towards the north and east, potentially giving some interesting looking skies up there as well. So I'm actually going to track this out to make sure folks have a heads up on this one as it moves there towards the north and east. And that would be towards Batesville. We go 35 and make sure we include Batesville. So Batesville there, 830, Cortland 825, Chapeltown 820, and 815 towards Toccoa. That's southern Panola County moving closer to Highway 6 here in the next, let's see, what time are we at? 8:03. So here in the next half hour or so. So clear this off and let's continue to go up the line and let's reassess this one there towards Sardis that had an impressive structure to it with that wall cloud as we move right along I-55. This one not showing as impressive of returns, but I'm just going to stop saying that because radar does not tell the story with this setup. So as that moved through western Panola County, now over Sardis, that's where we're starting to get that move right across Como and McGee, probably getting a good bit of action whenever it comes to those showers. And as we track that heavier batch, I probably will have to expand this out to make sure we get all the way up to 35 miles an hour. But as we go up there closer to the same area of Tate County that we tracked a moment ago, we're seeing Barr 821, Aiken 824, Thyatira 824, I hope I said that correctly, and Wyatt 828. That's for this heaviest portion right there, but all along that leading edge is where we could see some of that rainfall attached to it. But that's the heart of the cell that I would say if we're getting any small hail to develop, which is not impossible. Out of the cells we've seen today, we've seen it twice here in North Mississippi. So potentially getting some of that hail as well. We are going right along Highway 4 and Highway 7, that intersection meeting at Holly Springs, right along I-22 here in the next few moments. And Caleb, if his shot's still up, which I'm trying to look behind the scenes, does not look like it is, we're going to work to get that pulled up here behind the scenes because I'm curious where they're at, as they should have a view on this as it's moving into town. But these have had impressive structure, and as that's continuing to move up there towards Marshall County, we're going to see some of that heavy rainfall. And I don't think that's a lightning. I'm not going to say a lightning producer. I'm not going to say it's gone completely, but I'm not getting many strikes out of that cell anymore as it's moving into Marshall County. So that's a welcome sight for sure. And this is this would be the tower radar, correct, Matt, on this? I believe that is the tower radar there in Memphis. You should have a better high resolution image there, and continues to move there. Eastern Tate County, southern Panola County. This was actually the same storm that we've gotten the hail reports from before, back there towards the Senatobia area, and even closer towards.
You know what
Coahoma
I see there,
County.
Gabe?
What?
If you look closely on that, you briefly had an RFD. Watch.
Right there?
You go back right about, actually both those had them. When it was southwest there, Senatobia,
Yeah.
you kind of had one
Yeah,
sort
right
of
there.
over top on the very back side there. Golly, that's the problem. The problem with LP supercells is that they just always look like garbage. They're not always. So let's see. We might have a shot from Calhoun County back toward that storm there, south of Markston, Charleston. We should have, Clarksdale. Let's check the camera in Clarksdale. Go and pull up Clarksdale. I'll run Clarksdale. So if you pull it up on the BAM.
Yes. So let me pull up.
Actually, does not look like I have user running capabilities on Clarksdale.
Okay, so
That's
we'll just get a visual. Yeah, my bad. We'll get a visual there at Clarksdale, and that would be, I assume that would be east, right?
Yeah, that's my assumption as well. And you can kind of see it. There we go, lit up by the lightning strike there, kind of one of the lowerings on that storm. Wonder what Sam's shot looks like. Let's check in with Sam with Tennessee Valley Weather.
You want me to touch base with Caleb too to see if he has a shot?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and reset here for a second. Current time is now 8:07. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside of Meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, looking at storms moving through North Mississippi. Storm being a relative term. These are not impressive in the traditional sense. Mostly what we call low precipitation supercell, and that typically means you're going to have some good visuals from time to time. But it's going to be a struggle to get that rotation of the surface, which is not a bad thing, not something I think that anybody wants to see. And it's amazing to me how some of these weak little showers have the broad rotation there with each of these. I mean, man. But they all kind of have these lowerings. Batesville's another example of this. Let's use our camera there. Again, appreciate Sam with Tennessee Valley Weather as he is out monitoring that. Our camera in Batesville, again, looking toward, I think this is the Como storm. And I mean, look at this right here. Does this look like anything? Like barely a shower. Yet look at what it looks like when we pull up our camera there in Batesville, which is kind of looking north toward that. It's not as impressive as it was a minute ago. Hold on, I pulled up Oxford. I was like, why is that not right? I clicked Oxford and said, this is Batesville. And so we're going to go back and forth here for a second, because this is what this looks like on radar, right? We're looking north there toward this. There's barely even red. There's not. I think there's orange. That's as deep as color as you're getting on that. Part of that is the fact that we're looking from the Tower Doppler weather radar, but part of that's just the fact that this is going to look way more impressive I mean, this right here is the rotating part of the thunderstorm trying to wrap around on this, right? Like that's what this is here, trying to curl around. And if you can get the right kind of warm inflow at just the right spot ahead here, you can sometimes spin up a little something. And so that's what's trying to happen with this. So let's go back to that camera in Batesville, because that looks like barely a shower. But Batesville camera tells a different story. Now, there's a pretty good gap between the base of this storm and the ground, right? Like this is a pretty solid gap, but that's our lowering on this. Man, it's just wild to me that it looks that impressive, despite the fact that of where we're at. Now, I should be able to, I think I can telestrate on this. Let me see if it will. No, it's not going to let me telestrate on those images. But yeah, so this would be the part we would look if this would produce a tornado somewhere in here, and it would have to tighten up a lot more than this. But it shouldn't look that well structured when it looks so poor on radar. Simply put, that's just the I guess nicest way that I can put that there. So if that's the case, I'm gonna look at the entire network of cameras here and just kind of make sure that I'm not seeing anything wild or wacky on some of these other ones there that we have out in Northwest Mississippi. Oh, this is easily the most interesting feature on any of those at this point. Though from time to time, we've had some shots out of Crenshaw that looked rather impressive. And again, Crenshaw, where that original rotating thunderstorm kind of moved right overhead, that storm now, exiting farther to the east, we don't have good visibility on that anymore. Back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, let's give the big overview here for a moment. First and foremost, for most people watching us, I know there's a lot of people that watch us from all different locations. I hear someone mentioning rumbles from Water Valley. We'll look specifically at some of that for you here in just a moment. But in the chat here, most people watching us are in the northern part of the state of Mississippi, right? We have 0 watches. We've had 0 warnings. We have had some hail, but we thankfully have not had significant large hail to this point here, because our storms we have a capping inversion that's preventing them from developing and becoming as strong as they could become. But certainly it's a possibility that at some point we could see this take that step. But every minute we work deeper into the night is a bigger struggle for these storms to try to produce something. And I just don't know that they'll ever get over the hump of actually doing that, hopefully. So to answer some of these real quick here, Jay's mentioning the Tower Doppler weather radar. That's what we're looking at here when we're looking at this reflectivity. We're close and we can kind of see some of the rotation. You absolutely can see some rotation there on the radar. That is that wind trying to wrap back around and trying to get it to rotate enough to produce a tornado right in there. So there's some rotation on this, no question, and you can see it on the wind mode on the Tower Doppler from the Memphis airport. Put this back on 1 minute data here. But that's going to take a bit more than that. In saying that, it's trying to get this to kind of wrap back in. We luckily do have storm chasers in the area monitoring things. We have, in particular, Sam with Tennessee Valley Weather, our partners in the Digital Weather Network, who is in the area monitoring the storms down there. Looks like his feed, yep, he's still got it up there as it's getting dark, and he's parked and just kind of waiting and watching that storm, having to wait for lightning strikes, and there's not a ton of lightning strikes, thankfully. Again, another sign that the storms remain, which is exactly the way that we'd like to see them. Hopefully that'll continue to be the case. But Sam's out there. Let me check the other North Mississippi storm chasers on the live map there. Looks like all of them are. Looks like we only have. one of them, again, pretty close to where Sam was, but does look like his feed is in and out at the moment here. So to answer some of your questions, what about Webster County? No tornadoes. Grenada, hopefully too far south. You're more possible in some. Is Monroe County going to be affected by this too? We're going to have storms later on tonight. Tornadoes? Probably not Monroe County. Same thing, probably not Morville, probably not Houston and Hulka. Batesville, obviously, we're watching, Sawdust Creations by Mike says I'm right in the middle of it. The one he's in is heading toward, Batesville, so watching that there. Cleveland, for folks out there in Cleveland and in Pope, obviously we're watching for you as well. You're still in the zone, Horn Lake, Water Valley, Charleston, where we're trying to pay attention to this for you. Nikki asking, what does this mean for tomorrow? This means we have not really turned over the atmosphere. This also means the cap was extremely strong today, and that means I need to look at some more data on comparison on how it was depicting the cap before this all started to kind of figure out exactly where we're going from here. What about Corinth and Kossuth? You could still see something as these storms work eastward through the night, but still some time before any of these would get closer to you. We're out here looking closer to Como. Again, where that rotation has picked up just a little bit more. Some of that's the angle versus the radar site. But these two kind of areas where you see the sort of reddish on here, those are our two rotating storms where they are trying to modify the environment and luckily to this point struggling to effectively do so. So looking at, again, the rainfall mode, they look like practically nothing, but there is some weak rotation in both cases on these low precipitation supercells. I wonder if we have something. LP, nope. Nope, I was hoping for UPER. We do not have, I think, a good option to be able to show like the different types of SEPERE. I don't think we have one in here that shows the different types of supercells and how that all works. I know it exists. I just don't think I have it prepped and ready to go, unfortunately. Let's look from down in Batesville again, northward into this. And with that, I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Gabe will have you over at Chroma so that you can kind of run things up for a minute here. But these storms, like when we're looking there from Batesville, had a pretty good view just a little bit ago. And now kind of looking at it here, and it's hard to see. It's going to be harder and harder to see over the next little bit because as we head deeper into the night, obviously visibility goes down.
And something that Caleb said was there's not a ton of lightning with this. So the lack of lightning also limits our visibility as well. Also limits power outages, so that's a positive. But as we look out at Batesville, you can continue to see an impressive structure out there just in northern Panola County. So for everyone in the chat that's asking, are you okay? Like Matt was mentioning, for the majority of us, yes. But out in northwest Mississippi, that's where we're expecting these storms to continue. Now, heading into tomorrow, I know that's what was it? Nikki asking tornado threat towards the morning time, maybe. Asking about tomorrow. We'll, of course, have those tracks coming up tonight at 9 and 10. But I just want to show you the comparison of what they're dealing with up there towards Missouri and Illinois. And you can see the vast number of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that have been issued, including a confirmed tornado there in central Illinois. Now, this is all attached to a front. And one of the big things that their atmosphere has that ours doesn't is a forcing mechanism. That cold front is helping drive things up there towards Missouri and up there towards Illinois, and that whole front is why we're seeing some of that stronger development take place. They have the same atmosphere, if not a little bit more primed than us here in North Mississippi. So having those same ingredients and having a way to lift those storms into the atmosphere has allowed for them to unfortunately deal with a lot more of that severe weather. And looking at those storm spotter reports, you can see that we've not had necessarily a confirmed tornado except for radar confirmed up there, but a lot of those severe thunderstorm warnings producing some of the hail and gusty winds. That all being said, long way around the answer to your question. Tomorrow is where we expect some gusty conditions here in North Mississippi. That's dealing with tomorrow afternoon into the overnight hours. So paying attention to that as we get closer, and potentially, due to it having a lifting mechanism, getting some of those stronger gusts here in North Mississippi and potential for a few of those severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So That's what we're looking at. But over there in Senatobia, I see some folks mentioning there is where we continue to get some of those impressive structures on our cameras, but radar not showing much. In fact, lightning strikes over the last 30 minutes. Let's just look at the entirety of this cluster. And we're seeing 73 total strikes right there at the top left of your screen. Okay, well, let's exclude that one there towards Charleston and just focus on these. And there's only 32, thus limiting just how much energy these do have. But they're still in a pretty prime part of the atmosphere. Looking at those dew points, we're right on the outer boundary of those 70-degree dew points as those do cross into Marshall County, expecting it to be dark, expecting it to look scary, but fortunately, we don't have anything confirmed falling to the ground other than rainfall and some small hail at times. So, I guess folks asking if they can go to bed, not just yet, because we are dealing with, these storms heading into the overnight hours, because one of the things with us is it's not like up north where they're having a cold front move through that's driving out those rain and storm chances. Here in North Mississippi, we're getting more of the unstable air, more of that convective initiation. The convection is what's driving our pattern. So that keeps those rain chances around even into the overnight hours.
We are waiting for, is there enough heating at just the right spot? And that's not... It's like if you imagine, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. I know. It's like if you want to make a wave, right? And you move your arm across the top of the water, you're going to make a wave. Now you're waiting for somebody to toss in a ball and see where it makes a splash, right? And you're waiting. Are they going to do it? They're doing this. They might not ever actually accidentally throw that. Or if they're my child, they might throw it at the time they didn't mean to throw it. But the point is that you're waiting for that one little splash, except it's, we just need enough heating, we bust through and produce the storm, and we largely haven't had that. And so because moisture is so limited, we get these, smaller sort of rotating storms like what we have here. And that's, from time to time, these can be very, very unimpressive and then just do something weird. That's a rarity for that to happen. They both have a little bit of rotation with them. And that just because they have a little rotation doesn't mean they're going to produce a tornado, but there's a little bit there in those cases. So we'll see. And even that one, I think back to Marks has a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Now it's at the edge of the range, so don't get too excited about how bright it was there. At the edge of the range, sometimes this can be overstated on it. If that were like that consistently, it's one thing. We'd look for it to be the same over and over. And there's some things out there, some obstructions that could get. But is it worth continuing to watch? Absolutely. One thing I'm interested in is I'm interested to see if when we look at the severe threats, if it even catches any of this on LPs. And it has not caught much, so it did have some of the hail on that one towards Senatobia earlier. But that's not shocking that this is not a scenario where those tend to do very well at all. But to kind of answer some of the questions, somebody asking about going to sleep. The answer on going to sleep is extremely simple. If you want to go to sleep, the answer is this: weather call. Because tonight is the night. Now, I think we can probably take strong tornadoes off of the table. I think it would be very difficult at this point here for us to get the atmosphere in a position where it produces strong tornadoes. So in saying that, tornadoes still not impossible, but it's going to take a lot more than what we have seen. So weather call allows you to be able to turn this off and move on with your life. And we appreciate the thousands of you that are still watching us across social media and on our app. But the big headline here is I would highly recommend you have weather call. It'll call you for tornado warnings, call you back if tornadoes are confirmed, call you for severe thunderstorm warnings, call you for flash flood emergencies. And in all those cases, Gabe, those are scenarios where you could be in rough shape. So it'll call you if you have to deal with it. But Gabe, back to you.
Yeah, and one of the things that I'm looking at here behind the scenes is just really hard to gauge. I will say this is the first LP event that I have had in my life, working as a meteorologist here in North Mississippi. So not too long, but I've been here a few years at this point. Nonetheless, one of the things that I'm looking to get a visual on there in Batesville is the fact that you are getting some decent rotation with some decent DBZs. And decent is a key word there. It's not overly impressive because it's an LP type situation, but Luke's Oklahoma right there, just south of Crossroad. If we look at the velocity here, those returns, we do still have that broad rotation like we were looking at just a moment ago. Matt, I'll let you take over. So out there, this would be just east there of Como, and that's what we're trying to get a visual on. And as we've watched this loop, one of the things that we were looking at, we were talking about that southern fringe storm. This one has had it scan to scan, and it's starting to get a little bit more impressive as that RFD tries to wrap around. You're getting a visual right there towards Crossroad as that red tries to at least circulate around. It's looking more impressive, but Matt, this is my first LP.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Here's what I'd say on this. Is that part of it's the angle from the radar site, right? You're moving, as you move around radially around the radar site, you're going to have what it takes to get radar away from you is a little bit different, right? You can have the same rotation. Now, I do think it's curled around a little better, but it's not tight yet, right? Like this would still be pretty broad rotation for where it's at. So I'm going to go back and forth on this a minute here. And the thing that we sometimes we place things as close by one another on radar, and close is good enough. Every pixel means something. We sometimes just figure out what it means after the fact. And so looking at that there, you can see that is that away from the radar. That's that hook echo away. The issue is we don't have a tight inflow band or inflow channel that's really come in. So it's trying, but it's got a ways to go here. And just before dark, quick edit of the wall cloud. And I'm going to get a shot, hopefully, of that wall cloud video that we had a minute ago on that other storm. But yeah, is this trying? Is it maybe rotating around a little bit more? Possibly. But as I'm checking from a little farther away, part of that's might be a cell split going on. No, I think you had those ripples the entire time. There's a difference between rotating and going to produce a tornado, if that makes sense. That's clearly rotating. The one up around Holly Springs, I don't know if that is as much, not as much as it was. That one's almost completely dead. And the other one farther south, yeah. So I don't know if that helped at all, but that's that's my 2.5 cents worth.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. The one thing that was just shouting at me was like you're getting some of that reflectivity to at least show that hook a little bit more defined rather than it just be some green showing up. So, some of the higher DBZs often indicate that as well.
Well, and so you're almost always going to want more. You're going to need, like in an LP that produces a tornado, you're still going to expect to have the majority of your precip returns out here in the forward flank, right? Mm-hmm. It might not be that big. It might be, it might be like that. But you're going to want to have still a pretty good precip on the front end. Like the front end's going to have still a lot of precip. The back end, one that produces, might barely show a hook until it touches down, right? But you're still going to have the majority of your precip in the forward flank. At least in my experience, when I've had equal precip, forward flank, rear flank, we typically have not produced tornadoes in that situation. Now, again, I have not been around since the dawn of time, and weird stuff can happen. I would expect to see the velocities getting a little stronger, or at the very least, a little tighter. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't always show, I will warn, it doesn't always show up as tight on tower Doppler weather radar. But yeah, give me a second here. I want to see if Sam was mentioning his stream, so I'm just going to pull up here real quick.
If you want to take this full screen for a second.
Okay, I'll do that here just a moment. Let's bring it back here to the mobile room-to-room weather center. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather as of just before 8:30. We're looking at a live shot here from Sam with Tennessee Valley weather as he is kind of in some of the heavy rainfall from some of the storms watching and tracking them across North Mississippi. Of course, Tennessee Valley Weather is a partner with us here on Mississippi Live, part of the Digital Weather Network. And so this is not a particularly riveting shot, but still kind of watching and trying to track these storms and see what they're capable of. I think one of the big headlines we need to be crystal clear about is that for many of us, this has been, and this hopefully will continue to be, a whole bunch of nothing. I'm going to change it from that one radar site. We're really kind of focused in the northwest part of the state, and show you the other radar sites that we typically use, which have a whole bunch of nothing. And we've got all these great cameras. You check here in Mabin, and this is how safely away you are from them. You can see there toward the horizon, kind of leftovers from some storms, but it's completely clear overhead. And that's a pretty common thing, if you're, even down here in Houston, depending on what direction you look, you might show a few things toward the horizon. We're looking a long ways that way, but not really seeing a whole lot there. I mean, back in Tupelo, it's the same story. Because when we look at that measure of moisture, which looks like that reporting station at Tupelo Airport is down. We'll have to check that behind the scenes. We show 64 for that dew point. That's relatively dry air, all things considered. So yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that's largely saved us in the eastern part of the state. And so when, we have folks in Tupelo saying, can I go to sleep? I would say at this point, yes, especially if you have a way, if you have those layers of protection. We always say building your armor. Caledonia, I'd go to sleep if I were you. I don't think there's any problem with that. Same thing in Starkville. The dew point's a little higher in Caledonia at 68. And yes, we will have thunderstorms overnight at some of these spots, like Starkville. At some point later on tonight, we're gonna have probably some thunderstorms. But just make sure you have weather call, code red, the Mississippi Live Weather app, which of course will have alerts, but have multiple examples of the different things here, the different alert systems, and you're going to be fine. Yeah, I would say go. I would not be worried about tornadoes there if I were in Starkville, nor would I be if I were, say, in Winona at this point. I think we're probably okay and fine there. Same thing, Kosciuszko. Though there's a lot of fuel still around, 70 for that dew point there. A little higher than some other spots, 70 for the dew point there in Kosciuszko. And I'll bet we're going to be probably pretty close to that again up there in Ackerman as well. 72 for that dew point. So there's still a decent amount of fuel laying around ready for storms if we can get them to initiate. We just have thankfully not gotten them to initiate and largely missed out on this first round. So I would say for all the folks that you're seeing here, I would feel comfortable going to sleep. But know this, if you're out here in Greenville, and I kind of put you last on this list for a reason, I do anticipate that we will have additional thunderstorms eventually move in later on tonight. It'll probably take some time before that happens. And there's clearly nothing out there in Arkansas associated with this. So it's going to take some time. But yeah, I when we kind of focus out here and look back into southern Arkansas, no storms. But at some point tonight, while it's not a high confidence scenario, and we talked about that all day long, how this was not high confidence. Eventually, there will probably be some storms popping up there. We have them back into Texas. And whether these are the ones to kick out some rain-cooled air and then it just kind of expands from there, I'd say you're in good shape. Grenada wanting to know if Grenada's clear. I would be fine. Again, if you have weather call, you have multiple ways to find out if you're in the danger zone. I would say that you're probably okay in most cases there. So that's kind of my impression on the situation. Fulton, I would say the same thing, and Amory, I'd say the same thing. So for a lot of us, Gabe, it is kind of at that sort of wind down time. But for a few of us in Northwest Mississippi, we're still watching this, and weirder things have happened than for this to ratchet up and try to produce tornadoes. These do look more intense when you look farther away, and I think that's kind of an important note. When you look farther away, that storm near Abbeville and Como looks a lot more interesting than it did when you're right up on it from the weather radar and at the airport. And that's not uncommon that that's the case because when you're right up on it, you're especially on LP, it's low precipitation. You're not hitting a lot of precip, right?
Yeah, and one thing to also note is parts of Greenwood have come down to 69-degree dew points, so potentially some of those dew points lowering, and that's going to limit that potential as well. But with that being said, and for what it's worth, models at least showing that some of these can intensify as they move closer to the Tennessee state line, going to be right on the cusp of that towards northwest Mississippi. And so, it's talking about these cells right here. As those move there towards the northeast, they're right along the Tennessee state line, potentially getting stronger. And that's what we're watching here in the next few moments. And models looking at that behind the scenes, the 0Z model coming out, it does show, at least during those overnight hours, again, we'll be here. Don't worry about that. But there is going to be that line of storms working its way to the south right along the Tennessee state line, and there is still some potential. National Weather Service there in Jackson even talking about it, how it might be a later time than initially expected as that does continue to work its way towards the south right over here in North Mississippi. So this is not our one and done threats. A lot of you guys asking, can I go to bed? Can I be done with the severe weather threat? Unfortunately, no. It's just going to be an active 48-hour span starting tonight and working into our Tuesday night as well. So like Matt mentioned, if you have weather call, you're set, you're good to go. You'll be woken up if need be, because while we have to keep ourselves awake here in the Room to Room Weather Center, you don't have to. So don't stay up with us if you don't have to, but do wake up for any of those warnings and watches that do get issued as we keep you guys posted. So this is looking out of, I believe this is going to be the Memphis. Let me make sure. Yes, so this will be the Memphis Tower, and not impossible there. Let me actually look at a loop real quick, because I've been trying to look at that behind the scenes, haven't seen the last couple of scans. So right there is where things got a little bit more interesting. You're starting to get some of those purples showing up on our DBZs. That might mean that we could be getting some of those small hail returns as well. Let me see if we have a look at that wind mode real quick. The wind mode does look more broad. I think that was what we were looking at just a moment ago. So let's see how this has trended. So as that moved through, Como captured attention a little bit, but yeah, not showing nearly the return. So that's a welcome sight for sure. And hopefully that's a sign of things to come as this does try to just be a rain producer at this point. Lightning on it. I'll have to go to the last scan as well to get a good look there. We're 25 strikes. We were at 32 earlier on. So those have come down as well. That's, again, a welcome sight. But as we've seen with multiple of these setups, it looks way more impressive than what that radar is actually reading. So as we bring that radar sight, our camera view over there to Oxford, and this should still be looking to the north, we'll have a strike at times that we're able to get a visual on, right on cue. And what we're looking for is right there at the base to see if there is anything that stands out. Well, that looks like a decent lightning producer compared to what we just saw a moment ago. So we're looking right at the base. Let me check behind the scenes to see where this is looking out of. That looks way more action-packed when we're talking lightning compared to what we just saw a moment ago. So this would be looking towards the northwest. So this would be right into where we need to be seeing. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so lots of cloud to ground lightning with this compared to what we just saw on our lightning strike, or number of lightning strikes. So that's telling us that this is a little bit more energetic than what we're seeing right there. And that could also mean these are a little bit stronger as well. I'm trying to see if there is a visual at all. We're able to zoom this in a bit, and we'd have to be looking. Let me see if I can move it a little bit there towards the north and bring it down a little bit. There we go. Let's pay attention right there and see if we get anything, because we're looking right there at the base of this storm. I didn't see anything on that strike. So this again just looks to be a heavy rain producer, a lot of lightning. As I want to look behind the scenes, let me see if I can pull this up right here to see if we have any of those power outages. And as of right now, no. So these cloud to ground strikes have fortunately not struck the wrong things, and we've maintained power through the night. And let's hope that does continue as we clear things off and we bring it back up there towards the Blackwater area and Galena. That's moving right across Highway 4. And this is a look out of, this would be our Memphis radar site. So that's looking towards the southeast, towards Tullahoma and Laws Hill. Yeah, there's some of the hail returns that we were talking about just a moment ago. That'd be more aloft rather than on the surface. Our True Shield roofing hail threat not showing that as of the 8:38 hour, at least our hail swath, but we are getting that on our peak impacts. That is peak impacts, so that's what we'd expect the most out of these cells. So as we look at that cell, continues to be the heart of that area towards Tyrone and Blackwater, that we're getting some of those smaller hailstones aloft. Not impressive on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, as has been the theme throughout the afternoon and now evening hours. We're at 28 strikes. I think that might be underdoing it with how much lightning strikes we saw just a moment ago. Can we go to bed in Hickory Flat? How's it looking out in Corinth? What about Ripley? Well, let me say this about all of these towns that were just mentioned. It is going to be an extended threat that goes through tonight, that goes through, yes, the overnight hours into tomorrow morning, and then extends into Tuesday as well before that kind of does reach a calmer period by midweek. This is going to be an active 48 hours, so I do want you guys to have Weather Call, have the Mississippi Live Weather app, because you shouldn't have to stay up with us through the overnight hours and lose your sleep. Trust me, we have a baby on the way. I'd do anything to get those last couple hours of sleep, but I won't, because I'm going to make sure to watch these behind the scenes along with the whole team here at Mississippi Live Weather. So if you have Weather Call and if you have the Mississippi Live Weather app, then you are good to go to sleep at any point tonight that you want to go to bed, and that'll wake you up for when those storms are moving through your area. Anything for Boonville? Boonville, actually, we can actually bring it back here for a moment.
Oh, and I will say this, Gabe. Hickory Flat's still pretty close to the path of where this is going.
Yes.
You know, so I would still say I'm paying close attention to still in Hickory Flat. Ripley's, you know, the three that you mentioned there are all kind of in the path of this. I would still, I wouldn't go to bed and be like, okay, all over down over here, you know, from Abbeville to Myrtle to Blue Mountain, Hickory Flat, Faulkner, Ashland. We're not there yet for you. You know, I mean, if we're saying where, you know, we're going to bed and, you know, kind of turning it down, I would say, you know, it's probably these locations southeast, right? This is the spot where there'll be some stuff eventually, but this tornado threat's not going to materialize for you. Northwest of this, I mean, and we probably could be more aggressive with how far northwest that line goes. But I would, of those spots you mentioned, I'd still be paying attention for a little while, at the very least having this app open on the side.
Yeah, and one of the things, my brain was running ahead of my mouth there. Northwest Mississippi is the area that we want to stay alert and stay awake tonight, but I was more so thinking of, like, yes, the Caledonia that you mentioned earlier on, there towards even Corinth, right there on the outskirts of some of those potential storms. But yeah, the Golden Triangle, even there just south of Highway 82, overall doesn't look like a concerning threat for the immediate couple of hours. So that's where you're good to continue out your evening as planned. But yes, towards Ripley, Corinth, and Hickory Flat, Marshall County, up there towards Tate County, seeing those areas still deal with a pretty energetic environment. Now, what has changed over the last 20 minutes or so? Well, let's go ahead and zoom it out and let's talk about what has been issued. Well, we have a tornado watch that has been issued for the northern Arkansas area until 4 a.m. on your Tuesday. I know that's northern Arkansas. That doesn't matter to you directly, but what that should tell you is that we have an entire frontal system that's moving across this area. I mean, we're seeing all the warnings up there as well. And so I expect that this tornado watch will be extended into the overnight hours as well for western Tennessee. But eventually that front does extend towards the south into North Mississippi. And being that their cutoff time is 4 a.m. for northern Arkansas, by the time it reaches into North Mississippi, not saying a watch is necessarily going to be issued, but where we're watching for some of those storms to move in will be towards the early pre-dawn hours of our Tuesday. So that's where I want you guys to get sleep tonight, and that's what we were talking about just a moment ago. But that new watch that has been put out does not include North Mississippi, but is right on the outskirts there. If we look back at that northwest Mississippi area, we're talking there towards the St. Francis County and Crittenden County there in eastern Arkansas. So not fully into North Mississippi, but we are basically outlining North Mississippi at this point with those tornado watches. Let's go ahead and bring it back in here to that cell, moving through southern Marshall County. And as we see right here, we're at 37 strikes. So what we tracked a moment ago on our camera, let me work to clear, Matt, if you're able to clear that off. No, I got it. If one thing that we were tracking a moment ago was that this is a little bit more energetic than what the strikes were indicating. Well, now that those strikes have factored in, we're up to 38 strikes, and I believe it was at 22 a moment ago. So that has since come up. Let's go ahead and look at our rotation to see if there is any that is on this storm. And no, there's not. But as we've seen, the radar doesn't have to be, well, actually, that was out of the Memphis Tower site. So let me go back to, Yeah, so we're getting some broad rotation there. Okay, so our tower is able to read this a bit better because it is closer. You're able to get some more high definition. So that's why we're still getting some of that broad rotation. Let me actually put this on a loop because it looked like it had faded out, and now as it's moved towards southern Marshall County, right there, starting to get that to show up a little bit more. Let's see how this trends with our reflectivity mode here real quick. Let me bring it back to, so that would be wrapping around. I'm curious if that's actually a cell merger that's taking place. Let me put this on a loop one more time. So there's your cell that's out ahead of it. Now that's starting to merge into it. You know, Matt, if you want to jump in here real quick, and I know it's still broad rotation, it's not an immediate concern, but it's definitely something that does stand out on our radar compared to what we were getting a few moments ago on that scan. We're getting that cell merger and potentially what looks like, it looks like an RFD. Verifying that as an actual RFD is not, I don't believe we're at that point yet, but the broad rotation attached to it, that does stand out, lining up right in that area where, you know, picturesque-wise, it would look like an RFD.
I think it's a cell merger, and I think it's garbage at the moment, but I do think that as it emerges from the cell merger, things could get interesting, more interesting. Luckily, I mean, how slow are these going, Gabe?
Let me...
Have we checked to see lately how slow these are going? Because these feel glacial. Like, if that's is that really a 1 hour loop? Hold on.
If you want me, I can do it behind the scenes if you want to take it for a second.
Never mind. Apparently it's 30 miles an hour, which feels... Nah, I got that not quite right. Yeah, I would say about 29 miles per hour, which is, I guess, not glacial, but that is slow for around here.
Mm-hmm.
Storm chasers would refer to that as a chaseable storm.
Well, and one thing that whenever that merger does happen is you are no longer having a cutoff there for the inflow to happen. So I'm curious here in the next couple of scans how that's going to work out. And so it is taking more of an eastern direction rather than the northeast we were tracking a moment ago, right?
Can you hit the loop button over there? Here.
Yes.
Hold on, yes, I can hit that. There we go. Maybe it needs a little bit more north than that. Let's do that.
I didn't know you could edit it like that. Learn something new every day. Mississippi Live weather. So looking at the towns where it's headed, Waterford 848, Marianna 851, the Bethlehem community 854. We are at Waits 903, Potts Camp 903, Hickory Flat, heard that town mentioned a moment ago, 911 there, Pine Grove 922, Bethel 928, Blue Mountain right there towards the university. For folks that are maybe going into are we in the finals week yet? I know we're close to it. So maybe wrapping up those final semester exams and working into those the finals week. Either way, if you're up there studying, 931 is when you might hear a few rumbles of thunder with this setup. Lowry 932, New Hope 940, Shady Grove 940, and Buena Vista 942 as well. And speaking of Pine Grove, there should be a few more people that have the app up there getting those alerts because I got to go speak with them about a month ago. So definitely staying alert with the Mississippi Live weather app when it came to the winter storm event this past couple of months, but now working into severe weather season, continue to get those alerts into late April. But yeah, Matt, that stands out, and I'm curious about that cell merger. Let me actually go back in there to see, because we should still have a shot. So I'm going to zoom in here real quick to get a visual, and then I want to see the strikes. We're at 43, so that has come up. And I do want to get a look out of Oxford because we will have a visual on this as it is going to the north. So let me pull this up here real quick.
So it looks, and I've got to figure out, I'm looking, my version and in my color table over here looks much more interesting. I'm going to pull it over here for this for a second. I'll show, oops, I changed the angle on my monitor. This looks much more interesting on mine here. So give me just a second. We'll bring it back here for a moment. I'm going to show you this version of Mama Justice Doppler radar. Let me get it all organized and set up the right way. But this looks much more interesting here than it does on there. So I'm gonna check the angle. I don't think we're getting every scan there, so I'm gonna actually do the base of the place marker here, the base of the RFD. And storm motion from marker. See that? I see the nonstop lightning you've got there, Gabe. I'm gonna pop it up where it's kind of the big little box here for a moment while I'm doing this, because that is nonstop lightning. That has gotten a lot more interesting. Now the velocity on this has not yet.
Fortunately.
Yeah, fortunately. The wind mode, I'll see if I can put it behind where my head's supposed to be there. But you can see that lightning from our Phoenix Building Solutions camera there in Oxford, kind of looking there north toward Techville and, Harmontown, Abbeville, moving that direction there. Of course, we do have a number of the North Mississippi storm chasers there, a couple of them just north of that as well. Timothy and Adrian, as well as Caleb, all back there a little closer to Holly Springs. So they're generally in the area of this, watching it. But I think I'm getting some intermittent scans. You may or may not be, because here's my loop on this, and I'll kind of step out of the way for a moment. Try to get out of the way so you can see.
Well, my thing is, this had 43 strikes a moment ago. I think that is underdoing it on this.
Well, and the question is, how many of those are cloud-to-cloud strikes?
True.
That might be what's getting us on this.
I'm going to see if they've reported any power outages, because with this number of lightning, I'd expect that number could climb. So far.
While you're doing that, I'm going to bring it back in here to the remote room weather center, and we'll kind of reset for a moment. You saw that lightning strike hanging there. That was a for sure cloud to ground lightning strike. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7, 365 streaming service based out of the North Mississippi area, where we cover weather, sports, some other stuff, and continuing to monitor some active and potentially strengthening storms here in and around the Oxford area. You can see the lightning strikes visible from Oxford and our camera location there. I'm curious to see if we have maybe kind of a shot that captures a greater percentage of the storm if we look from Pontotoc. Give me a moment while I check from Pontotoc and we look back that direction there. My map here, we're looking the exact opposite way, so let's look right there. Come on. Is it not going to do this? Not going to do the point and click thing? Okay, apparently we're going to have to manually move. Oh, nope, I no longer. Hey, James, in the funny whack-a-mole game of severe weather coverage, I can't control Pontotoc at the moment. I don't know if there's just like a number that they have set there, but we need to flip Pontotoc around if we can back to the northwest, presently facing southeast. So I'm gonna leave that one behind, but James, just so you know, I do not have control of Pontotoc at the moment. Let's see if we have one that we do. Do I have control of Oxford? Yes. So you're looking at the Oxford camera. I'm going to make sure we're zoomed out about as far as we can. There we go. Zoom it out a little bit. So we're kind of looking north, northeast. Yeah, for a brief second, you could see the overall shape of the cloud, which is kind of a really cool shot of that. Yeah, the whole cloud kind of lighting up there. There we go. I could see that someone might be fighting me on using it, but look at the lightning there on that. That is a lot of lightning coming from that storm. So we're looking north of the Oxford area into a storm that is showing signs of rotation. It'd be what we call a low precipitation supercell. I mean, and it's nearly nonstop lightning out of the cloud itself, and we're getting quite a few cloud to ground strikes as well. And there they are, really kind of picking up. You can see 55 strikes over the last 30 minutes. A lot of those, that's what these vertical lines are here. A lot of those kind of obviously on the kind of front end of this. Looking at the wind mode on Mama Justice Doppler near Laws Hill. This is starting to wrap up a little bit more. To a certain extent, that is the effect of the angle. We're looking at this with the radar. But the question we have is not necessarily whether or not it's kind of wrapping up on the backside there, which we do have. It's if we can get enough inflow to wrap in. And we hope, obviously, the answer is no, of the warmer inflow into this to try to get this to wrap up and do something like produce a tornado. That's what we don't want to happen. Obviously, that's what we are babysitting in the hopes it doesn't happen. But that's just a lot of lightning out of Oxford there. nearly nonstop on the strikes with that one. Man, some big blows. So we probably will at least have some power disruptions related to that before this is all said and done. That is one of a few storms that we are tracking at this time. I mean, these have and continue to look like absolute garbage on radar. They don't look like anything. But as you saw a second ago, a storm like what you're showing you shouldn't look like anything, but it's a low precipitation supercell. And so it's still rotating just like the big rotating storms we're used to seeing. It's just doing it with more limited amount of moisture to work off of. It's part of kind of this lead grouping of storms that have all stayed below severe limits to this point here. But then we obviously have this line of storms right on our cold front back to the west that is nothing but tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings from Lafayette, Louisiana, all the way through parts of Illinois and down into Arkansas. And that line of storms in kind of northwest Arkansas about to sort of join up at some point here, perhaps, with kind of the hole in the action back there into southern Oklahoma, southeast Oklahoma there. So we do expect this to eventually fill in with thunderstorms that probably move in, but we have luckily not busted through our capping inversion, which is something that has tried to keep the atmosphere stabilized and keep storms from going. So that is what has helped us to this point. That's why we have largely gotten away with not having anything too terribly strong yet. And hopefully that yet stays, that's all she wrote, but we're not there yet. A couple ways we'll look at this, again, on Mama Justice Doppler radar. We're looking from the Tower Doppler weather radar there from the Memphis airport. I will say, looking from the main Memphis radar, that does look a little bit more impressive. But again, we're also looking a longer distance away. And you might say, why would it look more impressive from a longer distance away? Well, first off, that's just kind of the way this tends to work. You can also see, I'll bring Gabe in here for a second. I think some of what we were looking at up close, see how there's almost a couple spots there where you have the little circulations that kind of show up on this, right? You have that little one there near east of Malone or west of Malone there. You get these little, if you go back and you use let me make sure this is 1 minute data so I have every scan. So yeah, that little right there at about 8:50 something, 8:50-ish. Actually, that's right now. No, hold on, that's not. That's 8:52. So yeah, a couple minutes ago, you had just a little something trying to do something there, but luckily not achieving anything. And this is trying really hard to misbehave, but luckily has not.
Misbehave. Golly, the parent. I'm already taking notes. But yeah, you're exactly right.
Mine in the other room might disagree on whether or not you should take those notes from me. But anyway, that's a different discussion. For folks at home that don't watch us regularly, we do have a regularly scheduled broadcast that starts at 9. We will start that broadcast here in just a moment and try to kind of give a general overview of where things stand at this point in time. One thing that I highly recommend that we talk all about, everyone wants to know, when can they go to sleep? When can they, turn this off? Weather call is kind of the early ability to do that. It allows you to, allows us to, call you. You get a phone call if there is a severe weather moving toward your area. It calls you back if a tornado warning is issued. If a tornado is confirmed to have touched down, it is not free because unfortunately making phone calls costs money. And so it is worth it, in my opinion. It is what I have for my family and what I recommend everyone get for theirs, because I've been associated with it for 2 decades now. I mean, right out, I think 20 years. And let me just say that, my parents still get their weather call when they have active and severe weather back into Kansas. So got one the other night when they had tornado warnings up that direction. So highly recommend weather call for you and for your family when severe weather is striking. So pick it up. Layer up those types of ways in which you can build that armor and get those notifications, whether it's weather call, Mississippi Live Weather app, Code Red. Highly recommend that you pick up at least 2 to 3 of these to wake you up in the middle of the night if you choose to go to bed. Totally get that. But just know that there are still some thunderstorms out there that we are going to be watching and have to continue to watch, including one storm near the Marshall and Lafayette County line that is showing signs of rotation and still trying to kind of maintain some of that rotation. Mississippi Live Weather at 9. We're going to go and start that broadcast, I believe, here in just a moment. I'll make sure I have everything ready behind the scenes so that we can do that and get things rolling. So let me click that. I apologize. Everything is up and ready to go. Okay, Mississippi Live Weather at 9 starts right now.
At Vibe Aesthetics and Wellness, we believe confidence isn't just how you look, it's how you feel. From
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 9.
Okay, welcome back to Mississippi Live Weather at 9. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon here. Hopefully you're doing okay tonight. We are tracking some severe weather potential continuing in the overnight hours, and it does include most locations here across the far northwest portion of the state. Many of us, though, are past any sort of severe weather peak, and there's more than a decent chance that most of us do not see tornadoes tonight, thankfully. The severe weather risk, that level 3 severe weather risk, still in place for far northwest Mississippi. Tornado risk is there as well. You can see that level 3 tornado risk sits right at the Tennessee state line. That's a little farther south in some cases than it was earlier on. That strong tornado risk is primarily to the north of us. Damaging wind, still a possibility. Destructive wind up to 75 miles per hour, probably not. Large hail on our True Shield roofing. Hail risk, still a possibility for some, but the most significant hail back to the north and west. But I think the thing we have to make sure we're clear on is that storms have largely underperformed with the exception of a single one that we're going to track here in mere moments. And we expect to have thunderstorms on an isolated, fairly widely scattered scale overnight that eventually move in from Arkansas. But we have not really turned over the atmosphere. And that means we have fuel available that could make tomorrow much more interesting for severe weather chances. Hopefully that's not how this plays out, but that does remain a possibility here. Let's go to Mama Justice Doppler radar. You're looking kind of at the wider shot, and there's really only a couple of storms. One there that's near the Marshall and Lafayette County line that is the one of greatest concern at this point in time. On Mama Justice Doppler radar, this is what our meteorologist Gabe Maynor and myself have been watching. Again, it looks a little more impressive on here than it did 20, 25 minutes ago. Still some rotation on this storm right along Mississippi Highway 7 near the Malone community in Spraggins there. Gabe will check behind the scenes with our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut to see when we can get his live stream back up and going. They have gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning on this. It does include Marshall and Benton and Tippah counties. That is in effect until tonight at 9:45 p.m. for Marshall, Benton, and Tippah counties. We're watching the rotation. It's probably the hail that could be the biggest threat. But I will say this, the description on this warning says the phrase tornado possible. And that is kind of a precursor when rotation is persistent on a storm like this, one of the descriptive terms that they use to describe it. Looking farther away from the radar site there at the Memphis Weather Service office, it's a longer distance away. That rotation, again, is not overly impressive, but on a low precipitation supercell, which is what this is, where, hey, listen, this is not the big ball of red we typically show. That is a scenario here where on an LP supercell that sometimes it underdoes the amount of rotation until the storm actually produces something. This from our Oxford camera, and we'll talk to Caleb here in just a moment. We'll bring in Gabe as well to kind of analyze some of these things here. But our Oxford camera has done a good job of capturing the nearly nonstop lightning strikes that this storm has produced, Again, appreciate Phoenix Building Solutions, our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, to put together this camera network here. Again, nearly nonstop lightning. And Gabe, as we're looking at this, it definitely looks fairly rough out there at this time. I'm waiting for you to get in the Chrome key, Gabe. Sorry, not Chrome key, over there, the monitor. There we go.
Sorry, I was sending out a push to let folks know that we're tracking it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Sorry, I thought that already went out. I heard it being a minute ago. So
well, that was for the show, and then things started ramping up.
That was for the show, not the warning. You're absolutely right. So I appreciate that. I'm still looking at Caleb here, our Caleb Edelblut there on the left-hand part of your screen. Vastly different on the number of lightning strikes you're not seeing, or I don't know if just your camera's not picking it up, but from Oxford, this thing looks really electric.
Yeah, no, we're having those constant lightning strikes. Part of the issue is we do have a tree line right next to us, so we can only really see the bright flashes when they're a little bit more elevated. But definitely looking at the top of the sky, I mean, we're getting those constant flashes. It's just my camera's kind of struggling to pick that up through the car, and definitely not rolling the window down. But we're on our way to Hickory Flat right now. There we go, kind of zoomed in. You can see it a little bit better. But on our way to Hickory Flat, going to stop at a gas station, let this kind of continue to creep closer and closer to us. So still keeping an eye on this, especially watching it kind of intensify just a little bit more. We just saw that severe thunderstorm warning get placed with that tour tag as well. So keeping a close eye on this one, trying to get in a good spot for you guys, Matt, but definitely trying to keep our eye on it, continue to push further and further closer towards Hickory Flat. We'll gas up there and kind of let it keep working its way towards us. So trying to get in the best position that we can, but I'd say it's definitely the most energetic storm that we've seen tonight. Just those constant flashes, lots of energy going on, and kind of seeing a few crawlers up there in the sky. If we can see a few breaks in the cloud. But yeah, just constant flashes going on, a few rumbles of thunder here and there if they can get a little bit closer to us. But that's about all we can see right now, Matt. But we're going to continue getting closer to Hickory Flat. Try to see if I can get a live shot set up for you guys as we stop to get gas and try to get a good visual on that storm.
Okay, give me a second. Your audio is going to go down. I'm going to bring your audio back up as soon as I bring the camera back on. So give me just a second here. Our Caleb Edelblut on the ground there, looking to kind of monitor those storms. I'm going to bring your audio back in here, Caleb. This is, again, a ton of lightning from our shot there in the Oxford area. I don't know if you're able to kind of see that from where you're looking, if you're able to see the camera shot there. But looking kind of north, about 30 degrees, so just a little east of north. I mean, it's a rough, looks like a rough little storm. From time to time, I can still kind of see that lowering when we get a good, like right there for a brief second. I'm gonna look on the side here because I get about a quarter second heads up. Watch there. There, you can kind of see the base on that thunderstorm there from time to time as well. So, I mean, it's what I'm interested in. What I cannot see from this perspective is if this cloud. I want Adrian Ronkmahone with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, and he might be in the driver's seat, not able to do this. But Timothy, do I have like an inflow band in here, or is this some kind of other outflow just based on what you're looking at on that? Are we too far away?
All right, Matt, give me about 15 seconds. We're pulling into the gas station now.
Okay, I'll give you about 15 seconds to look at that. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather at 9. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. On the phone, you hear our Caleb Edelblut, Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. I believe Tim. Is Tim with y'all as well?
Yes, sir. I am here as well.
Okay, so y'all be safe. And so far, have not seen a whole lot tonight other than this storm. We had one other thunderstorm that we're watching here. Potential for some hail, up maybe quarter-size hail out of this storm. And so, I mean, that's just a very electric storm for sure, based on where we're at. I'm going to see behind the scenes here. And I see Adrian's getting a look at it there. What do you think?
Well, do we have the ability to move it right just a little bit?
Yes.
Because that does appear like how an inflow band would look. I'm just curious as to what portion of the storm we're looking at in relative. So this would be looking north, right?
No, this is looking east now. So this is looking east.
Okay, east.
Hold on. No, and so now we're looking northeast. Boy, I wish there was a way to just go to not wobble it around so much. And now I'm looking truly northeast now.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can see the lightning dancing up there. I'm wondering, in relation, Yeah, I would say that's probably an inflow band. If not, the only other thing I think it could be is a flanking line, maybe. That's why I was trying to see like what
See, but it looks
relative to the
awfully
storm.
laminar. It looks awfully laminar for a flanking line, you know?
Yeah, there's no tops of cumulus or anything sticking out of it. It's most likely to be an inflow tail. I'd say. Oh, whoa! What's that back there on the base?
Yeah, I know, right? That's why some people at home, this might be incredibly boring. This is a lot of lightning, and we're watching right there. If we can, see what we can catch.
Certainly.
Some of this is camera artifacts. Yeah, I mean it's just so. You guys are in Hickory Flat. Is that what you said?
Right. Yes.
Let me get back on radar here for a second. So if we're looking northeast, and that camera is, I believe, a little south of town, right? So let's just put the camera here, for example. If we're seeing that from east to northeast, right? So yeah, I mean that easily could be an inflow tail going somewhere like this, right?
Yes, absolutely. And that would be absolutely correct.
Okay. Now listen, I have some planes cred, but it just goes back too far. So and in my time here, no matter how much I begged at the TV station for cameras, they never happened. So it's going to take me a minute to get used to actually seeing things again. So yeah, I mean, so yeah, that shows again a well-organized. I think you would agree that shows a well-organized storm with it that is kind of controlling the environment. Those are the scenarios where perhaps it can pull something off, and there's just a lot of lightning out of that. I mean, lightning's up to 150 strikes over the last, especially for an LP.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, 100%. What we're waiting on now is to see. I found it odd that the storm is moving at a more easterly to northeasterly motion. What we're waiting on, and the reason why we're in Hickory Flat instead of closer, we're expecting this thing to turn right somewhat before it decides to, if it does decide to want to produce a tornado. So we want to keep the fast southeast interstate option in play, and we also have a north option out of here in case it decides to continue northeast for a little bit longer. Oh wow!
I was gonna say you're about to get some hail.
There it goes. Well, we're under an awning right now at a gas station, so either way, we're going to have to let this thing pass to an extent. We want to pop out in the inflow to the south of it at some point here. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, that I was gonna say that hail, and I'm when it does the peak threat, yeah. And this is going to overdo this a little bit, but it says 2-inch hail, not impossible, and I do think it's hold on. Okay, now I do also want to pass along this nugget of information coming from the National Weather Service. Todd, who's the warning coordination meteorologist up there, mentioning they're about to hop on a call with the Storm Prediction Center, which are the people who issue watches about a tornado watch for North Mississippi. So kind of an early thought process that they're going to have that discussion again about whether or not to put out a tornado watch for North Mississippi. Now, in saying that, what time's the PDS watch until? 11 o'clock. So this is kind of the deal on this. I think the watch might include part of North Mississippi, but it could also be part of the replacement for this PDS watch that largely has had very few reports in it up here to the north. So I'm thinking that that's probably how, if some North Mississippi counties, and I don't think I'd expect it to go much farther south than really Water Valley or even Tupelo, and that might even be pushing on how far south. Let's be clear, the only reason North Mississippi would be included in this watch is because of this storm. And what it's capable of. Fair statement?
Yeah, absolutely. We're just not able to get storms going any further south. The forcing has been hard to come by. So I think what we're on is basically going to be the show for the rest of the night, at least in North Mississippi.
I completely agree. And and listen, now from the, let me think, this Memphis, so this is still the Tower Doppler weather radar. You know, sometimes you're going to get rotation on this. And I don't know about you, like I very rarely feel like I have, that's enough rotation to count as a tornado from the Tower Doppler most of the time. It's almost too sensitive sometimes. And so it doesn't always pick it up. But that's a pretty good little hook, that's for sure. It's just, with dew points, it's such an uphill battle.
Yep, absolutely. Looking at our surface observations right now, right where we're at, we have a dew point of 70.3, and we have a temperature of, let's see, 77. So we are 77 over 73 right now via our weather station. We are also
Man,
in the rain.
well, yeah, well, that's true. But still, even if you drive, if you take that and you drive that back out, you're still about upper 60s, low 70s for that dew point.
Right.
So, God, Josh Kern is in the middle of it, but his stream is just up and down. You're hearing our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, and I'm talking with Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. I've had him behind the scene the entire time. We're just kind of gabbing back and forth here. They are in Hickory Flat, kind of waiting on this storm. Of course, Hickory Flat right there at a gas station, waiting for this to pass. Models have been very clear that if one of these does rotate enough and does try to produce a tornado, that it's going to go east and then maybe turn a little southeast of that. And so because this is the fastest northwest to southeast pathway in North Mississippi, they're positioned there in Hickory Flat so that they can shoot down or, if for whatever reason, up interstate if they need to fairly soon here. The camera, I'm going to pop the camera back up here just to get another shot there from the Oxford area of, again, the nonstop lightning that we're seeing, the inflow into that storm. It's an organized storm, and this is looking directly northeast. I wish I had that on my one in the corner there, but it's a pretty significant distance to look away. And you guys would be looking through the precip course. You wouldn't have any kind of view at this point, would you?
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Okay. So I'll try to stay a little bit out of the way. I do think it's worthwhile to stay on this because this is probably the most likely location for us to see a shot, unless we'll see if Pontotoc ever got rotated back around. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Am I the only one that still has to do the ABC song? Or is that... Okay, Pontotoc is rotated back around, and I now have control of that again. Give me a moment. We're going to pop up Pontotoc. And I think we can, looking at this here, and I'll pop it back full screen again. Your mic might go down here, and I'll bring Gabe in here for a moment and get his eyesight on this as well. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard back there in the studios. We're watching and tracking on these cameras, just kind of looking at the lightning, looking to see where the storms are most intense. And Pontotoc not in this, but northwest, that's our bogey.
Yeah, and I do want to note as well that North Central Electric Cooperative reporting a few outages north of Harmontown where this storm would have gone to severe potential. And so that's whenever the warning was issued. North of Harmontown, 25 outages as that moved closer to Blackwater and Laws Hill, right along Highway 310. So that's something to note as well, actually seeing some of those reports initiate there at the surface.
Okay, that's our meteorologist Gabe Maynard again looking at some power outages that we're seeing out of these storms. We're looking here near Potts Camp and Winborn, where probably having some hail that is falling out of this. I'm going to bring it back over to the threats, the peak threats graphic. And again, I cannot overstate this, that this doesn't look like it when you just look at radar, right? But if you look at the radar from up at the Memphis Weather Service, this is some pretty good size hail about to hit there in Hickory Flat. In fact, I'm going to bring Caleb, just so you know, you're about to go hot again. So I'm going to bring it back over to Caleb. He's out of the car and kind of looking at this there. What size hail you got? About pea size?
Yeah, we're actually in it right now. I don't know if y'all can hear me. It's very loud above the awning, but we're starting to get some of that hail start to move on through. Here, let me move out of the way. The hail's starting to come through right now. Starting to grab some. So it's falling right now. You can start to see this there in the background. It's starting to hit. It is dropping on us as we speak. Trying to see if I can put y'all closer to the ground so I can kind of see it hit. But yeah, no, that hail, it's definitely falling right now. And you can hear it if you change. I can barely hear myself talking right now. So definitely in that hail core right now. But good news, it's not looking like it's meeting that severe criteria with that inch hail. Still kind of smaller on the just kind of dime size, but definitely reaching that and seeing that kind of make it to the surface right now.
Okay, and we are hearing you. Just so you know, we are hearing you just fine.
Okay. Perfect.
So I'm going to leave you up for a second, if you can, while we're doing this. I'm going to look 3D on Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'm going to kind of cut into this like you kind of cut into it and kind of check and see where that biggest tail is. And we show some of that directly over top of where they are right now. So whatever this is producing, it looks like it's pretty close. You guys are, now which side, I mean, it's pretty much right over top of Hickory Flat, whatever hail it's producing right now. There's a little bit that's slightly bigger that's maybe still up there a ways, but it's largely over Hickory Flat right now, I would say. So this is whatever the biggest hail it is, and looks like it's just really, really heavy rainfall going alongside of that as well. So that would be somewhere around dime-sized hail. Is that a fair description? Caleb? Is it a fair description to say dime-sized hail? I'm going to make sure that Gabe's passing that along to the Weather Service. Okay.
This is kind of what we're looking at. I won't be able to hear what you're saying, but I'm trying to collect some of the pieces of hail, just super loud on the awning. Trying not to yell into the speaker right now. That way I'm not yelling into y'all speakers, but definitely falling here. I'll definitely work on getting some more hail samples for you guys, bringing out the hard hats out here as we try to get some hail for you guys.
Okay, hey, I appreciate it. Y'all be safe. You know, no reason, like there'll be plenty of opportunity to get that. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut there, tracking that. We'll also, again, probably do a screenshot of this. I know that Gabe has some additional information that we'll talk about here in just a moment. But Caleb is kind of in the heart of what all is falling there in the Hickory Flat area related to this pretty much right now. We'll get a number of lightning strikes. It shows 4,000 lightning strikes, but that's capturing all the storms up north because I tilted it back so much. New severe thunderstorm warning expanded southward because of the motion on this. That does include Union County, Union, Tippah, and again, kind of the rest of Marshall County there. So the hail size increasing a little bit. Let's go to Caleb for a second.
Yeah, let's see if I can kind of get that in frame for you guys. Again, I'm not really going to hear anything you're saying. I definitely don't want to yell in the speakers, but trying to get some of these in my hand. And, of course, the car's revving in the background as well. So just very loud out here. Sorry, I need to shift that up just a little bit above my nameplate so you guys can kind of see what's going on. But
man,
well,
you know what, Caleb?
And you have people revving their cars. Yep.
Love that guy. Love that guy. He's a special guy. We all know it's a guy. Anyway.
Thank you, sir.
That's a real man.
Perfect.
Okay, so here, okay, looking 3D on this, this is where this gets interesting. And where's Adrian at? I want to show Adrian this too. You can see the updraft in this, and you can see the RFD coming around. You're not going to be able to hear me, so we'll worry about that here in a bit. I'll come back to you as we'll go to kind of a two-shot here for a moment. You can actually see the updraft right there. This is the updraft of it right there. This kind of hole going up in there is the updraft when you're seeing that in the 3D. And then this is the hail that's kind of falling down. What's the biggest hail you guys have gotten so far?
I mean,
Marble, roughly marble size.
Three-quarters of an inch is what the tape measure said.
Okay, so nickel-sized hail.
Yeah. Yeah. Try to see if we can get a good measurement on this.
Right about 3/4.
Okay.
Yeah,
that
if you can
works.
see that, close to 3/4 of an inch is where we're kind of getting right now. We have some more coming in over here.
Ooh, look at that one.
Yeah, that one's.
Look at the layering.
Yeah, we can kind of see some of the layers.
Okay.
That one's closer than an inch.
That one might actually reach the inch criteria. There we go.
That's an inch.
Yeah, again, so this is out here in Hickory Flat as that held core kind of just punched through, finally starting to die on down. And definitely with those car engines not revving the engines anymore. But yeah, definitely lots of hail that fell through. You can see the layers, and especially with some of those that Taylor just found, definitely meeting that inch criteria. So thankfully, it looks like the core kind of started moving on through, not quite as loud anymore. And there was a huge bolt of lightning actually just out there. So continue to move on further out of our region. The rain starting to pick up just a little bit more. But as of the hail situation, there goes that crack of thunder. The hail core continues to move on through our area, not quite seeing that fall down anymore.
Okay, it's our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. We'll talk to you guys more in a minute. I know you guys got to get in the car so you can rotate and follow behind this. So appreciate y'all. Be safe. We'll talk to you in a few, all right?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Current time is now 9:23. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. And you are looking on Mama Justice Doppler radar at a thunderstorm that has produced at least 1-inch hail up here near the Hickory Flat area. This is kind of the three-dimensional look at this storm. It is a rotating thunderstorm. And so tornado possible is in the tag for this. In saying that, though, and we have kind of analyzed the rotation on this, it has been, because this is what we call a low precipitation supercell, the rotation has been there, but it has not ever fully wrapped up in a way that allow it to truly produce a tornado. Now, hopefully that continues to be the case. We still show, again, that broad rotation, but the biggest tail from this now just past Hickory Flat there on kind of the northeast side of town between Hickory Flat and Blue Mountain. Certainly for folks there, be aware of what this is capable of. Now, I know we do have some folks down here around New Albany and Union County. The northern part of Union County, this probably is still going to be, I'd still stay at least half-inch size hail in the north part here of Union County. Well, Myrtle, we're close on that. North of Myrtle, there is some where it's around 1 inch in size. And I do think the heaviest portion of that went over top of Hickory Flat. So we probably have a pretty good idea of what this storm is capable there. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor here, who's back at the studio. He's been looking at your pictures, what you guys have been looking at. And Gabe, as we're kind of looking through everything going on there, what are you seeing? That's like what he mentioned, some of the crawlers, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's just branching out in the sky. This is a view out of Myrtle. I believe it was Amanda. I want to make sure I give the right credit. No, Madison. My apologies. I've been looking at all the cloud pictures, as you guys can see. So you guys doing a great job. Our weather watchers out in the field, keeping us updated on what's happening out there. And this is looking north from Myrtle. So this would have been northern Union County, or looking north out of Union County into the severe part of this thunderstorm. And that was right before the warning got issued for northern Union County. Now I do have a video actually on my social feed. Let me go ahead and get there real quick. And you'll be able to see actually the lightning branching out in real time with a video loop. This was submitted by my wife, who is over there in the Union County area. So as I pull this up, let me go ahead and zoom this in. There we go. So there you get a visual just it branching across the sky, just stepping out. Like that is such an insane shot there of what is an energetic environment. And those strikes may not be reaching the surface most of the time, but I'll tell you one thing, it's putting on a show there in the sky. So lightning to report so far. As of right now, I have not gotten any report of the hail up there, but as we got it from our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, and the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, they did get up to around 1 inch hail. And so before that, directly to the National Weather Service. And if you have any reports that you want to submit as well, of course, we will forward that to the National Weather Service as well. So appreciate all of our weather watchers out in the field, keeping us updated. And yes, so we're going to work on getting a picture there from Caleb here in just a moment of those hailstones. But yeah, so definitely appreciate your reports as they do come in. And again, whether it's the sky or whether it's the ground, we are getting a good visual there. Now, as we look at those latest scans, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Union County as well as Marshall and Tippah and Benton County. Now, I know this is a lot of warnings. This is the first one that was issued, that expiring at 9:45. The secondary one covers Union County, and that's why it was issued, and it does extend more into Tippah County to include Ripley until 10 o'clock. And the reason why is because of this hail core that we're getting attached to this. Now, I do want to look at the latest scans to see if we do have any more of that rotation taking place. And as of right now, out of our Memphis radar site, not getting an exact image there. And yeah, not an impressive return there either. So it continues to be the hail as the main focus with this setup. And as that moves just northeast there of Hickory Flat, where you could be getting some of that hail being dumped is northern Union County. And that's why that has been issued as well. You can kind of see that purple and black extending further south into the Myrtle area towards Concord and there towards North Haven as well. For folks in New Albany and folks over there towards the Ellistown area should stay north of you as that does trend right along the county line for Union, Benton, and Tippah County. As we put a storm track on that, we are going to be moving this. This was about 29 miles an hour earlier. I'm going to do it at about 35. Let me make sure I have the right track on this so I'd have it go in the right direction, because it does look like this has started to move directly east. And I think that's why that severe thunderstorm warning was issued as well, is because it did almost start to move in a new direction, kind of going northeast and then gradually rounding itself off there towards an eastern path. So as we track that out, we're going to do this at about 35 miles an hour. We're going to go right along the county line, and this will give more of a heads up. So Cotton Plant 930, Bluff 935, Molino 942, Locum 946, Pleasant Ridge 947, and Graham closer to 952. For folks there in Tupelo and Saltillo, should stay north of you, but Boonville, I would be at least on the lookout for this as it does trend closer, but that'll be beyond the 10 o'clock hour. And of course, we're going to keep eyes on that in case it does continue to maintain its strength. So Matt, that's the storm that we've been talking about all night, and now getting that verification.
It's starting to get more organized from a rotation standpoint as well, looking at that. Unfortunately, hopefully it does not take that next step, but it's starting to look more organized there as well. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, I'll get your opinion on this as we kind of look at it. But I mean, there's definitely, when we start to see, and again, part of this is we're waiting on an update to come through. We've got the radar halfway through the scan there, but back toward Hickory Flat, there's a little bit of rotation showing up more on the backside of that. Now on the lowest levels, it's not there, but the fact I have anything that resembles kind of an RFD on that is definitely noteworthy and interesting, because that'll be the first time pretty much that radar has started to show that.
Yeah, and that's where I was going to say reflectivity mode, we do get a visual on that. Whenever we just looked at those winds, it wasn't showing anything impressive, but has radar shown anything impressive other than what's actually being produced? Like, it has underwhelmed in regards to what's happening at the surface.
It really has, but just for a moment there, you see that you do sometimes get these ripples to kind of move through it. And we've got one that's kind of going through right now. I don't think it'll be enough. But it shows you that there is some shear out there working on this, trying to get this to take that next step. But Blue Mountain, Bluff, Dumas, Locum, Concord, North Haven, kind of all in the path of what this is all capable of. A couple other things I'm going to show here real quick. I'm going to bring it back over here into the remote room-to-room weather center. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. I'm going to get you a shot here from Josh with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers kind of driving through the hail on that same thunderstorm that we were talking about a minute ago there, some of the big hail that he was on. This is what Adrian and some of the other folks were kind of trying to avoid there, trying to stay there in Hickory Flat. Josh getting into a little bit of that there along I-22, it looks like, just about 10 minutes ago or so, as the big hail was kind of come through there. You can see the flashers on the 18-wheeler there in front of him. Just not a pleasant thing. I-22 now clear from that, more Mississippi Highway 15 in that zone where things are more active. I'm going to see if I can pull up another video that he sent in of a little bit of that hail. And this even a little more difficult to see. Again, Josh with North Mississippi Storm Chasers. We appreciate our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for sharing with us and for working alongside us in this situation here. So Gabe, as I could bring Gabe back in here for a moment, remains pretty active out there and continuing. If you would go to Chroma Key, I think, and we'll get some storm tracks on this storm as it goes eastward, right?
Yes, and I do believe that Caleb did send in those hail pictures if we want to show that here in a moment.
Okay, I think we can do that. We'll go ahead and show those hail pictures here. Yeah, okay, if you want to show that now, you can go ahead and do that. Get those up and ready. I'll get them going if you go over to Chroma. I'll trade you places on that. Okay, we're going to switch it out here to meteorologist Gabe Maynor.
Yeah, so of course the hail, what we're watching within this cell as it moves through southern Benton County at this point, through Hickory Flat, Potts Camp, just moving past you. Hickory Flat, we got those reports of the 1-inch hail, now extending more towards Blue Mountain. The university potentially getting some of those large hailstones as well, as we do get those brighter DBZs once again. So looking at the latest on that warning, it does have it trending right across the county line. Now, reflectivity, the purple coverage has come down a bit. It is still a strong thunderstorm moving right there through Hickory Flat, and now they're closer to Blue Mountain. One thing that I'm looking at is the lightning strikes. It looks to be maintaining right around that same margin. So as we look at our wind returns, just making sure that appendage, that weird looking appendage, wasn't anything more than a visual on reflectivity, at least not producing those winds. You know, let me see how that lines up. Let me actually take it to the latest scan here. And bring it back in here as we go on the wind mode. No, that'd be back behind it. So no, nothing that stands out right now. There is some of that brighter wind, meaning that there could be some gustier conditions moving right through Hickory Flat right now. Matt, I'll let you take over. I was clicking the mouse when you were clicking it. But yeah, so as we track this out, moving there towards the east, still at about 30 to 35 miles an hour or so. We're seeing Pleasant Hill by 935, Molino 937, Keonville 938, Clariesville 939, New Hope 939, Locum 943, Dumas 947, Mitchell 952, Geeville by 1001, Frankstown by 1008, Blackland 1010, Wheeler by 1010 as well, and Gaston by 1020, Boonville 1023 if this were to hold together and maintain some of that 1-inch hail. So as we've watched this progress, we can see that the severe thunderstorm warning is still in place until 10 o'clock. So here in the next 25 minutes, this one back here, they have shaved off a bit of that coverage area to only include southern Benton County and southwestern Tippah County at that point, and that's until 9:45. So that's here in the next 10 minutes or so. Nonetheless, this is still producing some large hail and working its way there towards the surface. Let's actually look at that True Shield Roofing hail swath. Whenever Caleb and the North Mississippi Storm Chasers reported some of that hail reaching the surface, you can see that it was more of that probable tag. Let me actually make sure to click the right pixel. Probable tag rather than the possible tag. And that's where we usually get some of that large hail to verify all the way to the ground rather than some of the smaller sub-severe hail. And so that was where we got the 1-inch report right around Hickory Flat where they're at, and verifying that with our True Shield Roofing hail threat, Matt, and of course verifying it on the ground. And I think you have those pictures pulled up.
I have a couple of those different pictures behind the scenes here to pull up for everyone as well. So bring it back in here. We'll kind of pull up a couple of those. So this one, again, from the Hickory Flat area of some of the hail. Always helps if you put something next to it, but you can actually see kind of the rings and the structure on the hail there that fell in Hickory Flat within the last about 10 to 15 minutes or so as it kind of moved through those locations there. Checking our chat back and forth with the National Weather Service. Still chatting with the Storm Prediction Center, trying to deal with combining existing watch over Arkansas with West Tennessee, trying to figure out how all that's going to end up playing out. What they're looking toward is the possibility of needing to issue a tornado watch at some point here in the future later on tonight, because unfortunately, that still is something we can't completely eliminate from possibility there. We have started to see a weakening trend when we look at, again, the peak impacts on this. If we make this a loop over the last 1 hour, kind of showing this here, there are some spots there right when it was very near Hickory Flat, or at least just a little to the west of that, there close to Potts, where right over Potts Camp, some of the estimations 2+ inches on that. Whereas if we watch the track of that as it went over top of Hickory Flat, we could see the peak that they got to was about 1 to maybe 2 inches there. So they got, in this case, it was a larger quantity, and it's not impossible. Maybe there was a hailstone or two that was larger than an inch, inch and a quarter in that as it moved through. But we can tell that solidly when we look at the peak threats at this, those threats have come down as it's approached Blue Mountain and Bluff and some of those other spots. You can also tell that looking at the lightning. Lightning is kind of one of those indicators on how strong something is. And so just for some perspective down in New Albany, we need to go wide real quick here, just to make sure we're not missing something. But I think we're good on this. Yeah. Okay. So looking from at this couple different directions there, when we look at the lightning, I'm going to see if I can change. I'm going to change what the lightning strike looks like for a second here, put the graphical lightning back on. And you can tell just looking at this, even if I were to completely remove the radar and everything else from this for just a moment, and you can see just looking at the lightning strikes, there were a lot more lightning strikes when this one was back in Marshall County, down toward around Hickory Flat, than what we're seeing on the forward flank out here closer to Blue Mountain. That's a sign that this has gone through a bit of a weakening phase that has either, is just maybe a temporary thing, or something that's a trend that we'd obviously like to see continue if possible as it moves eastward. Some maybe very broad rotation on this still. I would not say tornado likely by any stretch of the imagination. It would take a pretty substantial change at this point for something like that to happen, but weird stuff happens on low precipitation supercells. So again, tracking this eastward, speed on this, we're going about 30 miles per hour. That's about how fast it's been moving. And before we do that, you can tell how definitely blossomed here to your Hickory Flat when it was kind of at its peak. Still going eastward, but is weakening a little bit. So severe thunderstorm warning continuing there for Tippah County and Union County until 10 p.m. as the storm moves eastward. And again, for folks in New Albany, you are not in the warning here. And in my mind, you do not need to be in the warning, and there's no concerns. I would not have any concerns with what this storm is going to do to you specifically. Looking three-dimensional on it, it does not look as healthy on this either as it did earlier. I'm going to cut down some of the outer cloud layers. And we're going to cut it to just the most intense parts and pieces. In doing so, we'll then see where the biggest of the big hail is. So kind of cutting down there. There's still some decent stuff that's fairly high up there in the thunderstorm. But if you compare this to the last 10 to 15 minutes or so when this was, over Hickory Flat, this is a dramatically different storm, right? This is when it has the big inch and a half hail that's going to then fall where Adrian, where Tim, where our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut were. You compare it to where it is now, it's a vastly different situation. Less lightning, less hail, less everything likely out of this storm. Still some rotation, but less of everything else. Looking on the wider shot here, we'll look from the Memphis radar site. So we can look back to the west. And there's nothing between us and those storms back to the west and then storms back into Texas. So this is played out today about as good as we could hope in this situation here for it to play out. I'm going to check a couple other pictures and such that you guys have been sending in over the last little bit here. These pictures coming in from meteorologist Taylor Hunn in Caleb with Taylor there in Hickory Flat. And this is a shot of some of the pictures that they have, or some of the hail that they had there. So see, pretty good handful, quite a bit of decent quantity of a relatively large hail. And here's kind of the close-up shots they sent in of the hailstones. Again, pretty large, all things considered. Of course, a group of meteorologists, I need them to put a coin next to it, just so we have an idea. Largest hailstone, not from a Mississippi Live weather meteorologist. On a day where we have at least 1 inch hail, True Shield Roofing, the ones that sponsor our hail tracker, they do a $100 gift card for the largest hailstones submitted. Of course, we definitely wouldn't count Caleb's, unfortunately for him, but fortunately for you. But notice how the hail does not look as significant now as it did just a little bit ago. We don't have nearly the quantity of large hail falling out of this as we check out on our Mama Justice Doppler radar. So this is going through a weakening phase, but New Albany, you're in good shape. I do show another shot here. Hold on. Could you send that in using the app, ? Even some of our folks that have a tendency to send in pictures. It does look like around a 1 inch hailstone. And that would have been Benton, Tippah County area as well. So we'll get the exact location on that when that comes in here in a minute. Let's bring in, okay, sorry. Gabe, go ahead and hop on here for a moment. I got to get my heart back because I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. I noticed in the NWS chat that they put out a tornado warning, but that's for out some of their territory out there more deep into Arkansas, the northern part of Arkansas there. But I saw tornado warning 941. I was like, wait, I missed one 2 minutes ago? No, that's for up there. So sorry. Yeah. Occasionally, even I go, wait, hold up. Don't like being caught off guard.
We've also been live for going on 5 hours now, so.
Has it really been 5 hours?
I think so. Because it was right before the 5
Man.
o'clock. Or we started the 5 o'clock and we stayed live since.
Well, there you go. Okay, so speaking to that point, have you had a chance to look at any evening models?
I looked at 0Z a moment ago, and it still was trying to hint at, you know, it's a little bit overdone on coverage once again. Shocker, I know.
You don't you say it with your full voice. It's been one of those days you can kick the model while it's down, because it has bombed today.
Well, not just it. Most all of them. Like, they really all underdid this. But with that being said, one of the
they
things...
all overdid it.
Yeah, overdid it. My bad. Oh, my word. We have been live for 5 hours. Okay. So getting my brain back on course. So one thing that does stand out to me, and I got to check the 1Z, 2Z models that are coming out, but the 0Z one at least shows that storms are moving across the Tennessee state line, which I can actually pull that up right here. Move across the Tennessee state line. This is 7Z, which would be 2 a.m. as that does cross into the Tennessee state line. And they're still maintaining a good bit of strength because this is that cold front that's moving through. The one thing with this is as it moves to the south, you think, oh, that's clearing out and we're going to be dry back behind it and calm. Well, no, so we have that next system that's building in back behind it, and that's where we're just going to have a model speaking. This is kind of like a radar confirmed type thing. Models speaking, that is where we get a large amount of rainfall heading into our Tuesday and extending into the evening hours once again with a lot of action heading overnight. And this is actually a welcome sight. All of this action, oh, I lost my mouse. All of this action tomorrow because that's going to be a lot of different storms grabbing at that energy. And I think that'll limit that potential tomorrow if this were to actually happen.
Okay, we'll look more about that possibility coming up tonight at 10 o'clock. Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, there reporting. I come back here into the digital room-to-room weather center. We'll reestablish coverage here for a moment. Current time is 9:45. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, alongside our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, monitoring a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Union County until 10 p.m. tonight. Mama Justice Doppler radar showing this going through a bit of a weakening phase over the last few minutes here. We'll check our camera out of Pontotoc. And again, earlier when this storm, we were looking out of our Oxford camera, we saw what we call a very good inflow cloud basically into this. And we still are getting lightning. It's still a strong storm. But notice how we go 5, 6, 7. Okay, lightning strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I didn't plan to count all the way. So about 10 seconds. So there's lightning strikes going on there every 10 to 15 seconds. That's still quite a bit of lightning, but it's not the nonstop lightning when this thunderstorm had so much ice in it. And that ice that it was holding up was helping to produce the lightning. Now there's less ice, less hail up there. And so the intensity has dropped off. And so as a result, I bet the National Weather Service is going to go ahead and let this severe thunderstorm warning drop when the time comes here in a little bit. But a severe thunderstorm warning does continue for locations here in North Mississippi, in Union and Tippah counties until 10 p.m. Unless something changes between that point and now. We'll check out our camera from the Tupelo area. 66 there in Pontotoc. I think we're coming about 66 in Tupelo. This looking more southwest. We're going to have to swing this camera around. So give me a moment. This will give us kind of a farther view. Actually, I think we end up looking through the tower with this. We'll give this just a second to kind of initialize. So look back toward the northwest. It's going to take a second and it'll swing. And I might have to pan this up a little bit more. I just want to see if we can kind of get a better analysis on how tall it is and looking from this distance away. Unfortunately, it's going to mess with the autofocus because we have the tower right there in the foreground. Again, appreciate our friends at Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling for sponsoring our Tupelo Tower Cam. Check with North Mississippi Storm Chasers here, what they are seeing out in the field. New tornado watch is going to be coming up here in moments. That does include a large portion of North Mississippi. So let's go ahead and show that to you here for a moment. New tornado watch now in place. All the counties in blue involved in that. So let's show that here. They went all the way down to Monroe, Chickasaw, Calhoun, Yalobusha, Tallahatchie, and Coahoma counties. So this is a new tornado watch that extends until 5 a.m. In large part looking toward these storms back to the north and west, and how far they will extend into our area. I'm going to show this watch in a slightly different way. I typically don't ignore that for a second here, because I'm going to have to get down here and find tornado watch. And I want you to draw the watch box. Ignore that. That's not right. I had to fake it to make it do what I wanted to do. So here is the kind of the general box that they have drawn. It includes, all the way up there, try to grab the whole overnight period, all the way up here where they've had a bunch of tornadoes today, or at least a bunch of tornado warnings, and then down into our area. So tornado watch in effect until 5 a.m. That does involve the northern, really third of the Mississippi live weather viewing area, between northern third and northern half. And so to clear this up for a moment, because this is again going to do something weird for you for a second. So give me a second to kind of show this. I wanted to at least look at the box. While this does show it north of Chickasaw, Monroe County, the folks at the National Weather Service Memphis going ahead and pulling that watch down and including some of those counties locally. Give me just a second here to ignore that. I'm just doing counties and zones. Ignore that. And now we've got it back here to the blue box that I was showing a moment ago there. So here's your tornado watch. That's in effect until 5 a.m. I would tell you that I still feel like most storms are probably not going to produce tornadoes, but it's not an impossibility that we could have a few. The storm we've been watching, still it would be a major uphill battle for this to produce tornadoes. In saying all of that, I think we can probably, if we didn't already earlier this evening, pull off of the table that potential that we could see a strong tornado. I just don't know that I feel at all confident that that's where this is headed. I think that in all likelihood, these are going to be storms that don't produce tornadoes, but if they do, they would probably not be long-lived tornadoes. So hopefully that means we're not talking strong. In saying that, I do have a few additional beginnings of some thunderstorms trying to form out here into Arkansas. There's just an atmosphere that has not been used up today. And so if for one reason or another it can break through, that would then enhance some threats there. Gabe, go ahead and head on over to Chroma real quick. I'm going to let you put a couple storm tracks on this, do a one-over on everything while I look at a couple things so I make sure I'm ready to go for the 10 o'clock broadcast. So I'll swing you over there, and our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, is going to give you a couple tracks here on Mama Justice Doppler radar.
Appreciate that, Matt. And yes, if you are just now joining us, we do have that tornado watch in effect until 5 a.m. for a large portion of North Mississippi. I know that we just sent out that notification, might have woken you up from any of those evening plans or just now tuning in. Well, here's what you need to know. Right now, we have one of those severe thunderstorms working through North Mississippi, and that's tracking right along the county line of Tippah and Union County. Let's first start with getting a storm track on that as it's extending towards the eastward direction, right there towards Booneville here in the next about half hour or so. So we're seeing Locum 954, 1009, Eville, Blackland at 1012, Frankstown 1015, Osborne Creek 1016, and Wheeler by around 1017. I do want to modify that real quick to make sure that we do include, and I'm just going to actually draw out the entire, let me put this on the latest scan. Let me draw out that entire leading edge as it's moving right along Highway 30 closer to the Booneville area. So if we track that out at about, I'm going to keep it 30 miles an hour. We see Pine Grove 953, Lebanon 1004, Blackland 1009, Frankstown 1015, Wheeler 1018, Booneville, that's what I wanted to make sure I included on there, 1019, Sunflower 1021, Gaston by 1022, Thrasher 1032, Altitude 1033, and Hills Chapel close to that same time frame as well. This has come down significantly compared to what it was earlier on, but still not impossible to get some small hail out of this. But I do expect that they're going to let that severe thunderstorm warning expire at the top of the hour once we start our 10 o'clock broadcast. But the reason why the tornado watch was put in place, this is what I wanted to go over, was not for this individual cell. The watch is in place because this whole entire cold front is advancing towards the south and will eventually work its way into North Mississippi and still potentially having that tornado threat around. As you can see, we still have multiple tornado warnings in the northeast part of Arkansas. Those will be moving more east into northwest Tennessee and southwest Kentucky. But as this line continues to branch off there towards the south, and we can put this on a 1 hour loop to really let you visualize it, these are working to extend further towards the south and west. And with that, we get that new severe thunderstorm warning tag. Well, as that continues to move east, we're eventually going to work far enough south to where this eastward moving line moves into North Mississippi. And in fact, some of these storms will actually begin to move south and east into North Mississippi. And if they maintain that rotation, which the environment is still favorable to do so, then we could be looking at a few rotating storms here in North Mississippi. A beneficial thing that Matt was going over just a moment ago is that we think that strong tornado threat can be ruled out. In fact, let's actually take a look at that SPC risk, because I know they updated this earlier on this evening, and that level 3 threat still for northwest Mississippi, level 2 threat right along that Natchez Trace corridor, and level 1 threat for the rest of us. If we look specifically at that tornado threat, it's going to be right along the state line. But one thing that I will say is that level 2 threat is still in place, not for that individual cell, but for that main line moving through as it extends further south into North Mississippi. But as of right now, that strong tornado risk is in there, but with how things have gone so far throughout the day, we don't expect that a strong tornado is expected here in North Mississippi, but a tornado is still possible as it does work its way to the south. So let's look out of our Monroe County radar site, because it's basically sandwiched between the two at this point. And as we look specifically at this cell and we talk about that hail swath, which I'll work to pull that up right there, was more impressive back towards Hickory Flat. Not getting much of a return there as it's moving just south of Blue Mountain, and this is out of our Monroe County radar site, so overall that True Shield Roofing hail threat not going to be as concerning as what it was just a few moments ago. We can look out of our Memphis radar site and lining up well with that as well, just south of Blue Mountain overall. That has come down significantly, so yes, here in the next 4 minutes, I think that severe thunderstorm warning will expire, and then we're going to be looking ahead to that next threat moving in here in the next few hours. Now, how that times out is something we'll be going over at 10 o'clock tonight with our chief meteorologist, Matt Laupon. So if you're wanting to go to bed, watch that broadcast and you'll be good to do so. But we are going to keep eyes on it here in the Room to Room Weather Center here for Mississippi Live Weather overnight, and we will cut in as needed to let you guys know. And you do get those alerts from the Mississippi Live Weather app, as well as Weather Call, something that we really push here in that watch. I was about to pull it up, Matt, but if you want to take over and talk more about it.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, yes, Weather Call is something that we partner with here at Mississippi Live Weather. And so what it is it's $15 a year. That's real cheap in the grand scheme of things, just a little over $1 a month. You scan to sign up right there at the bottom of your screen, but what it does is it wakes you up. A phone call lets you know. As you saw me check my watch a moment ago, that was for one notification out of the last 15 to 20 over the last 10 minutes or so. So, and at Matt's is probably even more than that, but if there's a phone call, then we're more likely to answer, and same for you at home. And so it calls you if there's tornadoes, it calls you for a confirmation of a tornado. It even calls for severe thunderstorms or major flooding. So really helps you stay prepared. And the beneficial part is these overnight threats. I've seen folks in the chat saying, oh, it's another night threat. Oh my word, I don't want to stay up. We don't have to with Weather Call. It calls to wake you up, and it calls with enough of a heads up to let you get to your safe place and get to where you need to go. So it's real beneficial if you want to keep a sleep schedule, and it's real beneficial to keep you informed as well, not just for you, but also for your family. $15 a year, and we highly recommend that, along with the Mississippi Live Weather app, to add to those layers of protection and to keep you guys safe. So Matt, it's really helpful for our families, and it'll be helpful for theirs as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Appreciate that, Gabe. Okay, so current time is now 9:57. I think it's probably about time that we launch into the 10 o'clock broadcast here. Gabe, I'll wait for a thumbs up from you, and then we'll do push alert with the latest on the watch, and then we'll go from that here in just a second. Sound good?
Perfect. That sounds good to me.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back in here. We'll give you kind of a quick, reset, and then and just double check everything. I do anticipate, again, this severe thunderstorm warning will be allowed to expire here within the next couple of minutes. Our storm has weakened. We do have additional threats overnight. Again, not impossible to see a tornado tonight. That's where this tornado watch comes from that angle, the not impossible angle. This is not a scenario where we're like, We're going to have lots of tornadoes. We're going to have big tornadoes. This is a prepared, don't be scared sort of situation. Not that it's not always that, but most certainly tonight, I am hopeful that we go all night long and we don't have tornadoes. And maybe that's always my hope, but I feel like there's a better chance of that hope being realized tonight than in some other situations. So certainly got to be paying attention nonetheless. And again, updates coming up here in just a moment at 10 o'clock. But as of 9:59, if you're here in Concord, Bluff, Blue Mountain, you are past any issues with this storm that is going through a significant and sustained weakening phase. All the counties in blue under tornado watches, again, where there's at least a limited chance that we could see a tornado for tonight and during the overnight time period. Not much of an indication out there now, but it might not take long before things change. It'll probably take quite a while, but we'll discuss that coming up here.
At Vibe Aesthetics and Wellness, we believe confidence isn't just how you look, it's how you feel. From subtle, natural aesthetics to personalized wellness care, everything we do is intentional. This is beauty with purpose. At Vibe Men's Health, we take that same approach. We focus on what matters most: strength, energy, and performance. Built on real data, real medicine, and real results, we're here to help you look better, feel stronger, and live fully. Come vibe with us today.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 10.
Well, welcome to Mississippi Live Weather at 10. The capping inversion over the atmosphere has held to this point, and maybe it's rattled a little bit. We have had some hail. It briefly broke, but we have not had widespread storms develop. Thankfully, models have way overestimated the ability for storms to break through today to this point. The question then becomes, how do things behave overnight? The question also is, can you even believe the models that just lied to you all day long? The answer is obviously no. So let's walk through what we do know, what we don't know, and where we go from here. First thing that we know, and I said it right before we wrapped a second ago, is we have a tornado watch. All the locations in blue here under a tornado watch into the overnight hours. Oh, watch. Let's see here if I can bring that up. So for all these locations, again, in blue, such as Water Valley and Oxford, New Albany, again, tornado watch in effect until 5 o'clock in the morning. A watch means that conditions could potentially happen. So in this case, when we're talking the difference between a watch and a warning here for a moment, as you can see, watch means it's out for several hours. So this, 5, 6, 7 hours that this watch is potentially out for some locations. A large chunk of the state, the advance notice, again, hours. And what should we be doing? We should be having a plan on where we will go if something bad happens. So often we pop up this graphic here that talks about your safe place, right? Go to the middle or lowest floor, a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until I can give you the all clear. And the reality of that is I can say that in my sleep probably more quickly than I can probably say my children's birthday. So you know that we say that all the time. But with this watch in place, it's important to know where to go and where that safe place is. If you know now and you live in that location, then this is the only other thing you need, because warnings are what happen when we think it's going to happen right then and there. Weather call. If you know where to go and you have it nearby, then all you need is to know when to go. And we do not expect a lot of tornadoes overnight. I wouldn't be shocked if we had precisely 0 tornadoes overnight. But the possibility is there. Weather call will break through your do not disturb as long as you put it in. Now, there's one thing you got to do. You got to put it in your phone as one of your favorites, the number that it typically calls you from. And when you sign up, you get a test call. They'll always call back from that same number there. So if you put that in your favorites, it'll call you and wake you up. You have this, you're going to be okay. And I wouldn't be super duper worried about it. But as long as you have a plan, know where to go, and you're within steps, you're going to be okay. So as we bring it back in here and check out our Mama Justice Doppler radar, a severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire up here for Tippah and Union counties. This storm is dying out. Again, we do have team coverage. I'll bring in again Gabe here. We'll talk to Gabe a lot more coming up here in a couple minutes, but we're also going to talk to our Caleb Edelblut. He was there in the heart of one of the storms just a few minutes ago there. They're traveling down interstate, I'm assuming right now, as this is continuing the weekend. Where are y'all at as of the 10 o'clock hour?
Well, we actually just pulled off the road because we kind of were just going to start watching that storm continue to move on out of that Hickory Flat region. I'm actually standing with eastward facing behind me. That way we can kind of start to see those lightning strikes. They've been going off a lot in the background while I was waiting for us to start the 10 o'clock. They're kind of getting further and further away. There you go. There we go with one of those lightning strikes. So as that storm kind of almost appears to continue to weaken and not become as strong as it was, but continues pushing further and further eastward, and we're just kind of watching that move on out. We could even see kind of the top of the clouds, and as those continue moving on out with those clear night skies, the moon was shining. You could even see some stars as well. So a little bit clearer behind it as that storm continues moving on out. Here comes another lightning strike. There you go. So definitely just kind of enjoying the light show now. And just kind of watching it from a distance. So we're still just outside of that Hickory Flat region, Matt, continuing to just kind of spectate it as it continues moving on out.
Yeah, and you're pretty good distance away from them. If you're still out there close to Hickory Flat, I show you you're about 15, 16 miles away from it. And even from that perspective, you can tell it's collapsing, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, we were kind of seeing that on the radar and just kind of seeing that in person. So decided to pull off, kind of try to see what we can capture with those lightning strikes. Still kind of behind my head right there. You kind of see the silhouette, but just kind of watching it from a distance as it continues kind of weakening and not really as mature as what we witnessed earlier.
Okay, our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there out in the Hickory Flat area looking toward a storm. Again, you had hail that was up around an inch, maybe just slightly larger than an inch in size within the last hour there, and a number of folks have sent in pictures of that. Gabe will look at some of those pictures here in a few minutes. Here's the other thing he referenced, that collapsing phase we have going on. See how much red we had aloft there? See how little we have now? That is that collapsing that went from where you're dropping that big hail over there in Hickory Flat to just everything is pretty much dropped out of it. So this is running out of fuel. We talked a lot about this evening, that storms, the farther east they moved, would be more likely to run out of fuel. And that's exactly what has happened with this storm here as it has moved toward the east. We do not have additional thunderstorms behind this at this point. There are a couple, as you can see, up there into Tennessee as you look farther north. And obviously we have these storms back here into Arkansas. Largely, this is the reason why the tornado watch has been issued. It's been issued knowing that these storms exist and some sort of back building back here is possible. But we're talking late, well after midnight before that builds in. And there just has not been a lot of reliable forecasts on how far ahead this will go. So the good news is that I am extremely underwhelmed in the best possible way by what we are seeing out there right now. Weird stuff happens. Let's just be clear. But as of 10 o'clock, things could look a lot worse than this. So our severe weather risk, again, the official risk, we do not expect to have a lot of reports of severe weather, but this, while it says Monday, continues through 6 a.m. tomorrow. We will have more thunderstorms between now and then for many spots. Tornado risk, again, primarily up into Tennessee. Not impossible, again, to see a strong tornado. I think this is overdone. Damaging winds probably more likely out of the thunderstorms we see overnight. That destructive wind is probably unlikely. And then hail, yes, as you saw there in Hickory Flat, in some cases in excess of an inch. Not impossible to get some stones in excess of an inch and a half. But again, I think we are probably past the peak as far as that is concerned. So our hour-by-hour forecast over the first 12, 73 at 11. We're 69 degrees by 2 a.m., down to 67 by 5 a.m., as well as for around 8 a.m. That coverage of rain and storms will increase in all likelihood overnight. Models are just terrible on what they have depicted to this point here. Because let's be clear, this was supposed to fill in, and it didn't. We had warm air aloft, kind of this area of relatively warmer air aloft, slightly drier air aloft. We call it the elevated mixed layer. It largely comes from the higher elevations of Mexico. That has kind of spread over top of us. That limited our storms and how strong our storms were today, or just honestly the coverage of storms. I make this instead let's say 6-hour loop here, and it's an example of everybody else has something, and we, by the grace of God, did not really have much. See if my loop's going to play. One more time. I believe you're going to play. Decided not to play. That's fine. We've shown you enough loops of enough things today. So let's go ahead and move on to our future cast. And again, notice how this actually is doing a halfway decent job. Well, look at that. About time, right? Okay. So doing a decent job on where it's placing most of the storms. Actually doing a really very, very good job. Okay, Gabe, I'm going to bring you into 2-box here before we go on the rest of the show. Is this what you were seeing on her? Because I feel like this is actually pretty decent, all things considered.
I mean, the first scan always looks good on her. That's one of the things that I was looking at earlier. The 18Z looked great. Then 19Z happened, and it was like, oh, okay, okay, things ramping up. Never did. And so that's one thing where I need to be sold on this is how does hour 2 look? And as long as hour 2...
so 1:30 in the morning, here's what we've got. Looking at this 1:30 in the morning, we've got the cluster back into southwest Arkansas. We've got some storm spreading down here. The most significant and most likely produce tornado-producing thunderstorms up north. I can absolutely buy this.
Yeah.
Hook, line, and sinker.
It looks better, but with how trends have been, I just need to be convinced on it. And it looks better, but we'll see. I think hour 2, is where I need to really be like, okay, you know what? That has a chance of happening.
Okay. So Gabe is not convinced yet. We'll come back and talk a little more to Gabe here in a few minutes. I'll be honest, I'm encouraged by this because I think that this is a reasonable output. The first time since probably I woke up this morning that I'm like, oh, that could happen. I feel really confident that that's going to happen, more confident. And this has some thunderstorms up there, as you can see, crossing the Tennessee state line by, say, 1 o'clock to 1:30 or so, kind of developing ahead. But the main line, still even at that point, stretching out there from around Cotton Plant, Arkansas, to Forest City, to Memphis, up to Bolivar, Tennessee. Along this leading edge, there are going to be little nooks, little spots where it's possible that we get some storms to try to rotate and produce tornadoes as these individual thunderstorms merge in. I'd say these storms we showed New Albany back toward Blue Mountain there and Dumas are more likely to be hail producing as they merge in, but not impossible to get a couple of these to rotate and potentially try to produce tornadoes. So that's where that limited tornado threat comes in. But you'll notice if we're talking about down here in, say, Amory or Houston or Bruce or Grenada, Grenada is not officially in that tornado watch. Some of those other folks are. You'll notice there's just not a lot of activity for you all night long on this. And then as we hit dawn, thunderstorms just really start going again, really kind of blow up out to the east of us. That then leaves this entire area down here from really Bruce southward, largely untouched by storms today, which makes me concerned on how storms then develop for you tomorrow, because we are going to have more that develop back out into Arkansas. And again, those are ahead of the front. So they take that differential heating. They have to bust through a cap again. So there are still some things that could keep those from developing. I'd say they're a little more likely to develop tomorrow. But then as those develop and work their way eastward, a severe weather threat will again persist into tomorrow evening. And I think that again could have damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. And if they can organize, perhaps an organized damaging wind threat on a fairly widespread scale. That's certainly what models have indicated. Gabe and I will talk more about that capping inversion in a few minutes. And one of the keys to today, I see him pulling up a sounding behind the scenes, and we will look more at some of those soundings coming up a little later on in this broadcast. But tomorrow, best storm chances later in the day, and could include, again, damaging wind, tornadoes, the whole 9 yards. And maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get another repeat of today. We'll talk more about what our projections are showing for storm rotation and a lot of other different components as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
Room to Room's birthday party is going on now. Come celebrate with us. Thousands of dollars in free gifts, cash, spa treatments, shopping sprees, and even a chance to win your entire purchase free. It's a celebration you don't want to miss. And there's no party like a Room to Room party.
We can see the low end. We're going to have a good shot at that as it approaches the Rienzi area. Tornado warning now issued. We'll do a push alert behind the scenes for folks here up here in Alcorn County. Rotation on this thunderstorm increasing to the point back into Tippah County as well, where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your locations.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovhaug.
Welcome to Mississippi Live Weather here at 10. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Looking out in Smithville. Yes, Smithville, you are under a tornado watch until 5 a.m. I'll be perfectly honest. I think it would be a stretch to see a tornado this far south. Weird things happen, but I know that so many of you stay anxious on any severe weather event. But the 15th anniversary of the big one, I get that a little bit more. So obviously our prayers are with you tonight that you get a good night's sleep. I know I don't have to tell you about weather call or all the different layers. You know, when I tell people about building your armor, you do this all the time. But I popped up your camera to say I am very encouraged that we probably get through this one without a tornado for you tonight. Farther north, there are still questions on that. But I'd say toward the south end of this watch, knock on wood, things hopefully will go your way, but we'll be monitoring things all night long. You know, obviously Gabe and I will be here. Maggie will be tagging in at points overnight, and we can all be in and all be on at the same time if we need to. We're not going to leave this one alone for you or really anybody else. So we'll be watching obviously very, very closely. Our thoughts with you, the folks down in Philadelphia, Hackleburg, Phil Campbell, so many folks that were so badly hit. And now that I started a list, you know, it's hard to end that list, whether it's East Webster or down in Chickasaw County, just so many folks impacted by that day. And this is not that, thankfully. Despite there being a severe weather threat, there's no way in which this becomes that as well. Up in the Tupelo area, as we look outside of that camera there, we've been looking towards some of the lightning up to the north out of our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling Skycam, but not seeing anything of significance out there at this point. That dew point at 66. Again, that air is relatively drier, and that's one of the things limiting that potential somewhat. And just tons of lightning over the last few hours in Oxford. Things finally calming down a little bit on our Phoenix Building Solutions camera there, looking out as of the 10 o'clock hour. As we check out the overall severe weather threats, again, we've shown this graphic all day. I would say the only amendments I would make on this at this point is I'm not convinced at this point that strong tornadoes are possible out of this setup. You know, as we talked about all day long, that was a high impact, low probability event. And that's, I think, the way this stays. Damaging wind possible, some hail, and again, multiple rounds of heavy rainfall. But even that has yet to really materialize since that cap has not broken. So your hour-by-hour forecast going into this evening and overnight time period on the day planner there shows, again, scattered showers and thunderstorms possible overnight, probably overdone a little bit on the percentage here by midnight, but expected that to expand in and southward as we go overnight and probably make for a fairly wet beginning to your school day early tomorrow morning. As we check the latest here with our latest triple threat. Again, this is a Mississippi Live exclusive. If this is not a station, not a group that you watch very often, this might not mean a whole lot to you. But we show this quite often to get an idea of what storms are capable of. So kind of reflecting it back to where things are now does show, again, some of that rotation from some of the thunderstorms. So fairly accurate on where it was depicting some of what we had out there earlier. There we go. So again, some of those storms, but it has those all pretty much dying. Does have overnight some isolated reports maybe of some wind and hail. This does not have a lot as I kind of revert things This is going to show you our strike model is just very underwhelmed by the number of storms developing here across North Mississippi. That's a good sign. That's what we want to see. By tomorrow afternoon, some hailers developing. Look at that. And we'll look again more at storm rotation. We'll look at an hour-by-hour paused version of strike here in a minute. But does have some hail and rotation out of some of the thunderstorms there in Monroe. Lowndes County is kind of developing. This again would be similar to today where we'd have to bust through a cap to produce these. And as you saw today, that is a high impact, low probability situation. So while possible, I don't know that I would say likely that that's how that plays out. But you can see back in the Alabama, got to keep my A state straight, that where it does show that, those are definitely rotating a bit more that direction there. Then once we get toward tomorrow evening, again, more significant rotation, damaging wind, hail to the north. And obviously we have this batch here that does track there from Greenwood back toward Kosciuszko into late afternoon and evening, and more additional thunderstorms by tomorrow night. Beyond that, if I look toward Wednesday, the threat is just a little bit south of us, southern portion of our area with that threat for severe weather on Wednesday. Additional storms possible as we look toward eventually Thursday. But as you'll note, most of those to the west. And then Friday, storms possible. I'm looking toward late in the day here. Let's see if this goes far enough in the future to be able to capture everything. It does. Storms by late Friday night back out west of us. Perhaps another chance for severe weather on Friday. And maybe we'll get through this. None of these look like super high-end events. So maybe we'll get through all of these without things being too terribly bad. But certainly going to have to keep watching things over the next couple of days. This is Triple Threat again, exclusive here to Mississippi Live. Make sure I got some pause points in here. I do. So let's look at our future cast. And this is our exclusive strike model. And I have it set to start at 6 o'clock. So as you can see, the initiation, it did kind of have some of the thunderstorms, did a decent job of kind of capturing some of those. Notice how it has a few storms out here in northwest Mississippi that should be ongoing at 10 o'clock. And as you saw a moment ago, we do not have that ongoing now. Though we do have a couple things trying to pop up, that's overdone. So when we look at this, it even has those kind of falling apart. And then just kind of regenerating these thunderstorms all night long up here north. By the way, if you're down here, Eupora, Louisville, you're like, why aren't you looking at me? We're not impressed by what we're seeing on this. Because we did not get this development out here in central Arkansas, a lot of we could see flooding, rainfall, lots of storms continuing all night long stuff, that hasn't happened to this point. And unless something very dramatic happens, it's probably not going to, thankfully. But up here into Tennessee, these storms will have some rotation. They've been very well advertised by our models, and then showing that kind of expanding southward there. Perhaps some isolated storms. Again, we're looking 6 a.m. here. Oxford back toward Greenwood, maybe some there as well. Let's look at storm rotation. Hopefully I put a good number of pause points in here overnight as well. So this on our HRRR does have a few more of these storms developing southward up here, Olive Branch, Holly Springs. What you don't see is a lot of strong rotation. There's not a lot of strong rotation out of what we're depicting here. Now, there is some rotation, and you don't have to go that far north for there to be more issues up there into Tennessee. But for us, not a lot of strong rotation being depicted on this here. Not a lot of storms farther south. And then, yeah, that batch there just kind of quickly through by later in the early morning time period, if that's even a phrase that you can say, later in the early morning. And then storms trying to develop in the afternoon. Much like strike, a couple of those have a little bit of rotation near the Mississippi-Alabama state line, but it's pretty clear cut where it's going to come from tomorrow. It's going to come from the west, and it's going to largely be people that didn't see storms today, which, I mean, was a lot of us, if we're honest. And then working its way in from the west there. So low temperatures overnight, mid-60s, still a lot of fuel out there to help thunderstorm potential for tomorrow. Your IMPC school bus forecast, 66 at pickup in the morning, maybe some isolated showers and thunderstorms out there, and then drop off. We're looking around 82 and a few popping up. 30% might be overdoing that a little bit in the afternoon, but we're going to play it a little aggressive because we do have a lot of fuel that did not get used up today, and appreciate IMPC on that school bus forecast. So here's that risk area for tomorrow. does involve most of us under that level 3 risk. Tornado risk primarily back to, or at least odds of seeing a tornado primarily back to the west, where strong tornadoes are the most likely. We just haven't really used up a lot of the fuel that's out there today. And so that's why, if there's a reason to expand this in, that would be it, despite the fact that models are not confident on how heavy things end up getting. Some strong wind gusts, certainly a possibility out of strongest of those storms, large hail and a large damaging hail, in some cases in excess of 1.5 inches possible as well. So looking toward Futurecast late tomorrow evening. Now notice how this particular version of Futurecast just goes by. Hold on. Let me double check. I think that's based on 18Z. We need to fix this to 0Z. So give me just a moment here to do that. I'm going to change my model to go with the latest run here. You can see how that says, hold on, let's back that up. So now this is tomorrow morning based on that. Now notice how many more, Gabe, we're going to pop over to the monitor. I'm going to let you, I can't think of the best way to put what I'm going to let you do to this. I'm going to let you have your opinions with it. Talk your smack. Talk your smack. Talk your smackiest.
Okay, so let's just go over the last 4 runs of the HRRR model. If you look right here, you have all of that cluster of cells developing right along the Tennessee state line. A little bit less, non-existent. Okay, so trending down. That's how each model run has been. And this is over, let's see, 4Z. This is a trend of the 11 o'clock hour tonight, here in the next 30 minutes or so. So trending that down, and rightfully so, because there's not much happening, but that shows there's a lot of convection as these model runs are coming out, and then slowly fine-tuning that with each other model run that does come out. And so that's one of the big things that stand out. So one of the things that I'm looking at, though, is with some soundings. This was from earlier on today, and you can see that overall, I mean, this is as ideal of an atmosphere for a tornadic environment as we do have, because it does have those low-level winds supporting it, a low enough LCL, and a decent might be underdoing it, a good amount of unstable air as well. Well, here's a look at a sounding heading into tomorrow morning. I believe the sounding's a bit more, and here's why. Because as you look at these winds turning aloft, that does look like a good amount of shear, a good amount of low-level turning. The thing that it has is a forcing mechanism, and I think that's why storms are expected more for the overnight hours. It's because you actually have the cold front moving in. The severity of it, though, I think they're going to even come down on that potential. So one of the beneficial things, Matt, that you tracked a moment ago was some of those helicity tracks. It wasn't much to it, and I think that might even be overdoing it with how HRRR has been over-convecting things today and continues to do so even as of the 0Z run, with modifying it with the 1Z, the 2Z now, and eventually the 3Z here coming up.
So here's the question. Can I straight throw out the HRRR tomorrow?
I think the positioning isn't bad.
Okay.
I think how it's explained in regards to the strength of it might need to be modified for what they're going to see on the reflectivity mode. I think it's going to look way more intense than what it will be. You know, it has the potential to just be a big rainy day, but like, I think there will be a few rotating storms. I think there will be some significant wind potential with it, but it's just take it with a grain of salt because it has not done well at all today.
It did not do very well last week either, if we're honest.
Yeah, true. So, I mean, I would go Strike. Strike has been the most consistent out of them. Even having some, you got to modify it behind the scenes, but it's been more consistent than HRRR. That's for sure.
So can I even show her? Because I just looked at her, which sounds weird now that we say it like that, the HRRR. And okay, I'm going to show them. And this is just, I agree
it's a lot.
It's a lot. And after, it's the whole fool me once thing, right?
Yeah, it's
okay,
now it's a prove it stage.
Okay, so let's look at fool me once. So this is the more aggressive model that we've just been pitter-pattering around. I'll show it to you. Might as well. If you stuck around with us all this time here at 1027, you've earned the right to see it and poo-poo on it all you want to yourself. So this goes from still some of those thunderstorms. And by the way, this representation is the reason why you still have locations down here. Duke, I need you to move. Sorry, our dog loves to sit right here. I need you to move right over here. Can you read it, please? Thank you. And tries to trip me every single day. Anyway, he's not happy with me now. But these storms right there are the reasons why that tornado watch was expanded as far south, just in case something on the backside gets a little wobbly at the tail end. This is too aggressive. Look at what this does. So this continues to have thunderstorms here, redeveloping. Same spot that's shooting and saying that's going to happen over the last 2 days, and clearly did not, right? So then that little band has some strengthening that goes on with it. You still have storms continuing on that band. I mean, through noontime here, widespread around the Golden Triangle. I'm not zoomed in because if you can't tell from Gabe and I's perspective, I mean, this is a fooled me twice situation, or maybe 3 times. I don't want to get in there and quote too much on this. But what it does do that I do think is fairly accurate is we do have enough thunderstorms back out here in Arkansas that develop that you get a pretty good wave into the afternoon. Now, again, this is overdone predominantly, probably. Maybe not predominantly, but probably overdone. That might be the easiest statement of the day because it just becomes widespread, substantial, heavy rain, gusty winds. Strongest is still south down here, Kosciuszko, Jackson, back out toward Monroe, Louisiana. This is where projections have had it strongest the last couple of days, in particular this projection. But that is extremely aggressive on what it's depicting there, and then continues to depict isolated supercells developing back out there into Arkansas, that then goes South Arkansas, and then another round late tomorrow evening of storms everywhere. That continues midnight, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning there before that clears on out. Again, weirder things have happened, but look at this. Then this shows by Wednesday, 1 p.m., kind of another batch out here and another heavier batch for Kosciuszko back toward around Macon. I just think that's aggressive, and that's the kindest way I can put that. Here's our strike model, which is less aggressive and thus probably fits the mold on where we were with what happened today. With most of the storms south and east, not a lot by midday, but notice you'll see a similarity in storms becoming more widespread out into Arkansas. Now, this does have a few developing over here in North Mississippi. Let's see how strong those become. Try to keep it on a wide shot here on both what's going out west, our source zone, and us up at the same time. Okay, let's look at, say, 2, 3 o'clock. That has, these look like left splits, so these would be more hail producers as they expand back to the north and east. They'd be rotating. This only has a few storms back out here into Arkansas. And then kind of another bigger flare-up, 7, 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow. We've had these consistent storms, probably producing some rotation near the Tennessee state line, you know, largely part of whatever kind of effective front is left over from what we're seeing there. Give me a moment here behind the scenes. I want to see a discussion, National Weather Service. Hey, Gabe, look at the mesoscale update that NWS Memphis put in there, and wave me down here in a minute, and we'll talk about what they came up with on that. Gabe's going to take a look on that, and then I didn't have a lot of pause points in there, but then widespread mass rainfall late tomorrow. So where I see some consolidation on our projections, it's in this likelihood that late tomorrow there's a better chance than you saw there late Wednesday. Apparently, I put no pause points in here on any of this, and then Thursday, kind of prepping ahead of another storm system back there that'll make it more active by the time we get to Friday. I'm moving more toward us. So, okay. Anyway, my show has become a disaster area today of half-used content. Let's show you a 7-day forecast, and let's look at some questions here for a moment. So here's a look at the 7-day forecast there. We're 70% on that coverage of storms. We actually need to get back to radar and check that. For tomorrow, as you saw a moment ago, wildly different projections on how many storms we have early. We are in all likelihood going to have storms later in the evening tomorrow, and then continuing to tomorrow night. there's, as Gabe mentioned, a pretty good likelihood that most of those storms are below severe levels. Hopefully, knock on wood, that's the way that ends up playing out. Wednesday, storms primarily south. Thursday, storms primarily west. Friday's a bit of a question there. We've been kind of waiting for some moisture, see how far north moisture is going to end up intruding on Friday. That severe weather chance could increase a little bit more as we go toward Friday before we clear things out. And look at this for the weekend. You can always tell when we got the drier air. When we're 40s there, that's a sign that we've got some drier air there coming in for this upcoming weekend. And Gabe was supposed to tell me before about frost, and then we never got into that. That's not what I want you to talk about at this instant here, Gabe. I want you to talk about that mesoscale discussion. What are they talking about?
So basically, they're talking about the Arkansas storms right now, which is a big player in our forecast because that eventually moves across the state line. What they have in Arkansas is a discrete mode, meaning those storms are individually out there and they're able to absorb that energy by themselves. Once they're in the Boeing segment, once they're in the entire line of storms, then it becomes a different situation. So that's where they're more discrete in Arkansas. But once they do move into North Mississippi, it's more of a more conditional. And that means that it's going to be within the line that a lot of the unstable air they literally put in here, taken with a grain of salt, because they know what happened with models this afternoon. And I think that's a big reason why. If the HRRR verified today, the HRRR, I need to say that, the HRRR verified today, then tomorrow you're looking at a more significant event. But I think the Storm Prediction Center realizes that, the National Weather Service realizes that, and that's why they have us at a level 3, which is still pretty significant. But I think it would be even higher if they felt more confident about the HRRR, which just they shouldn't, and rightfully so they haven't. So that's what they're watching for tonight, though, is any of that convection that's left. One thing they did note was that one cell that moved through Marshall and Lafayette County that dropped severe hail. It became well below severe limits, meaning that it's just not as primed of an environment to the east of us. And once those cells do get up and going, once they move east, eventually calm on down. So that's where that's what they're looking at, is kind of that conditional mode moving into North Mississippi, and the warm air aloft that's still acting as a lid. So they were talking about how that might likely be removed, but yeah, they're just not impressed. Not overly impressed by it. Not compared to what they have in Arkansas right now. In Arkansas, having multiple of those tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. And I agree with them. I think that more significant threat remains out to the west tonight. And what we get by tomorrow morning is going to be a few rumbles. But, I'm not impressed even with severe necessarily winds. I think that we might even stay below that if the HRRR continues to trend how it has all day long.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree at all. A lot of times when you don't break the cap early, you don't break the cap in the middle, you don't break the cap. We had one storm that kind of cracked it. I don't know that it truly broke it. I mean, it broke the cap, but
no cap.
Yeah. But we've got one. And so back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, let's kind of give you an overview, and then we're going to answer some questions here. We'll answer some specifics, and we'll do some specific go to sleeps. Because I see we've got on the app, we've got a little more than 5,000 people watching right now. I want to put you guys to bed if we can. I don't want you to stay up all night. And if that means I have to shut this thing down so that you go to bed, then that's what we've got to do. I know we've got a lot of work tomorrow, and I guess I could write you a note. Matt said I had to stay up, but I don't want to waste that opportunity for you in the future when it matters more. So you can see that obviously that storm up here didn't even make it all the way to truly Boonville. Most of the rain has rained out. That thing has fallen apart. Looking back here closer to Memphis, I'm looking to see if we see anything that's developing. Projections say, hey, there should be something. There's not. Testing the cap, nothing. So a good sign. So we have to go all the way back out there, northwest of Jonesboro. That's where storms are strong to severe. That's where they have prompted tornado warnings. Looking at reports today, the majority of what they've seen, we have not had a lot of reports in the last few hours that have been confirmed. The majority of the reports today have been hail. There have been some tornado reports, some damaging wind. Obviously, the green ones are some flooding that have gone with that. But then you have this huge area here where basically the only report we have is the one from us, our Caleb Edelblue, and the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. The only report of severe weather in the state of Mississippi today. So, tornado watch. Let's talk through this and what this means for you. Are you prepared? That's the only question I have, really. If you had to go to shelter, are you prepared? Are you within steps where you could do that if you had to? This is absolutely not a night to go to a public shelter and sleep in your car waiting to go in. If you live in an extremely vulnerable structure, I mean, you know whether or not you feel safe. And if you feel unsafe, then you need to plan to be at a safer location. But I'll say this, I would be very, very shocked if many locations, especially we're talking south like Amory or Houston or Bruce, again, it's not a zero chance for tornadoes. It's just not particularly high. These blue counties, you're all under tornado watches until 5 a.m. So that's basically all night. I'm going to be here watching things. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor will be here watching things. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley will be up watching things as well tomorrow morning. She'll be on at the latest at 6:30 a.m. Earlier, if necessary, if storms warrant it. 6:37, 7:30 a.m. She will have a more up-to-date look at the models that we keep trashing. With more time to ingest what has happened today, those models do get better. So to be able to see a reset on what the atmosphere looks like. She'll have updates, whether it's the strike model, HRRR, other projections on exactly where those storms are the strongest. So check her out for the latest, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning on Mississippi Live this morning. So for you, we just need to build our armor. Make sure we have multiple ways to find out if we're in danger. If you do that, you're checking the main box that we need to check in this situation here. So weather call, Mississippi Live weather app, code red weather radio, do that and you'll be good. Let's go ahead and bring up our chat. Make sure your NOAA Weather Radio has fresh batteries. Andy's correct on that there. Love watching Maggie in the morning. Appreciate that. She does a great job. So what about Tishmingo County? You're right. I've talked about sort of this middle range zone. Pizza Lover 1020. Can I go to sleep in my mobile home in Pontotoc? My question is do you have weather call? Because I would say if you have weather call, because listen, I see Lindsay, she's ready to go to bed for the night there in cold water. You know, if you have weather call, I would say the answer is yes. The odds of this producing a strong tornado are not high. I want to double check one thing here. I want to make sure that, my opinion, which may be biased by the fact that we have been doing this for 6 hours. I'm going to double check the probabilities on this watch. So, and this is something that maybe we don't show all the time. Get weather call, it'll wake you up. Bottom line. That's what it is. I have weather call for my family here and other places. Get weather call. You'll be safe. You'll be good to go. Scan that QR code, take a screenshot. It's worth it. Trust me. Now, listen, there'll be a lot of times it doesn't call you. That's the point. The point is to not get called with this. You only get called when you're legitimately in the danger zone. It's not about false alarms. Like something's coming toward you when you get called. So, anyway, all of that to say, weather call is the call you don't want to get, right? Okay, let's look at, I'll have to bring it back over here, and let's look at this. So this is basically the watch, kind of the behind-the-scenes nitty-gritty on the watch where they put it out. And they put out probabilities on different things happening, right? Like probability of, 10 or more severe wind events in this watch. Yeah, I mean, pretty decent there at 80%. But when we start looking at tornadoes, probability of 2 or more tornadoes in the watch, moderate, 60%. And this watch, just for perspective here for a moment, extends all the way up where they have been having tornadoes all day long, up here, tornado warnings all day long, and down here where we've had some tornado warnings ongoing right now. So the likelihood of seeing a couple tornadoes, right? You can see at the bottom there, 2 or more tornadoes are putting at 60%. The probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes, that'd be EF2 to EF5, 40%. So still a potential for strong tornadoes, but I'm going to tell you straight out that risk is primarily up here in the northern part of it. Weird stuff could happen because we didn't turn over the atmosphere. Because we didn't have storms today, weird stuff can happen. Okay? Just got to be forthcoming and honest about that. Hopefully weird stuff doesn't happen, but Sometimes it does. And there's strong enough storms up north that that we're going to have to watch it. But for folks that are asking the question, and again in the chat here, can I go to bed in X location, Y location? The big headline is that if you have a way to find out if you're in danger, then the answer is yes. Otherwise, you know, we need to be thinking about another option. So I'm going to pop up a shelter list or a reminder that we do have a list of shelters that you can find on our website. You can also find it in the app. Lee's Storm Shelters, they sponsor that list. So you just look for that yellow Lee's logo you've seen right there. I mean, if you open up the Mississippi Live Weather app, I got to get the right spot there. It'll pop up in just a second because my app pops up the same way yours does. And there at the very top is where the live stream is going, right? And if you scroll down just a little bit, right there is that same logo, right? And so where that logo is, you tap that. And we have a list of storm shelters all across North Mississippi right there. Now, I can't guarantee you that those storm shelters are all open, but if push comes to shove, so you know that those are available to you in the app there. So if that's something that you need to find, again, it's not a perfect list. We're still working on trying to compile more to that list. With the small staff, there's only so much we can do on that, so we're still kind of working on that there. But the main thing is just making sure you know where your safe place is if you can get there overnight, and you have those multiple layers of protection. So, you know, Dawson wanting to know, should you go to shelter? I see Kylie saying, I'm scared. I think there's a very, very good likelihood that we don't really see tornadoes tonight in our part of Mississippi. Sorry, and I just got to get a picture of a screenshot here behind the scenes. So anyway, I think there's a pretty good chance. Now, how can I prepare when I just got a warning from my Gmail? Now, Dawson, I don't know what to tell you exactly. I don't know exactly where you're at, Dawson. But as Jason says up there, don't be scared, be prepared, right? Probably the best way to describe, you know, how to do this. Could they be strong EF2? Nikki, a good question there. Are we talking about EF2 or stronger tornadoes? For our area, probably not. It would be difficult. And again, I don't want to oversell that, but I'm having a difficult time seeing that. And maybe I need to look at a few other things here just to make sure. But I'm just having a difficult time seeing the possibility of strong tornadoes tonight. I'm going to clear down some of these clear air returns on this so we can kind of get back to sort of seeing that. There we go. But there's just not a lot out there. Okay. So hopefully that answered that question. So what time is the next supposed to hit Boonville? 5:30, 6 a.m. You know, I think, again, our projections are garbage right now. We do have a few storms. Now, hold on. We do have a couple of storms trying to develop up here into Tennessee, but the majority of the activity is all the way back here. So let's double check the speed on some of these and let's track it all the way out. So let's see here. Give me a moment to pull that up. Because again, some of these tornadoes up there, tornado warnings up there. Where are we at? Video. I'm gonna have to look at that here in a second. Hey, Gabe, I need to toss to you for just a second here, and I need to check something real quick. So take this for just a second. And what I want to get is I want to see how fast those storms are going up there, and I'm going to get a storm track on it. So I'm gonna bring Gabe in here for just a second. I got to check something real quick.
Yeah, and one of the things that I will actually need to do is toss it over to the chroma, because if we're going to get a timestamp on that, I need a way to measure it. So let's go ahead and toss it back over there. And as we get a look right here, again, it's going to be these tornadic cells. One of the things that we just discussed was that these were discrete. Discrete meaning that they're kind of by themselves. So As you can see right here, this one there towards Batesville, Arkansas, one that we pay attention to because it is confirmed as well. So let's go back an hour, and I'm going to manually do this, and we're going to make sure we have the right time frame on this. And I will actually need to pull up national radar because it doesn't look like we have a shot there out of Little Rock. So as this kind of strengthened there through central Arkansas, it's now there towards Mountain View. I'll measure this out. So still about, I'm going to go up to 35 miles an hour on this. And we're going to drag this out. And if it keeps that same direction of moving towards the east-southeast, you can see that as we put a track right along that leading edge, we're going to go about 35 miles an hour to make sure the path is right. And let me go 100 miles? Maybe 200 miles. Okay, and I will edit the towns. Might need to edit even more than that. Maybe even more than that. I'm trying to get a Mississippi town in there. There's Jackson, Tennessee by 4 a.m. and then Bartlett closer to about 2:30. So, you know, if we did have it, just lining this up based off of our graphic there, moving to Jackson by 4, then we're looking closer to northern Tippah County. That'd be closer to the Walnut area by about 4 o'clock as well. But even then, you know, one of the things that the National Weather Service there in Arkansas was mentioning is the fact that these are discrete now, but how long do they remain discrete? If we put it on this 1 hour loop, you can see how that was kind of by itself, and even this one out behind it, kind of by itself. But these are merging within that cold front. These are moving more, these are all moving towards the east, and these are all kind of becoming more linear. And so while a tornado is still possible, that we're expecting a higher confidence for these discrete cells to actually produce a tornado as these do move on through. You know, that would have been the right thing to do, Matt. Thank you for doing that. I had 35 miles an hour on it. And then, oh, I'm standing right in the way. And then we'll expand that over to northern Mississippi to give you guys a heads up. And yeah, here come the dots with a lot of towns. But there you go. So getting a look still out there towards Tennessee, or Arkansas and Tennessee. Jonesboro there by 11:32. This will stick around Highway 72 as this does move on through. So we are expecting showers and storms and a few rumbles of thunder and maybe even some stronger wind gusts as well. You know, I'm not ruling that out either.
So there's some times for you, Gabe, that actually kind of means something for some people because it's so far north there. You know, I can't cut those off. But like Olive Branch, for example, you know, if these don't pick up any speed from what you're talking about, it's 3:50 in the morning. You know, so this is not early. Now, there are some things that are trying to pop up a little closer. I do see right behind Gabe, I don't know if they can see my mouse right there, but I see a flashing thing right there at, you know, so there's a few lightning strikes starting to show up on some of those storms there. But yeah, it's going to be a long time, and that doesn't get the Corinth that shows until about 5 a.m., assuming nothing pops up in front of that. Now, it could go faster than what we're saying. That was going 35. Let's just say it goes 40 miles per hour. When you start talking about something that far ahead, that cuts off almost an hour for Corinth. So it's going to be late tonight. And I do also see that there's that one storm that's behind you there. I'll make you step to the other side. Right there, it's trying to get going. So this could fill in. And if it did, that would then, you know, for the western part of the state, kind of speed up some arrival times there. So with that in mind, Gabe, we got 4,000 people still watching us on the app. We need to shut this thing down. I love y'all and I appreciate the support. And please watch and please, you know, support us and honestly support those different businesses that support us here on Mississippi Live Weather. Because that's the only way we can keep doing this, whether it's Mama Justice with the radar, Room to Room sponsoring the Weather Center, or Casey Lott, or Carl Hogan Toyota. All these different sponsors have stepped up in different ways and put their hard-earned advertising money toward what we're doing to be with us. So eat with us. You know, that's Harvey's, that's The Grill, that's Sweet Peppers. You know, they put their money toward what we're doing. So when you have the opportunity to choose businesses, please choose those businesses that support us here on Mississippi Live Weather. And that way we can continue doing this. So Ethan wants to know, will Columbus be good? I'm gonna tell you right now, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna kill this stream so you go to bed, okay? And if we have to get back up, if you got weather call, it'll wake you up. It's that simple. Make sure that you have multiple ways to find out if you're in danger. We always say building the armor, and you build your armor by adding layers, right? Layers save lives. So if in the middle of the night your phone goes off because it's a beep from us and it's a ring from Weather Call and another ring from Code Red and the weather radio goes off and the FEMA app's doing something else, then you know, hold on, something's going on. That's what you need. And then you get to your safest location at that point in time. So tonight is not a spend all night in the tornado shelter kind of night. Tonight is kind of a react sort of night, because I just have a relatively low confidence that we're going to see tornadoes this part of the, very far into this part of the state. Near the Tennessee state line, certainly the possibility is a little bit greater. Tornado watch does continue until 5 a.m. We'll be monitoring things here, Gabe, Maggie, and myself. So we'll see. But I feel pretty confident that we're probably okay for tonight. Our next scheduled live broadcast will be tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley from 6:37 and 7:30 a.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center will be tracking the potential for active and severe weather again tomorrow with multiple rounds of storms. Hopefully we'll be able to clear some of that up. And we do appreciate, and we did not spend a lot of time doing this, and probably should have spent at least a little bit more time with this, and I might just take a moment to add this back in. Just to look at some of your pictures that you guys have sent in tonight. There have been some really, really pretty ones. We will put together, Gabe and I will put together an album that we put online of some of the pictures that you guys have sent. And I suppose here real quick, I can showcase a couple of those pictures here real fast that you guys have sent in using the Mississippi Live app like this. A lightning strike, looks like a drone lightning strike from a pretty decent distance away. That picture coming in from Joey there in Boonville looking west. Another shot here again of some of the lightning, and I think this is probably also Joey based on that same angle. Excuse me. So kind of a cool shot there. We've shown some of the hail pictures, quite a few lightning shots tonight from the North Haven area. Ashley Wimberly sending in this shot here. I do think we have a pretty decent shot from Ashton that he just texted in, Gabe, that if we upload to the app, we could get in there. So hold on. Okay, Gabe has, do you have the ability to upload that?
I can get it in there. I was going to say we do have video out of Senatobia from earlier today that was submitted by a viewer, David in Senatobia, and it was of the rotating wall cloud earlier. Oh, okay. I thought you were taking it. I'll get it. So as we look at this video, this was one of the more impressive structures out of Senatobia, and you can see what was a rotating wall cloud out there that we got a visual of. But fortunately, nothing was produced from it. But, you know, if you put the video, Matt, if you want to manually run this, you can actually see the updrafts into the storm. And it was a really just interesting look out of there in Senatobia in a storm that wasn't exactly looking impressive on radar, but it did look impressive in real time. And so David doing a good job of showing those updrafts, taking the clouds, the condensation up there into the base of the storm, and it looked impressive. It definitely did have some rotation attached to it, but grateful that never really produced to the surface. But Matt, that was submitted by David over there in Senatobia, one of the more interesting storms that eventually produced our severe thunderstorm warning as well. And so yeah, you're getting a visual right there on the left side of just...
Yeah, I mean you can see the scud being lifted up in that there. I mean it's loosely rotating right there. That's the part of it where you can sort of see. I wonder if I can drop that. Oh no, the CG's built in, isn't it?
It is. I'm sorry.
No. Don't apologize. That's the way we designed it, right? So that it'd always be there. I'm gonna press play on this part here again, but yeah, you can definitely see the vertical motion in that as well. So LP supercell, something they typically see on the planes, but something that we had here earlier on today. So kind of a wicked shot with that for sure. I don't remember what I was asking you when I tossed you a minute ago. Ashton, yeah, we'll see if we can get that picture, some of that stuff up. He was up there in Missouri and Arkansas, I think today, up in Arkansas. So we'll see if we can get some of that up here in a minute, perhaps. We do, again, appreciate our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. They have worked very hard. Obviously, Caleb rode around with them today to produce, get us the pictures and video from where we have had those. And I do want to, call attention here for a brief moment to one of the newest things that they have put together, which is this camera in the Pittsboro area in Calhoun County. So just a huge number of cameras, close to 30 cameras here across North Mississippi. We used them a lot today. We'll be using them throughout severe weather season and beyond going forward, and just an incredible public service. They're a 501c3 that they take donations. So NM, North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters.org. NMSCAS. North, if you think the first letter from each of these, North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters.org. Been one of our partners for a long time, back at the TV station and then here at Mississippi Live Weather. Okay, so we're monitoring things closely and we'll continue to do so. But thankfully, Mama Justice Doppler is clear. Though storms are starting to fire a little bit more up here in the Tennessee. Let's go ahead and look at the latest here on kind of the closer scans. Those are starting to get going a little bit. Still got a long ways before there's something. We're getting going a little bit there. And projections have been a little more aggressive on these building southward eventually, though most indications are that those storms, and I'll get rid of where it says tornado watch here for a moment, because we hopefully by this point know the northern part of the area has that tornado watch. Most of what we see here, the green, is just clear air returns, bugs and things like that. Some storms there kind of starting to go. Got a long ways before these produce severe weather. If they do, we'll come back on. We'll cover that more detail. Myself, our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, our Maggie McCauley, kind of monitoring things here tonight as those the storms, kind of intensify eventually here. But I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up this broadcast here, unless Gabe has an objection to that. Again, our next live broadcast, Maggie will be on tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. We'll be on earlier if we need to, but she's on every morning, Monday through Friday, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. here in the Room Weather Center with the very latest on severe weather potential tomorrow, the latest threats and everything you need to know. Check out Maggie. She's spectacular. We're lucky to have her and Gabe and Caleb all as part of the team here, Mississippi Live Weather, as well as, of course, Ethan and Will help us out on the sports end. So, and a lot of other people behind the scenes. If you'd like to be a supporter of us in Mississippi Live Weather, you can send an email to matt@msliveweather.com, info@msliveweather.com, and we'll try to help you all out. And just thank you so much for supporting us and for partnering with us. Y'all stay safe tonight, all right? And we'll be back on if we need to. God willing, we won't be, but we'll definitely be watching and tracking nonetheless. Keep it here for the latest.
Can I ask a few questions?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, we have a dog, but she's little.
Do you have any unlocked guns around the house?
We do have a gun, but it's stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access. Appreciate you asking.
Yeah, of course.
Even though Gabe grew up in Alabama, Mississippi has now become his home and his family. And one thing about Gabe is he keeps his family safe.